Pennsylvania. Back again for day 2 of the NFL draft. Surely you didn't think we were going to stop at round 1. We still got plenty of future Hall of Famers, Pro Bowlers, team depth fillers coming for you in rounds 2 and 3. We've got Jets, Raiders, Steelers fans all excited to see how their teams are going to shake out. Still another big crowd in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I am your host, Harry Lyles Jr., joined again by Harry Douglas IV, and we made our own 2 draft picks in EJ Manuel and Cole Cubelic. Gentlemen,
let's go.
Welcome to the show. EJ, give me your takeaways from round 1 as we enter in round 2 here today.
Well, first off, happy to be here with you guys. Missed you guys. I haven't seen a lot of y'all in a while, but I'll say my biggest takeaway was the Ty Simpson pick there at 13 to the LA Rams. Personally, I love it, okay? And the big reason why, you have a quarterback that, yes, didn't play a lot in college, only 15 starts under his name, but he was of first-round value. But also the fact that you have one of the best quarterbacks in the league, also really maybe all time, in Matthew Stafford there, to be his tutor in a way. Now, of course, Stafford's not going to tell him, hey, man, do this, hey, man, do this. But just the fact that he can shadow Matthew for maybe a year, 2 years, before you throw him automatically into the fire. Again, as a first-round pick, I went through it myself. If you get that opportunity to study behind somebody who's done it for a really long time, that's going to help him. Also, Sean McVay handpicked this guy. So this wasn't a situation where you got a coach that is kind of relying on a quarterback to save his job. McVay ain't going nowhere. So Ty can feel pretty confident in the fact that, hey, this is going to be my coach for the duration at least of this first 4 or 5 years of his rookie contract. Yeah. I feel like it's a great fit and certainly something that's going to help Ty Simpson down the road in his NFL career.
It is the beauty of this draft. We do not know how it's going to shake out. Everybody's sort of making their own bets. Cole, give me something that stood out to you on day 1.
Well, the guy that was getting beat to pressure Ty Simpson right there going at 12 to the Dolphins. I don't understand how you pick Kaden Proctor right there. I realize that part of what your franchise wants to do is bring in bigger human beings. I don't think you get true value with the number 12 pick just for that. We could look back at certain offensive linemen over time, the last 5 drafts, last 10 drafts. That has not worked out in and of itself. There's a bit of a weight issue here trying to keep it down. I do not think Kaden Proctor will be a tackle in the NFL. I don't think laterally he's good enough. I don't think there's enough elite film from Kaden Proctor to justify him off the board in the top 15 of this draft with the other options that you had at offensive line. I think he eventually kicks down to guard. Can he be a good NFL guard? Yes, absolutely he can. And if ultimately your goal was to get bigger on your roster, you just did that because he is an absolute behemoth of a human being. But you're not going to just win with that in the NFL. You have to have elite skill traits. He has not shown those consistently. I don't care about him running the ball, catching the ball, lining up in the Wildcat, because he ain't doing that in the NFL. Yeah. So all that being said, Dolphins, I have serious questions about that selection.
Now, you did have what I thought were some good comps to sort of back up your entire thought process there. What were some of those, and what are the similarities, again, that you sort of see in those?
Daniel Faalele out of Minnesota a couple years ago. That has not really worked out. He's kicked down. He's been around a couple of different teams. We thought DJ Fluke was going to be a great tackle in the NFL. You look at how that worked out. Evan Neal, another one from Alabama that just brought a ton of mass. Now, Evan Neal was actually felt like he was lean enough and moved well laterally enough to play tackle in the NFL. That is not going in the way that a lot of people thought that it would. So I just think drafting mass at that position has not often worked out very well.
I want to ask you a question, though, as an offensive lineman. If he does end up being an all-pro guard, though, would you then say that that was a valuable pick at that spot for Miami?
Based on everything else that they need, probably no, but I think we'll be able to look at it and you'll be able to say, Cubelic, you were wrong on that one with what you thought about it, yeah.
Now, HD, looking forward to day 2. What is it that you're looking forward to today?
Well, just doing simple math, there are 32 teams in the league. Well, if 8 teams have not picked, that's 1/4 of the league that have not made a draft pick in the first round. They're going to make their first pick in the second round or the third round. A lot of teams, whether it's going back into the first round, you look at the Jets, they had 2 first-round picks. They moved back into the first round. You look at the Buffalo Bills dropping back out. Guys understanding that, hey, if the player is not a value to our organization, we're just not going to stay in the first round and pick. We're going to move backwards. The San Francisco 49ers, I heard rumors before we even came in here today. There are teams calling them about that first pick in the second round. If I'm them, I wouldn't move there, though. But a lot of teams understanding, okay, the value of a player that we want, if he's not there, we're not going to sit here and just pick. We're on the phones working with other teams trying to maneuver the draft and accumulate more draft picks. Or if you're a team like the New York Jets and you see Omar Cooper Jr. sitting there, you move back up into the first round for a third time and you take that kind of player.
You talk about doing math. Certainly not my strong suit. Someone whose strong suit it is Ben Solak, and he's also not just good at that, but also break it down film. Ben, I know you got something for me over there on Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech.
I do, the linebacker. He's got a full trophy case, Harry. Not 1, not 2, not 3. 4 individual awards this season because of his efforts. He'll be one of the first 10, 15 players off the board in round 2. I want to talk to you about why. 7 forced fumbles and 4 interceptions this year. That's 11 takeaway plays from one player. It's a historic season. The peanut punch on our boy Jacob Rodriguez is very strong. This is here. Number 10 in the center of the Red Raiders defense. We're going to get the back out, and it's looking like it's going to be a bubble screen, right? But then they bring the receiver back inside. It's a middle screen. This is the sort of play that kills linebackers at the college level. Watch Jacob Rodriguez sniff this out, patient in his pedal, sees the receiver coming, and then that strike. Watch it again. Look at him peanut punch this football as he arrives to the tackle point. Always going after the ball. Jacob Rodriguez says a very valuable trait in the NFL. Now, it's not just the forced fumbles, like I said, it's the interceptions. Rodriguez was a high school quarterback. Initially went to Virginia to be a quarterback, so he's got a good sense of coverage responsibilities, how routes might develop over the middle of the field. Here in this one against Houston, what we're going to see is we're going to see the back out really fast. And when the back's out fast, we're generally trying to displace a second-level player to then throw a route in behind it. So here's Rodriguez on the weak side. Watch him process as this entire play goes on. That back is out fast, and he realizes, oh, that quarterback wants to come to that in-breaking route that's developing right here into the middle. So he just lurks with the instincts of an ex-quarterback, gets to that football, makes the catch on the face mask, goes and gets a little hurdle as well, little yards after catch for the ex-offensive player. Now, the one thing about Rodriguez that'll make him most successful in the league are the instincts. He has really, really good play recognition. And when you're 230 pounds, you're not going to be the biggest linebacker. You have to be able to make plays quickly, beating guards to the spot. Here, it's against Arizona State. We're going to see quarterback Jeff Sims here. He's a runner. That should let you know something. A little light bulb going off as a linebacker. Rodriguez is watching him, and this initially looks like it's going to be working downhill vertical, and then all of a sudden it bounces to the boundary. We cannot give up that outside positioning. Rodriguez is going to see it, engage with the guard, but even as he engages, he realizes the quarterback wants to take that to the boundary, chases him down the goal line, and there's the peanut punch again. Strikes the ball out, almost a turnover there at the 1-yard line. An opportunistic playmaker. A team like the Bills at 35, the Bengals at 41, heck, the Colts at 47 need a linebacker. Jacob Rodriguez will be off the board in the first half of the second round tonight.
And that is extremely good stuff. Because of that, you have my permission to come join the congregation.
Oh,
Let's look here at the first 10 picks that we've got coming up tonight, guys. Obviously, the 49ers are going to be on the clock right now, and something that we will be looking forward to is how early will we see that third quarterback taken. With that said, HD, I'm going to start off with you. Sort of curious, even just looking at the teams available there that are coming up to pick, who are you either looking forward to see going, or what team are you looking forward to see selecting?
I think the very first one, the San Francisco 49ers. Now, me and Ben Solak, we're on the same page with this one. There's a player by the name of Chris Bell, who is a combination, in my opinion, of A.J. Brown and who else?
Dabo Samuel.
Dabo Samuel put together.
Wide receiver.
Like, this guy playing at Louisville, the versatility that he provides with the ball in his football hands, in his hands, excuse me, he is a tough guy to tackle and bring down, but you can line him up in the backfield, you can sit him on shallow routes, have him on hitch routes as well, sit him on speed sweeps, but I think because of the big body and the ability to make the contested catches, he is a value. San Francisco does not have another Dabo Samuel, so why not, if you're Kyle Shanahan, go get the second version of it?
No, without question. I mean, you see, again, some of the names on there. Zion Young was there. A lot of SEC guys. Jermod McCoy is one call that, honestly, I'm really interested in. I know you've covered as well. Some concerns with the injury, but that is a guy that I remember at the start of last season saying, hey, like, if he finds a way to get on the field, Tennessee is immediately a contender. Obviously, we didn't see much of him, but just knowing his situation and watching him play, what stands out about him to you?
Well, I think you see his impact more so when he's not on the field, because he played for a high-pressure defense last year, and they had to back off when he wasn't on the field, able to cover up people one-on-one. So all of a sudden, that changes the entire dynamic of Tennessee's defense, and they weren't able to be as pressure-laden, weren't able to move as much and be quite as aggressive, because you didn't have the reliability at corner that you were used to having the year before, or that you planned on going into the season when he was there. And this feels like one that's lingering a little bit. So I think it has become even more so of a question of, hey, this is an ACL, 6 to 8 months, he'll be back. This one feels like it's a little bit different with a couple of the different things that have happened since he's trying to return.
Yeah, it's a big point, right? Jermod McCoy had a workout a couple weeks ago. And when we were coming into that workout, it was, man, this might be corner one. He might beat Mansour Delane in the first round. That workout happened. He ran at that workout. He ran like a 4.38 according to scouts. This was a good, nice, fast run. But then there's the positional drills. And the scouts came out of that day saying, man, it doesn't look like McCoy is going to be that early pick we thought he would be, and then he fell, and he fell, and he fell. It's just like Will Johnson last year. Remember, sitting at this desk with you guys thinking about, Will Johnson's not in the first round, it's because of long-term injury concerns. Somebody will take the risk, and it will be one of these teams that feels like, oh, we're just a corner away. And if we get lucky and we hit on a healthy McCoy, that'll elevate our defense. But it is a serious injury concern right now.
And I wonder if there's a team out there that has the ability to have the patience for him to fully get healthy. Let's say they got a corner that's coming up on a contract this year that maybe you don't want to give him, $40 million or whatever it is, and you bring him in and you allow him the time to develop. Again, and that's kind of why I'm going back to Ty Simpson. I'm curious to see if teams in the second and third round today still find value in development. That's a piece in the NFL. You and I have both been through it, to where you don't really see that as much. You don't see it in college football, for crying out loud. A lot of guys come in because they're getting paid NIL, but I think he's one of those players that he's a difference maker. And if he can come back and be 80% of how good he was in 2024 at Tennessee, I think the NFL team will be really happy with picking him.
Now, EJ, you're my quarterback here tonight. I want to know from your perspective, Garrett Nussmeier still on the board, Carson Beck, Drew Allard, Taylon Green, a lot of guys at the quarterback position still available. Who are you most intrigued to see get picked tonight? And not even necessarily just because of skill, but also potential landing spot where they could thrive in the NFL.
It's Carson Beck for me. And I'm smiling because I think he's a guy who's been through a lot. He's had some really high ups and he's had some lows as well, whether it's been injury or simply just speculation about, I don't think he's that good, And I believe he's one of those guys that he can be a difference maker. I think he can be an NFL starter, not day one, all right, not calling him. I don't think anybody at this point that's going to get drafted at the quarterback position should be a day one starter. But I do think he has the tools. He's big. He's played in multiple systems. I think his old offensive coordinator, Coach Monken, I believe, is now offensive coordinator in the NFL for one of these teams.
He's the head coach with the Browns.
Head coach, yes, thank you.
Now, the Browns got about 9 quarterbacks. You had a 10th to the room. It's like
I don't like him
for
in Cleveland.
everybody.
I don't like him in Cleveland. I don't like him in Cleveland. I think they should use some of the younger guys and then see if they can get one next year if they don't work out. But I think Carson Beck is an interesting player to me. I actually, in fact, think he's the next quarterback off the board whenever there is one.
Yeah, I believe he's going to be the third quarterback taken. And what I like about Carson Beck, he has that experience, right? You look at the big games that he played in at the University of Georgia and then lead Miami to the college football playoffs in the national championship game before it fell off the rails and he had that late game interception. But when he's protected, watching his film, you see him go through read 1, read 2. He can go back to read 3 and then go back to 1 and complete that pass. You like that suddenness and that calmness in the pocket. And then I think something that he showed more in 2025 than he did the other years, they ran the zone read at times with Carson Beck down in Miami. I didn't see that much at Georgia. Yes, he ran a little bit, but it shows you that he does have that athleticism, and if he needs to run and extend plays and pick up a first down with his legs, he has the ability to do so.
Now, that's my quarterback. You're my wide receiver. Dejon Stribling just went to the San Francisco 49ers HD. What do we think about that fit in that offense?
So I'm going to take everyone back, right, to the game where they're going against the University of Georgia, and it's on the line. And his quarterback said, I'm trusting you that you can beat one-on-one coverage. And this is exactly what you're going to see on the screen right now. Man coverage on the outside, okay. Touchdown.
Yes, sir.
He showed you time and time again that he can line up all over the football field, but it's all about the one-on-one matchups when you get to the National Football League. Can you make those contested catches? Can you get open when a quarterback needs you to, or your offensive coordinator and he dials you up a play? A lot of people are going to look at the system at Ole Miss. I don't look at that. I look at the value of the player and the ability that he has. We call it YAC, yards after the catch. You see Georgia. Dalen Everett, do y'all know he ran a 4.3?
Yep.
Yeah, so Stribling ran 4.36.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's a 4.3 corner that he's running away from. So I love the value for the San Francisco 49ers. We know that's a big need. I thought it was going to probably be Dabo Samuel, but I'm not going to be mad at Stribling.
Yeah.
Iron Man looks happy about it, too.
He's locked in.
Stribling as wide receiver off the board before Denzel Boston is quite the surprise. This was a big rise for Stribling over the course of the last several weeks.
Yeah.
NFL Combine, he showed up. He's over 6'2". He's over 200 pounds. He ran under 4.4, and everybody just kind of wait a minute. Like, we weren't necessarily thinking that this size had this caliber of a speed. It was productive at Washington State, transferred up to Oklahoma State, was productive there, then transferred to Ole Miss, and was productive there. And so you have 5 seasons now of the experience. The route tree is a little limited because of Ole Miss, but man, with the 49ers, you can run a slant, you can run a dig, you can run a go. We know how to work with that. That's how they started the Brandon Ayuk plan. Ayuk is not a bad comparison for Dejon Stribling at all in terms of play style.
He has those other 2 systems also that he played in, so that gives him a little more versatility. I can tell you, going into the season last year, we had the Ole Miss opener Lane Kiffin said there's 2 guys that have been added to our roster. They're going to change who we are. One was Keywan Lacey. I think he was right there. We all saw that.
No doubt.
We'll be talking about him here next year, probably in the first round. The other was Dejon Stribling, and he told us because he gives us a physical receiver down the field, kind of like what Trey Harris did the year before. They can go up and make those contested catches, but they liked him more over the middle of the field, the run after catch like Harry mentioned. So they felt like he gave them a little bit of everything that they want to do inside that Ole Miss offense. I thought he was vastly underrated coming into this draft based on what I saw him inside the SEC last year.
Without question, and staying in the SEC, Chase Bisantis, the guard from A&M, just went to the Arizona Cardinals.
One pick before the Bills.
Talked about wanting
Yep.
to get some help on that offensive line. Cole, what do you know about Chase Bisantis?
He's a grinder, big, strong, physical offensive lineman. He's a guard. Plays a little bit wide at times. Sometimes has trouble staying engaged with defensive linemen. But I'm going to tell you, if you want a mover, a people mover, Chase Bisantis can do that. Very strong hands. It's one of the reasons he's good in pass protection. He gets his hands on you, and the rep is pretty much over. You can see right there, he can sit down, he can anchor on some of the heavier, more athletic defensive tackles in this league. We don't talk about this much with offensive linemen. Now, career-wise, he has enough reps to be fine to be ready for the NFL. They rolled offensive linemen at A&M last year.
Yeah.
We don't mention this much, but some of the tread may have been saved on the tires a little bit for Chase Bisantis by not having to grind out every rep in every game through a very grueling schedule last year for Texas A&M.
Yeah, the league was close to round 1 conversations for Bisantis, and then the Miami game hit. In the Miami game, he was going up against a lot of future NFLers, a very fast and explosive defensive line, and that one, I think, showed some of the issues you're talking about there, Cole, with the ability to sustain, right? He's a little bit of a lunger sometimes early in the snap, but the boxy build and the ability to get big displacement, you look at what the Arizona Cardinals want to be. This is a Mike LaFleur offense, right? He's coming from the Los Angeles Rams. Who played guard for the Rams? Buddy Kevin Dotson, Jonah Jackson, Steve Avia. Big boys, right? We're going to run duo. We're going to double team and take you down the field. So we get, in the first round, Jeremiah Love. And we get in the second round, Chase Bisantis. A clear communication from Arizona. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. Gardner Minshew, Jacoby Brissett, Ben Solak. We are handing the football off, and we are moving it between the tackles.
Now, before I get to HD real fast, does this make the pick of Jeremiah Love a little bit more palatable for you?
So it's less about the palatability and more about there's a clear plan in place, right? Because when you walk into the draft with Jacoby Brissett's not showing up because he wants starter money, you're kind of in a brutal place as a franchise. You at least get to walk out of this draft now with more of an offensive identity. I think about what the Patriots were last year. Okay, Will Campbell into Travion Henderson. They went offensive line into running back. The Cardinals flipped it, but still saying we want to be able to build a theory on offense where we have this card in our deck, we have this arrow in our quiver, we can be a dominant running team. And then for the Cardinals, we'll figure out the passing game as we go.
Yeah, yesterday when they made Jeremiah Love the 3rd overall pick, I said to myself, man, I don't know if this team has a plan, right? Because they just went with the best player on the board versus what they needed as a football team. I also stated, remember, they allowed 59 sacks last year, which is the 5th most in the NFL. They need offensive line help. I like this pick to get that offensive line going and trade in the right direction. This shows me they actually do have a plan moving forward.
I'll say this, too. If that's going to be your plan, mentality is something that you want. You get that with Bisantis. He struggles with angles at times. There's some things we can nitpick, but you want to bring a guy in that's not afraid to go out there and just try to move other humans against their will. You're going to get that with Chase Bisantis.
And I'll tell you what, I will take a Mike Elko coached guy at any position.
Well, it's going to be trenches with Elko. It just is. That's what he is. That's what he's about.
Defense, right.
And we've got TJ Parker off the board here from Clemson. Ben, what are your thoughts on that one?
So the Bills' edge rusher room is a very interesting room right now because they had a Sean McDermott defense and they had all these big, long, strong guys in there. McDermott gets fired, Jim Leonard gets hired. And Jim Leonard's coming from Denver. He was the passing game specialist. We don't know what this guy wants to be. Wisconsin, he was like a simulated pressure. Denver had these 240-pound edge rushers. How is this going to work, right? And they go and they sign Bradley Chubb in free agency. They have Greg Rousseau. They still have Michael Hoyt. They have bodies and bodies and bodies. And still they're willing to add TJ Parker. In the loss to the Broncos in the playoffs, they only pressured Bo Nix on 20% of his dropbacks. In all 6 of their losses over the last 7 years in the playoffs under Sean McDermott, they have never had a pressure rate above 30%. Buffalo, we talk, is Josh Allen a winner? Is he clutch? Sean McDermott late game management. The real issue with all these playoff disappointments has been their inability to move the quarterback off of his spot, period. With TJ Parker in 2024 was a high impact pass rusher at 11 sacks, 16 TFLs that season. Clemson lost a little bit of steam this year, and a lot of Clemson players underperformed our expectations in 25. But if you can go and get Parker's 2024 season, you've got the potential for one of those ringers in the playoffs to get after the quarterback.
So to piggyback off what Ben talked about, the Buffalo Bills in the playoff situations the last 2 years, right? When your offense scores 30 points and you give up over 30, That's alarming in my opinion. You look at the Kansas City Chiefs, the AFC Championship game 2 years ago. Last year, the Denver Broncos, Bo Nix. When the Buffalo Bills needed to get a stop, they could not get a stop. And Bo Nix was able to do what he had to do, and those wide receivers were able to get open. So defensively, I think that's the focus. I'm tired of people talking about, does Buffalo have enough offensively? They showed us over the years they know how to make things work with what they have and the personnel that they have offensively. It's about, can you get stops on defense? And I like T.J. Parker going there to be one of those rushers.
Yeah, I love T.J. Parker, not just because he can rush, but he's also really good setting the edge and then reacting inside when there's an interior run. Like that showed up a bunch in 2024, but even this year in 2025, I remember specifically watching him against LSU in that first game. There was a couple moments where he didn't have it outside, but he was still able to kind of jump inside of a tackle and a guard and still make the play inside the 0 or the 1 technique. That was a big deal for me, too.
T.J. Parker against Keelan Rutledge, who went first round to these Texans who are about to pick, that was some film.
Absolutely.
Man, that was Godzilla versus Kong. That was War Daddies, right?
Yep.
So Parker, yes, he brings a physicality that's very familiar to what the Bills have liked on the defensive line so far under Brandon Beane.
And you just said it, the Texans are on the clock because we had a trade. Trading up to number 36, Houston receives 36 and 117, with the Raiders receiving 38 and 91. Do we have any educated guesses as to what the Texans are going to do here before we see it pop up?
Kaden McDonald, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State, would be my guess. Right,
Okay.
Right now you have 2 elite edge rushers in Will Anderson and then Daniil Hunter. They have some nice young pieces. Tommy Tungiai is emergent. Sheldon Rankins is a good veteran. But if you can just get one high-impact defensive tackle in this room, you're just going to shred defensive front. I mean, you're going to win 10 games alone on the pass rush if you just get that final piece. McDonald is the sort of big body you need to be a good run-defending team from a 4-down front. That's exactly what he did at Ohio State. Made those linebackers look real good.
Yeah.
So McDonald would be my guess.
I wouldn't mind another offensive lineman, right? The most important position on the field is the quarterback position. And C.J. Stroud, we've seen him at the tail end of the last season, even in the playoffs. He wasn't the guy that we've seen in this rookie season. So the more that you can protect him, I love the simple fact that they went and got David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions. Yeah. You have a guy that he can lean on now at the quarterback position and just turn around and hand the football off to. Short yardage situation down in the tight red zone as well. If you get down there, get this man as many offensive linemen as possible so you can protect your quarterback.
Is anybody here still super down on C.J. Stroud? I understand last year wasn't pretty, but I feel like it's way too early in his career.
Well, I'm kind of with Harry on going for offensive line here. And keep in mind, that's a franchise that has not hit a lot of home runs there.
Yeah.
Drafting that position. And it's one that I have thought they had a couple of wins with over the last 4 or 5 years. They've done well in free agency, but drafting that position has not gone well. So you look back at the history and say, do you trust them to chase offensive linemen here? But it's an absolute need because if Stroud gets that protection, he's also proven he can be that guy.
Since Stroud entered the league, the Texans are the second worst rushing offense in football. Only the Raiders have been worse from a success rate perspective, from an EPA per rush perspective. So you are consistently putting C.J. Stroud in third and longer than the other quarterbacks get. More often in third downs the other quarterbacks get. You have an elite defense and you can't run the ball. You can't control the second half clock. You can't sit on these leads.
Yeah.
So Stroud had 10 turnovers in 2 playoff games. It was knucklehead. It was bad performance. He knows it. Stroud has not been the issue with the Texans offense since he joined. It is the running game that they have to solve.
Yeah, and also the experience too. You know, I think the big factor for a lot of quarterbacks is who can handle their failures, right? Like you talk about C.J. Stroud, and everybody getting down on him, saying he can't do this, he can't do that. Maybe the Texans should look at another. I think that's crazy because again, he's still so young. As age, like not even just in his career. I think he's probably 24 years old at this point. So I think he's a guy that has a huge upside. He has all the tools to still be a championship level quarterback there for Houston. I would say go offensive line and shoot maybe later in this draft for the Houston Texans. I don't know what other picks they have. Get them some more receivers too. That's always going to help as well.
Yeah, it could absolutely work out, and the pick is going to be in here very shortly. We will see.
Day 2, you can never expect the pick to be in because they always have the guest pickers, and you got to get your 5 minutes.
That's right.
You got to hype it up a little bit. You got to shout out mom and dad.
That's
right. So it always takes a second on day 2. Roger's got to hand off the mic to the other guy. That's how it works.
There you go, Ben.
One on the board, baby.
So what are the Texans getting here with McDonald?
Dude, when you watch the Ohio State defense, you're watching Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. They're 2 top 10 picks, pay linebacker. You're like, man, these guys are great. They're bopping into the hole. They're making tackles for loss. Man, they're kept nice and clean. Look at these aggressive linebackers. And then you get to watch Kaden McDonald play. And you're like, wait a minute. This is the reason why Sonny and Arvell is so clean all the time.
Yep.
Ohio State there with Matt Patricia, right? Patricia's a Bill Belichick coaching disciple. They're going to ask him to 2-gap, and they're going to ask him to play gap and a half, right? It's where you're saying, hey, big, beefy, 330 pounds at the front. take more than one space. Right there is gap and a half. That's the exact sort of technique where you make the back think you're in one spot, you're able to get to that other gap, and you're able to play 2 for 1. Again, the Texans want to be 4 down at all times. You never see the Texans play any other front besides 4 down. It means your defensive tackles need to manage more gaps than you have bodies. It's going to be McDonald and Tommy Tungiai, another Ohio State product, who will make those linebackers look good, who will let those safeties play fast and free. The Texans have a Super Bowl caliber defense. Every metric last year, Seahawks defense was number 1, Texans defense was number 2. They are right there. So it's just finish the defense, and then CJ, just be Sam for us. Just be Sam.
What if the last 2 Super Bowl champions all had? Elite interior defensive linemen.
Elite.
And I don't know if he's going to be as active as some of those that we would reference, if that's the conversation, but I'm with Ben. I like the way that he moves. The thing that stuck out to me most when I watched him, I had to go back and check again. I was like, he can't be 320 pounds. There's literally no way this man weighs that much and moves as quickly as he does, specifically laterally. Now, I'll also say that gets him in trouble at times. He does get displaced left and right just a little bit. He gets a little jumpy at times, but if you're asking him to move on occasion, that can be of benefit. He can add protection. He can anchor. I would have offered you up Lee Hunter right here.
Oh, yeah? You a big Lee fan?
But
That would have been
if he's not going to be as active, then I'm with you here.
Yeah.
But
So
if we're looking for a guy that's going to jump around a little bit more, I think Lee Hunter can be absolutely destructive inside. But if you're having a guy that's going to sit on a little bit more of a regular basis, then I think the Texans got it right here.
So when you look at the Houston Texans and their defense, right, it's built on athleticism. Guys at the linebacker position that can shoot gaps or whatnot. So what do you need? A space eater. And that's why I look at Kayen McDonald, 9.5 tackles for loss. The guy's nimble on his feet. He's the reason why you have Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese and those guys to be able to shoot gaps and run sideline to sideline, because when you're eating up space and you're taking off 2 blockers, nothing but lanes and avenues for those guys to be able to make plays.
Now, I'll follow this, Ben, too. You'll hear us talk about this a lot with defensive linemen, strike and shed. And Ben showed you kind of dealing with that playing that gap and a half right there. If he can learn to strike a little more efficiency and a little bit earlier off the football, I think he can become an elite defensive lineman in this league. He misses with his hands and he's late with his hands often, but that is something that's correctable, that he can absolutely get better at.
And critically, he is a 1-year starter, right? Tyleik Williams goes in the first round last year at Ohio State, played this exact role. And because Ohio State's so freaking deep, they're rotating guys. He had 600 snaps this year. He's one of the least experienced players from a per-snap basis to be drafted top 50 in the last 10 years. We're just talking about a guy who, of course, he misses with his hands. He was barely using them when he was sitting on the bench at Ohio State. And so absolutely there's work to be done. Yeah, D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke, that defensive front, you trust this coaching staff to get a guy right.
Also, whenever you have a defensive lineman that's built like a wisdom tooth, heavy up front, legs are skinny, give him to me. I played with a guy like that in Tennessee, Jarrell Casey. Man, but Jarrell Casey making Pro Bowls at the Pro Bowls, wisdom tooth, big up top, skinny down below.
Like a true wide receiver who wants bird legs on a D tackle.
That's right.
But also imagine the chip on his shoulder now, too. He's one of those guys that got the invite to go to the actual draft there in Pittsburgh, didn't get his name called on night 1. I guarantee I played with a couple guys who dealt with that. They always keep that noted, and it's going to help them throughout their careers.
Without question. And we don't have it up here, but we have the feed of the draft in the back. And anytime I see tears like this,
it meant something to him.
I want that guy.
Absolutely.
This means something to him.
Absolutely.
The Giants are the next team up. The pick is in here, guys. They picked Arvell Reese and Francis Mauigoa.
No. They might go safety.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
They may go McNeil-Warren.
Yeah. Because, we were talking about them potentially yesterday at Caleb Downs. Obviously, that didn't happen. Let's take a look, though, at the best available picks that we've got here. We're just a few in. Obviously, Jermod McCoy's still there. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren,
Why not Mason Thomas? They pick up every other edge in the league.
Yeah, just 11 edge
Stack
defense.
them the same way the Eagles pick Bulldogs. Giants just
Corner is very possible here, right? They lost Cordell Flott in free agency. He goes and joins the Tennessee Titans. They signed Greg Newsome to be that replacement, but that's a classic free agent signing. 1-year deal, some incentives. If we don't get a corner, you're starting. If the board falls to us, you ain't starting. And I think you have a Jermod McCoy there, but you also have his teammate Tennessee, Colton Hood. If you don't feel good about the injury, we thought Colton Hood might be a first-rounder. He and Kaden were the only 2 who were in the green room and did not get picked yesterday. And so we might get the back-to-back happy times on the stage here if you see Colton Hood out there for the Giants.
But does a receiver or Denzel Boston make a lot of sense?
That's
here?
what I was going to ask.
Because of the body.
Hello.
We talked about this last night.
You see this quarterback right here?
Well,
this quarterback is speaking good language.
100%. And from that perspective, though, because when we talk about one of the most important things with this New York Giants team is going to be the development of Jackson Dart.
Of course, man.
How do you sort of feel based on what we know right now? Obviously, John Harbaugh, new coach, so he's sort of putting his fingerprint on this. Like, what do you see thus far?
Well, keep that in mind. So you have a new coach, and he did not necessarily draft Jackson Dart. Now, I'm not saying he's down on Jackson Dart by any means, but that does mean something, okay?
Yeah.
When new coaches come in, oftentimes they will lean to guys that they've coached before, guys who kind of fit their system. They do take Colton Hood here. Good call right there, Ben. But, receiver would have made – and, look, this is a deep receiver draft, so maybe they grab him with another pick. But I think the development around Jackson Dart has to be primary for this Giants team, because I get the direction of going defense and all that kind of stuff. It's Coach Harbaugh. I understand that. I played against his teams a couple times. Baltimore always seemed like they hit harder. But I will say this. You still got to make sure, hey, we get the value out of this guy. We took him in the first round. We got to see this through and make sure we don't forget about Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Colton Hood, man. I got to do some pre-draft film watching with Colton Hood. This play here against Syracuse, he just bullies guys into the sideline. He's going to throw the hood up as well. He does this for every single celebration. He puts the hood on. He lets you know Colton Hood is the last name. I've got cool celebrations. This is the press corner of this draft, right? This is the guy who's able to make the explosive plays at the line of scrimmage where he doesn't end up getting targeted, but he actually takes away the potential for the target altogether because of the physicality. Now, if you look at Denard Wilson there, who's the new DC, John Harbaugh, he's coming from Baltimore Ravens, where they had the ability with Nate Wiggins as their corner one to have the speed and have the length right here against Syracuse, man. And he just owns him in the hip pocket the whole way, snap the pass away, and then he lets him know about it every single time. Against Alabama, this is a stop route here in the red zone. He's just going to sit on it, front pocket, slap it away. I mean, the comfort through contact for Colton Hood is something that's really delightful.
But also as a DB, Ben, I love the way he plays through the hands of a wide receiver, right? Yep. He's never given up on plays. The receiver may have a step coming out of his break, but he's going to get downhill faster than that receiver gets downhill. Patient and press covers. That's a 4.44 guy in the 40-yard dash. I didn't realize he transferred from Colorado.
Me neither.
So he sharpened his game against Travis Hunter and with Travis Hunter, right? He's the guy who would line up against Travis Hunter in practice, right? Okay, Travis, work on your routes, and Shador's throwing him the ball. And then for the second half of practice, he and Travis are there comparing notes on playing cornerback. And you can tell that there's cross-pollination there. He was a high school, offensive player. He was a quarterback. He was bragging to me about his passes and everything like that. That cross-pollination helps the guy understand, oh, this is what you don't like at the catch point. This is what I'm going to do.
We talked to Tim Banks about him, the Tennessee defensive coordinator last year, who's now at Auburn, and he said, he's handsy, and usually you hear that it almost comes across as a negative, specifically speaking of receivers and DBs, and he kind of started to grin when he said it. And you got the message quickly, handsy in a good way, as in he can cause problems for receivers and he can shift routes in a way that you obviously want to on a regular basis.
And certainly that varies game by game with who's officiating, right?
But you like
and who
it,
you're playing against, too.
You like it as a DB, though, because what I hate seeing watching football is DBs give wide receivers free access. That's exactly what we want. That's what we want is free access. And as a quarterback, when they see that on the outside, they're automatically going there before the play even snaps. So, disrupt the wide receiver in his path trying to get to where he's trying to go as a DB. So I like it in Colton Hood.
Yeah.
So are we still A's for the Giants and what they've done thus far this draft?
Yeah.
For the style of Coach Harbaugh, yes, I would say absolutely.
When they took Reese at 5, he was the best player on my board. Mauigoa was second only to Caleb Downs, and then Colton Hood was the best player on my board, independent of McCoy and the injury. So they're just drafting BPA at positions of need.
I know if I'm a Giants fan, I'm excited, especially to have John Harbaugh as my head coach. I understand that didn't perhaps end the way that people thought it would in Baltimore, but it did seem like it was just kind of time. Right?
Yeah.
And so to bring an experienced coach like that in for what is a very young and talented team, and then you continue to add guys like this. I mean, Cole, we were talking about Francis Mauigoa.
Best offensive lineman in the draft.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it's debatable because I think there are other guys that might be a little bit more nimble. I think there are a couple of other guys that may be a little more flexible with different things that they can play. He just hasn't shown that flexibility in as many snaps in games. But if you're talking about pure power and the ability to be a dancing bear at 320, 330 pounds and maintain that power, there are very few offensive tackles in today's college football with everything going to slide protection, quick protection, gap protection, the screen game, short game, the ball's coming out. You don't have to maintain blocks very long. He is never rattled. It doesn't matter if somebody tries to go down the middle of him, if somebody beats him outside, beats him inside, that next snap, and this is what I love about him the most, that mentality does not shift. And you see so many guys get beat inside once and their day is over. That does not happen with Francis Mauigoa. He's got the mentality, he has the durability, the strength, the power. He has the feet that are quick enough to move laterally to be, I believe, a great starting tackle in this draft. We're going to have a conversation about their first pick at some point. I don't know if now's the time to do that. I got to have that conversation with Ben, but they did get the best offensive lineman in this draft.
And Traden Stukes, safety from Arizona, just went to the Raiders. I know that was one of your guys.
This is one of my favorite players in the draft, and he's 25 years old, so he better have been good in college.
Man.
He's a 6-year senior, yeah. But this is a guy who had 800 snaps at outside corner. He had 1,300 in the slot. They moved him to safety this year, and he's just making plays off the roof. I mean, he's reading routes. He's got perfect angles. He's got 4.33 speed. It is the football IQ across 3 defensive back positions is unbelievable. And you can tell there's a ton of film study here. He drives on these throws underneath in short zone, right? Again, talk about playing through the hands. He has an interception against Arizona State where he's adjusting angles. He's catching the ball on top of receivers' heads. There's an understanding of football in the body of a really, really, really high caliber athlete. You go and you look at the defensive backfield that you have available in Las Vegas, right? Where they've got Isaiah Polamau and they've got Jeremy Chin. They have these nice longer safeties. Stukes is much the same, and he can also step down and play that nickel spot. This is a Kobe Bryant-esque player. He's a star for the Seahawks, went and got himself signed, a big deal with the Bengals. This is a Kalen Bullock-esque player, right? That free safety for the Texans. Impactful takeaways from the deep middle position. We do not see it a lot in the modern NFL because everybody's playing too high. Yeah. It's rare when you have that level of speed, that level of football IQ, and those ball skills. It is in Traden Stukes. Delightful pick.
We have to give a lot of credit to Dejon Stribling and the job that he's done, number one, in free agency. You look at some of the guys that he's brought in so far, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker. Those guys won a national championship at the University of Georgia, along with Eric Stokes, who was with them last season. But then also you bring in a guy like Kwity Paye. Max Crosby is still there. Yep. You go get a guy in Tyler Linderbaum at the center position and help your young quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. You go get a veteran in Kirk Cousins. Fernando Mendoza doesn't have to play. John Spytek and Tom Brady, Mark Davis, those guys are on to something right now in Las Vegas. It's all about putting the pieces to the puzzle together.
It does feel interesting. And if I'm getting ahead of myself, say it. But it feels like, at the very least, like there's optimism. Right? It looks like the train is going in the right direction. How fast it's going is a different story, but for the Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because they've been the laughing stock. Number one, they were the laughing stock in 2025, but look at their draft picks over the last
2 decades.
I would say like 7 or 8 years. They haven't hit on many guys.
No.
And guys that they have drafted aren't even within the organization anymore. I'm talking about first and second round picks, that is, not the late round ones. But to be able to bring guys into this organization that won other places and also won at the collegiate level, and the mindset, you can just tell the mindset shift by who they just drafted,
Traden Stukes.
And Stukes,
yeah.
And then who they brought in free agency. They're trying to change this narrative. And the best way to help a young quarterback is to make sure that your defense is solidified.
No doubt.
And that's exactly what they're doing in Las Vegas.
And go a step further with what you're referencing, Harry, about excitement.
Yeah.
I mean, Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, how do you not get excited about that? Now, only Ben and I are going to get excited about Tyler Linderbaum, one of the best centers in the NFL. But you're bringing in guys whose names are going to be in lights. You're bringing in guys who are going to sell tickets. And then you're getting guys who are going to make your franchise better and your football team better on a week-in, week-out basis. So I think there's a lot to be excited about, and I absolutely think the direction is heading in the right way for the Raiders.
Ben got so excited, guys. He ran over to the board. Ben, go ahead and share with the class what you got for us on Stukes.
I told you that there was a special interception from Traden Stukes. It's against Arizona State. He initially is lined up as a nickel player. He's in the slot. But because Arizona State motions, he's going to end up more as a deep player, right? He's running a quarter safety. He's in off coverage here. They're going to get this hard play action fake, and they get this deep climbing over route against an off-cover defensive back. They are thinking cash money, baby. We got him. Let's go score a touchdown. Watch Stukes get connected, and then he's going to be the first one to track this ball. He's flat, right? He's thinking, right, he's going this way. I'm coming with him. Oh, hello, I'm dragging the screen everywhere. He's thinking that this receiver's staying flat, and I'm going to move with him. As the receiver adjusts for the ball, so does Stukes. And they take that angle down to the sideline, and you see him get on top of this receiver's helmet. When the ball's in the air, baby, it ain't for you. It's for me. A contested catch on top of the Arizona State receiver, and then let him know about it, tapping the helmet at the end. Now, like I said, this guy played a lot of his snaps in the slot at Arizona, only recently moved to safety. So what does it look like when he's in man coverage over the slot? This right here is Cincinnati wide receiver Cyrus Allen. He will get drafted on day 3. Speed threat. There's nothing slot corners hate more than this stab route combination, the slot fade here on the outside. This is a very tough cover because your deep middle safety is never really going to be able to help you out on this one, man. It's one-on-one. Now, Stukes is thinking this is going to be a slant. He goes to cheat it. He goes to go ahead and step in front of it. and he's wrong. And now he's got to get on his horse, 4.33 speed, get back in the hip pocket, and make a play at the catch point. That is comfort in man coverage. So we had the comfort there in deep middle. We had the comfort in man coverage. Last but not least, we have the ability to adjust our angles in the deep half. Here against Kansas, they've got him, man. I mean, this should be over. This should be a touchdown. They're going to get a post corner route on Traden Stukes right here. He is inside leverage. Man, he's worried about this post. He's thinking they're going to throw it. It's a third down. They're going to hit it fast right here to the middle of the field. And instead, they end up faking that post and running this into the corner. Stukes is going to execute what's called a speed turn. It's how a defensive back recovers after his hips have been turned the wrong way. Watch the fluidity. Oh my God, watch the burst. Watch it again. It's such a good play. Look, he loses no speed. And he gets it, he goes and gets reattached, gets to the catch point, another pass breakup. This guy doesn't play safety. He never played safety till this year, and he's making plays like this. I find him astonishing. I find him delightful. If he was 23 years old, he'd be a first-round pick. I love me a little Traden Stukes.
Absolutely fantastic, Ben. And you know, as excited as you were for Traden Stukes, my quarterback, EJ Manuel, was grinning from ear to ear seeing Denzel Boston go to the Cleveland Browns. But before I get to EJ on that, HD, tell me what we need to know about Denzel Boston.
Well, this is a traditional X-wide receiver, 6'4", over 200 pounds. He's going to win the 50-50 catches. He's hell when he has the football in his hands. He's going to be tough to tackle. But in the run game, you're going to be able to block him. I think I like what Todd Monken is building with the Cleveland Browns. Casey Concepcion, Spencer Fano yesterday as an offensive lineman as well. And now Denzel Boston. EJ, take it away.
Well, look, what do Cleveland Browns fans do? They start barking. I think this guy is an absolute dog. And when you look at Denzel Boston play, like Harry said, when the ball's in the air, it's his football. Now, you match him with guys like Jerry Jeudy and Casey Concepcion, who they took in the first round. I don't know who's going to play quarterback for Cleveland Browns.
And Harold Fannin Jr.
And Harold Fannin Jr. Absolutely.
So,
look, whether the Browns are thinking about this year and they actually really believe in Shador or Deshaun's going to come back or they believe in Dylan Gabriel, let's say they draft a quarterback early in next year's draft. You're going to have a slew of young receivers still in their rookie contract that are going to be really good for the future. I love this pick by the Browns. And I think this is huge value getting Denzel Boston here in the second round.
It does.
Well,
go ahead.
Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
Y'all, Andrew Berry almost hit on every draft pick last year in 2025.
It was a remarkable class.
The job that he's doing right now might be better. Might be better.
So far, it's excellent.
When we were on this desk last year, they took Quinshon Judkins, the running back. You go and you look at Quinshon Judkins' just raw stats, they're terrible. Brown's going to block anybody. You look at the advanced stats, he was like a great running back. He was creating so much yards after contact. Fannin, they took in the third round while we were here. Unique tight end, movement piece, and now these double wide receivers.
Carson Schwarzenegger, too.
Defensively.
Oh, my God. Mason Graham.
Yeah, and meanwhile now
Simpson.
they've got 4 new starters on the offensive line across free agency and the draft yesterday as well with Spencer Fano. The entire Cleveland offense has been retooled over the last 2 drafts. You have an opportunity if you're Shedeur Sanders to win that job. But if you don't, in 2027, this is wonderful bedrock. This is developmental foundation for that very loaded 2027 quarterback.
You got a head coach that can flat out call plays.
Todd's good at his job,
He can flat call plays. And I don't want to say it doesn't matter who his quarterback is, but you start giving him these kind of toys that we're talking about, they're going to find ways to move the football.
It is amazing. Browns and the Raiders moving in the right direction. R. Mason Thomas,
Let's go.
Cole, just went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Tell us about R. Mason Thomas.
He almost fits in that George Karlaftis role, like a little bit bigger, beefier edge guy, but can bring some twitch with it. I thought he was the most heavy-handed edge player defender in the SEC last year. But this is going to take me into a conversation I think that we're going to start having through round 2 and 3, and it's going to be football player. The measurables, you can have the arm length, you can have the height, you can have the weight. Give me a guy who makes plays. R. Mason Thomas makes plays. He makes life hell on quarterbacks. He can set the edge in the run game. He's not afraid to fight through double teams. Now, this was probably the defense with the highest rate of movement in college football, at least in the SEC, outside of the Texas game, and for whatever reason, they decided to be completely stagnant in that game. But this young man did not just take advantage of that. He can win one-on-ones. He can be on the move. He can go down inside. He can live off the edge with quickness or power. And just bottom line, guys, he is a friggin' football player. And if I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan, I'm happy with what we got just from that perspective right there.
Without question, and we just saw another edge go in Cassius Howell from A&M to the Cincinnati Bengals, and we know that they have been trying to fix that defensive line for years now.
Yeah.
Do we like the fit on that one? I know you've got experience with Howell too, Cole.
A little different style player. I would like for there to be a little bit more length with how he's going to play in the NFL. He's going to get you a little bit more with that bend right there. You see the dip and rip. Now, that's against one of the worst pass-protecting offensive lines in the SEC right there. But he didn't just do it against them. Great flexibility. The motor and energy is off the charts when it's going. I do think because of situationally, I can't wait to talk to Coach Elko about this a little bit later, when he didn't think he was going to be in a good spot to make a play, you did see him kind of calm down, slow down just a little bit. But when he thought he had an opportunity based on who he was against or what was called, there was a more likely rate he was going to get to the quarterback than maybe anybody else in the SEC.
Yeah, your favorite offensive lineman in this draft, Francis Mauigoa, was asked in the pre-draft process who's the toughest guy you face. You know what he said? Cassius Howell, right? And that's because Howell's first step is wicked. I mean,
he gets off the ball.
He boys out the gates, right? 1, 5, 10-yard split, he's going. Now, Howell is a historically stubby edge rusher at the NFL Combine. He measured 30.25-inch arms. The Combine's been kind of weird for arm length. He had 31 inches at the Pro Day. I don't think he grew. I think they used the measuring tape a little different. But in general, we have a player who has to win with the first step. He has to win a little bit in space because once you engage with him, you're able to a little bit swallow him up, these bigger tackles in the NFL. So you're looking at the Bengals, you're looking at Al Golden's the DC there. He comes from a college background, Notre Dame. They're going to use him in very wide alignments. They're going to drop him ever so often, and he'll be situational for them, right? They had a Boye Mafe in free agency this year out of Seattle, 262. 34-inch arms. That's going to be the guy who's more like every down for them against tackle, and then Howell will be a little bit more the speed pitch, the designated pass rusher in that defense.
Here's the difference in what we're going to talk about, too. Let's take Reuben Bain, R. Mason Thomas, two other guys that we're not going to compare them as to the exact type players they are, but because those two might have a little bit shorter arms, it's what they do against the run, what they do with their hands, what they do with physicality. Cassius Howell doesn't really bring that.
I agree.
He wins in different ways. But because he's minus a little bit of length, what he offers you is he forces you to block different areas of him. That's where that flexibility pays in. Reuben Bain can't get down as low as quickly as Cassius Howell can. Neither can R. Mason Thomas. It's not that either can bend, but you're talking about Cassius Howell's almost Gumby out there playing defensive end. I mean, his face mask is 5-6 inches from the ground when he's dipping and ripping around the edge. So he can put tackles in predicaments that some of the other guys that have been drafted ahead of him cannot. And that's what I think he's going to have to master in the NFL if he's going to continue to play at a high level.
There's also a theme in Cincinnati, right? They understand that the front seven, particularly that defensive line, has to be better. Well, look at all the guys they brought in.
You got some protection inside now.
Boye Mafe, Jonathan Allen, you went and traded for Dexter Lawrence. And then now you get a Cassius Howell. Remember, they took Shamar Stewart a season ago. So that's a theme in Cincinnati. They understand that hey, offensively, we're fine. We're set. We have Joe Burrow. We have Jamar Chase. We have T. Higgins. We have these guys. Hey, we're good. Defensively, we have to be better. What's the best way to get better? Defensive line.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen reports, it seems, that there might be a breaking point after this year if something just doesn't turn.
I don't think it's a might.
For this team.
Yeah.
If it ends up the way it has the last few years in Cincinnati, I think Joe Burrow is going to be very vocal about some things.
When you trade a first-round pick for a defensive tackle, for as much as I love Dexter Lawrence, when you trade a first-round pick for a defensive tackle who's on his third contract, who had a major elbow injury, you're saying, we're a little desperate here, right? We're going to trade high capital for a player who's got some red flags because we just need the bulk. We need the spark on defense right now. Howell is spark plug, right? He is a guy who, when he gets sacks, they're going to be within 2 seconds of the snap, right? He's going to be on the quarterback fast. That's going to protect your secondary a little bit more. So they've invested a ton there in that defensive line. It's on Al Golden to make it work, and it's also on Joe Burrow to stay healthy if it does work, right? Because you can't finally fix the defense and have it be Joe Flacco and Jake Browning again for another season.
I got a question just for you, Ben, quickly. What is the Shamar Stewart situation? Is that because it's a lot, it feels like. And I loved a lot of his film at A&M. When he turned it on. But he's somebody who can help. It just feels like there's some uncertainty if that's going to happen.
Shamar Stewart was drinking through a fire hose in year one. I mean, you could see him thinking on the field, right? It takes slow to react to a lot of stuff. They were trying to really simplify his role, but running games, teams would leave him unblocked because they knew that they could get him in space. They knew they could get him thinking. So you understood when you drafted Stewart, 17 overall last year, despite low TFL production, low sack production, that this was going to be a moldable piece of clay. This was going to be a guy about 2 years down the road and 3 years down the road, more so than in year one. So Stewart and now Howell, these we expect to be our young edges of the future. It's between the two of them to fill that spot opposite Mafe that was filled in free agency. So Stewart, this Howell pick is a bit of a communication to Stewart. Put up or shut up, right? There's somebody coming for your job right now in 26.
And EJ, we're talking a lot of perspective in the context of this really fast.
Sure.
From the perspective of Joe Burrow, if you are Joe Burrow, like, take us inside his mind and you're watching all this going on. Obviously, part of this is he does need to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But what, from his perspective, again, just looking at everything that Cincinnati's been doing, where is his perspective?
Well, so the way I would look at it, I can't speak for Joe here, but I would say sometimes a quarterback's best friend is not just an offensive line, it's also a defense, right? Where you can get multiple opportunities with the football, you can get some short fields, especially if you got guys like Cassius Howe wreaking havoc, you get Shamar Stewart to start playing better. So I would imagine Joe's having conversations with the GM, the head coach, making sure, hey, what's the plan here? Just because you still got to make sure QB1 feels comfortable in the situation. And you make a good point. When you trade a first-round pick for Dexter Lawrence, and Dexter is a very good player.
So good.
But he's older, right? And maybe you could have used that first-round pick for some more firepower to give Joe Burrow, maybe more protection for Joe Burrow so he's not injured. But I would imagine Cincinnati Bengals know what they're doing. They know who they have in their quarterback. They're going to still make some moves to make sure he feels comfortable moving forward.
I would say this, over the last few years, the difference in just from my perspective, in the Cincinnati Bengals and the Philadelphia Eagles is that the Philadelphia Eagles have hit on their defensive guys that they picked in the draft.
Yeah. And it's funny.
And what did they have in that Super Bowl? A great pass rush.
There you go.
So, and you said this earlier. I mean, sometimes I think teams have kind of cracked that code and thought of like, you know what? It's nice to have a sexy receiver and a big arm quarterback. If we can't stop nobody on defense, we can score 40 points, but then we give up 41 and we lose the game.
Can't run from the trenches, man.
Absolutely.
Like that's
so,
the thing.
Makes a lot of sense.
What we've seen the last two Super Bowl winners, right? When you see the Seattle Seahawks this past season and the Philadelphia Eagles the prior year. You can't run from the trenches. That's offensively and defensively. If you're not solid in both of those areas, you're not winning a Super Bowl. This is not high school football. This is not junior college football. The trenches is where you win games. That's just my opinion.
Aaron Donald, Rams, Vita Vea, McCoy, Bucks. I mean, it's a theme that's going on almost a decade now of being dominant inside, and maybe on both sides, but specifically on defense.
Yep.
Now, we just heard the chime. The Dolphins pick is in. They went Kaden Proctor and Chris Johnson, the defensive back out of San Diego State. You want to talk about a team that's got stuff to figure out.
Don't ask me to predict this one.
They
got too
better
many
go
needs.
wide receiver.
Yeah, it should be wide out.
We want wide out here.
Oh, they went linebacker. They have
Jacob
gone.
Rodriguez. There you go.
Oh, man.
That's a good pick, though. I like that.
No, I like it, too, but
There are a lot of people in the league who compared Jacob Rodriguez to Jordan Brooks, who's the current first-team All-Pro linebacker they have in Miami in terms of some of the playmaking ability, some of the speed that you're able to get sideline to sideline, the coverage instincts as well. Brooks was a guy who also played at Texas Tech. He was a Red Raider, and in that Big 12 defense, you saw him making special plays in the drops. That got Seattle excited. They took him in round one, and he developed into an impact run defender over his first contract there in the league. Rodriguez has to learn from Brooks. How do you play at 230 pounds in the NFL? How do you avoid some of the contact? How do you slip some of these punches and make impactful plays between the tackles? But if you can get two linebackers like that, the whole gamut of coverages for Jeff Hafley, the new defensive coordinator there, the whole gamut of coverages is available because you don't have that liability sitting there at the linebacker level where offenses say we go four wide, we get the back out in the back, and we'll just dink, 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 dink our way down the field. And so this is adding to a position of strength for a team that had a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah.
So it's tough, but you have to imagine Rodriguez was in a special place up on their board, and they wanted to make him the pick.
poor Malik Willis. Lord have mercy.
Hey,
this pick
sometimes
made
great
you-
defense is a quarterback's best friend now, HD. Keep that in mind.
But who is he throwing to now? Nobody.
might-
This
they
pick
might
made you
address that later.
smile. What about this?
It was honestly Harry's response that made
Okay.
me smile. I think he wanted a receiver so bad. Now, I can't go against this because of what I just brought up a few picks ago, and that is we're about to start getting into these conversations about football players, getting away from measurables, getting away from potential, guys who just make plays. I do think Jacob Rodriguez Ben, is this maybe a little bit of a Kiko Alonso comp for you in that neighborhood?
And that was what Kiko was able to do. Now you're putting me back in my high school years with Kiko Alonso.
I played with Kiko. We got drafted the same
Okay.
year. Yes, sir. That's my guy.
Some of us are old here.
Kiko was undersized, but Kiko was always a guy who was around the football. He was able to, punch out that spot and create turnovers.
Yep.
Again, Jacob Rodriguez had 7 forced fumbles and 4 interceptions last year, 11 turnover plays. He walks out of college top 10 in FBS history for total forced fumbles over the course of his career.
And so listen, I'm not against it, but I will play
fans
devil's.
like it.
I'll play devil's advocate here. And if we were talking about David Bailey, I would offer you up the same conversation. How much do you believe he benefited from that scheme and the havoc that was created by the movement, the looks, the pressures, the design of it that he will not most likely benefit from in the NFL?
So I would say that Bailey benefited from it more than Rodriguez because Rodriguez was the cleanup guy. He was like the eraser, right? You get a lot of stunts, a lot of twists. You have Lee Hunter there eating up the space. But a lot of Rodriguez's reps are pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. There's the ball, right? And he's fitting off the ball. So he does have to make a lot of, we talk about linebackers making plays through contact with one arm, off balance. He's got his nose in a lot of spots. A lot of those forced fumbles are second contact plays. Somebody else has the ball carrier. Now I'm going to go find the football. And so Bailey definitely benefited from it. Rodriguez certainly as well. But I would say Rodriguez was the guy who would make a lot of guys look right because he's that second-level player relative to Bailey.
Yeah, again, I'm not against it, but I think it's a fair conversation to have. Did you benefit from havoc that was created by scheme, and will the scheme match that for you to benefit off from in the NFL?
The Detroit Lions just traded up and selected Derek Moore out of Michigan. That is their second pick, along with Blake Miller, the offensive tackle out of Clemson. EJ, you had a thought.
Well, I wanted to add for Rodriguez quickly. I think his ball production is what makes Coach Hafley want to go and get him. And I remember Hafley when he was at Boston College. I remember playing against his defense and his DBs when he was in Tampa years ago. And he was always a guy that was all about ball production, even when he was at BC with some of those corners, punching the football out, getting interceptions. I think that's probably why they loved Jacob Rodriguez. But this is a great pick here by Detroit. And you already talk about a really good pass rush, right? They already got a great Michigan alum as one of their pass rushers there. But I think this is a guy, Derek Moore, that could set the edge in the run game, but also do a really good job of having an excellent motor coming around that edge and getting after some quarterbacks.
10 sacks last season, 10.5 tackles for loss. My notes for him: size, length, hands, and feet are always connected. More of a pass rusher than a run stopper, in my opinion. But when you have a guy like Aiden Hutchinson, I wouldn't mind those two guys being teamed up with one another. One thing I know about Brad Holmes, I've seen Brad Holmes at a lot of Michigan games this season when we've been there for College Game Day. So definitely, the scouting there is on a top notch, in my opinion, from the front office of the Detroit Lions.
Cole, we got a football player here.
A solid football player. I think he can be versatile enough to play the run well enough in the NFL to be able to hold up. He's got heavy, heavy hands, man.
Yeah.
For a guy that he doesn't make a living playing heavy. It's not what he has to do to win, but he can beat you with his hands and he can beat you by running down the middle.
Yeah, the surprise for me, and Derek Moore is a good ball player. Well, the Lions always go for these guys with 6'4", 260, length. Zion Young out of Missouri is still on the board. And that was the player that really got talked about as the round one dude in this sort of a mold. TJ Parker similarly, but he came off the board. Gabe Backus out of Illinois is still on the board. And that was the guy who was talked about as the round two guy. Moore coming into the draft.
Heavy-handed guy run down the middle of you.
When we get to Gabe Backus, I'll get up and take my shirt off, all right? Like, I love Gabe. But Derek Moore was the guy that was, I think, more expensive.
He ain't going to do that, though.
Hey, I've been lifting. Shut up. Gabe Backus, all right? No, Derek Moore. Derek Moore. Yeah, what's going on with Zion Young?
There you go.
Derek Moore. This is always how Brad Holmes does it, man. There is nobody who likes to stick to his board more than Brad Holmes, right? They took Blake Miller when Monroe Freeling was still on the board. League consensus was Freeling above Miller. Brad Holmes sticks to his music. Now Derek Moore above some of these other edge rushers. Brad trusts his process, man. And the proof of the pudding's in the eating with some of the successful teams the Lions have built over the last few years.
Are we seeing some teams go for highest floor here also? You feel like I feel like there's a couple of guys you're making comps to other players that may have a little bit of a higher ceiling, but the players who are being taken feel like their floors are much higher than the guys that are coming off the board faster that may not have been rated as high.
One thing we're definitely seeing is big schools, right? If you think about, we still have Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who is expected to be an early pick out of Toledo, still on the board. I brought up, obviously we have Missouri and Illinois. There were some of the other guys I brought up, but it's been Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, Christian Miller out of Georgia. We are SEC and Big Ten all the way here through the first half of the second round. And so in a draft where I think the league is pretty tepid on some of these guys, I think you can make an argument, all right, we're going to stick really with the programs we know, with the football caliber that we know, and we'll take our risks a little bit.
Well, Ben, I think EJ and Harry and I can tell you, guys that cover college football on a little bit more regular basis, they ain't at the small schools anymore.
Right.
Because all the big schools are coming and grabbing them. So there's just not many of those guys out there anymore.
It's not, and honestly, and it's funny because obviously we're going to be seeing a lot of Indiana guys called, until this thing is over. A lot of it now is truly it's about who's developing. I mean, a lot of the guys that were getting the real snaps for that Indiana team, watched them playing for JMU against Marshall 2 years ago.
D'Angelo Pons should go sometime round
right.
two.
And so now you do have, Cole, to your point, a lot of these guys that are now playing Power 4 football, some of them did start at lower ranks, but that development feels more key than ever as opposed to just where your talent can get you.
And you're hearing more and more Power 5 coaches say, I mean, this is not just in football. This is in basketball. This is in baseball. We heard Rick Pitino say, I'm not signing another high school kid.
Yeah.
I want the guys that have, from a basketball perspective, 200, 300, 400 minutes of real basketball. Yep. I've heard multiple Power 5 head coaches tell me, you give me a kid that has 400, 600 snaps of real football, and I get 2 years with him out of a high school kid that's been playing 3A ball and I don't really know what I'm going to get or how long it's going to take for that light to come on. They are starting to head that direction as well.
Yeah, and you have a lot of transfers, but now that I'm looking through it, Denzel Boston signed at Washington. He was behind Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, Rome Odunze. He stayed. R. Mason Thomas, Brett Venables said that he was offered 7 figures to transfer this year. He stayed at Oklahoma. Derek Moore was a 4-year starter at Michigan. So some of these guys we're seeing go early are the loyalists.
Who else,
That's
EJ?
also
Who else stuck around that went in the first round, EJ?
Trying to think.
Stuck around and beat out.
Talk to me.
Got beat out by Jalen Milroe.
Ty Simpson. Yeah,
Right. Another guy stuck around. Everybody's mad at him.
Well, the
He
interesting
stuck
thing
around,
I was
I'm
going
just
to
saying.
add, and I'm glad you mentioned Ty Simpson because he's a good example, but like some of that too, as you think about why certain guys leave, right? Like some coaches are moving on, taking other jobs, or some guys, truthfully, get a bag somewhere else. Like that school that they're at, hey, you know what? This team is trying to match that deal. They're offering me an extra $100,000, whatever it is. But, you know, the guys who do stick around, I just feel like that adage of thinking like you got to be a loyalist and all that stuff, I feel like in college football it's not hitting home as much as it used to. Not saying there's nothing wrong with it.
Sure.
But everyone has different reasons why they do leave.
It is interesting, and obviously everybody's evaluation process is different. I believe Kurt Cignetti is on the record saying he asked for transcripts not because he cares about your grades necessarily, but he wants to see your attendance. Like, do I have an opportunity to build you up? And a lot of these coaches call you guys, and EJ, you guys know this. Coaches will call, hey, what do I need to know about this guy? Right?
Well, care is care. Give a rip is give a rip. You give a rip about your family, you give a rip about your girlfriend, you give a rip about school, you give a rip about practice. The more things you don't care about, the less likely you are to care about more things once you make it to the NFL, and those things are going to help make you into a great player. The developmental piece is also interesting. Let's go back to somebody we talked about earlier tonight, Kaden Proctor. You guys know how many spring practices he's participated in?
Oh, boy.
Not a one.
Yeah, see? Yep.
Because he pulled the transfer to Iowa, skipped spring practice there, conveniently missed it, came back to Bama, didn't have to go through it then the second time around, and he was injured in this last spring. So you start talking about development. These guys that are on the move, like Coach Saban always told us when he talked about transfers, when he was still at Alabama, he said, see, you guys see the name in headlines that started, or you think I lost a starter, and you just think the next guy's plugged in, and we just get somebody else that played football somewhere else. What you don't realize is he doesn't know our verbiage. He doesn't know the names of our schemes. He doesn't even know how to go through our practice. He doesn't know where the DBs line up in practice. We have to spend a whole day teaching them the drills that we're going to go through in practice. They don't know where the buildings are on campus. They don't know where the locker room is, the weight room is. They don't know how we watch film, what to watch for when we watch film. These take days, weeks, months for guys to get acclimated. So we just think, oh, Harry's a good receiver. He comes in here, we plug him in, we go, everything is great. It doesn't. Here's the thing that I try to tell people about transfers. It doesn't always just work. We like to think it's just going to work.
Yeah.
That's not the reality of football. That's why we love these conversations with the draft. This kid was great in college. He was dominant in college. It's not just going to work in the NFL, and we're seeing that kind of in college now with just because you change scenery doesn't always mean it's going to be a net positive, really, for either side, to be honest with you.
No, without question. I'm going to send these two over to the monitor over there because we are going to have a special guest here in just a second. But let's stay with me here, Cole. You and I are going to talk about Zion Young, while those two, we're going to talk to Mario Cristobal here in just a second. But what are the Ravens getting in Zion Young?
A guy with a tremendous motor. And I'll tell you a quick story about Zion Young. I was on sideline for the Auburn-Missouri game, and the game goes to overtime. And I don't really mean to call a guy out, but two of the captains that were at midfield, one went it in the first round, and one just went off the board to the Ravens. One sat there and told the other team what he was going to do to him in overtime. For the entire time they sat there at that coin flip, that was Zion Young. And you know what he did, Harry? He went out there and he did it.
Yeah.
And he dominated that offensive line, and he got in the backfield. He made a couple of sacks, heavy-handed, quick. I think he's flexible enough to live in the NFL off the edge. He's not afraid to play the run. I think he's a heck of a football player. I just love his engine. I love his motor.
Yeah.
And yeah, he talks a little bit, he chirps some, but he usually backs it up as well.
100%. And I mean, you know, and we've both covered this Missouri team a couple of times over the last few years, you more than I. But just knowing what Eli Drinkwitz and that staff, man, and how they coach these guys up and how tough that line has been.
Their front seven has been nasty.
Just
There's going to be a couple
absolutely
more that come
nasty.
off the board. We're going to talk about Trotter at linebacker is going to come off the board. A
There you
couple
go.
interior D linemen are going to come off the board. They got guys, and they've had guys the last few years. I don't know if some of the reps or plays by other teammates he has maybe takes a little bit of the shine away, but
Yeah.
he feels like a Raven. Heavy-handed, can get gritty. Even though he plays on the edge, he's not afraid to put his hand in today and get a little bit gritty out there on the edge. I love this pick for Baltimore. Listen, I grew up a Steelers fan, so
Yeah.
I hate seeing Baltimore make great picks. This is one as a Steelers fan I would not enjoy, to be honest with you.
No, it's a great pick, and Trotter just went to the Buccaneers, as you said. But let's go over to the guys who are with Mario Cristobal, guys.
Thank you so much, Coach Cristobal, for joining us here on set. Miami Hurricanes had a nice round one. Coach, first thing I'd like to ask you about Ruben Bain. When I'm talking to NFL scouts this year, they said, man, Bain in the regular season, we weren't sure, we don't know. And then that playoff, he just lit up. He became so productive. What was the light bulb that turned on for Bain?
If you study his film, that's what he is, and he is that all the time. And I go always back to, once you come by and check out practice when him and Francis and Markel Bell are going at it, throwing Akeem Mesidor in there as well, over on Green Tree Practice Field at Jurassic Park every day.
So, Coach, EJ Manuel here. First off, congratulations on the season. Also, congratulations on now seeing your young men who you brought in, like a Ruben Bain, like a CC Mauigoa, going off into the first round. I wanted to ask you about Francis Mauigoa, Coach. And look, you've coached offensive line for a long time. You played offensive line at Miami. How have you just seen the growth in him from when he came from IMG out of high school to now going into the NFL?
Well, you know, when we printed on his high school tape, immediately it's one of those guys where you say, you got to have that guy because he's going to make an instant impact. And, you know, these guys, when they come out of high school, I mean, there usually takes some assembly required, like some of those toys that you receive at Christmas time. But this guy had all the parts, had all the pieces. And all he wanted was to be pointed in the right direction and work on technique, fundamentals, strength and conditioning, nutrition. And, man, he gobbled it all up. Exceptional human being, elite teammate, unbelievably hard worker. I mean, he's exactly what you want leading your football team.
Coach Harry Douglas here. I want to ask you about one of my favorite players in the draft on defense. You go to your secondary this past season, Keionte Scott. I love the versatility of this player. He's fast, he's rangy, can do a multiplicity of different things, can line up on the edge. We've seen him have that big interception, return for a touchdown versus Ohio State. What are your thoughts and what do you think Keionte Scott is going to be able to provide for an NFL team?
Keionte Scott, in my opinion, is a must-have guy for a championship team on a championship run. And I'll tell you why, is besides his skill set, and you guys saw him run 4.3, you know, on Pro Day. But the guy, did he just get drafted? Am I looking at something right? Okay, anyways, I'm sorry. But he is a guy that just consistently just changes the mood of the building. I mean, he changed the locker room inside and out with his demeanor, with his approach to the game, was a great example for the young guys. And look, this guy, no matter how banged up he was, he just went, okay? And he is a guy that, to me, he's one of my favorite players of all time, anywhere I've been. He's just a badass son of a gun.
Coach, I want to hit you on your quarterback, Carson Beck, and I would assume he's going to get picked today, Coach. In fact, he's my next quarterback to be taken off the board. But based off what you saw and what you heard, and even when you met Carson, because again, transfer portal, you meet these guys for a week, 2 weeks, you really can't get to know them, versus a full year, a full season of going to war together. What is the NFL team getting from Carson Beck?
An absolute stud, because he is what, you know, you'd want your quarterback. He's an elite competitor. He's extremely smart. I mean, super football IQ, but a great just normal IQ, great decision maker. He's a guy that, you know, in the locker room is very well liked because of his work ethic. He's going to bring his best on a daily basis. He makes practice fun. He's always going out of his way to just help his teammates get better. He's about positive impact, and he has absolutely zero interest in personal accolades and accomplishments, man. He just wants to win. And I'll tell you what, it's, if you put him on the board and in the film room and you take him out to practice and install your schemes, you'd be hard-pressed to find a smarter, a tougher, a more resilient guy than him. He's been through a lot now, as you guys know. Yep. And, I mean, he did wonders for us, was a great player, and was a big reason why we went on the run that we did.
Coach, you brought up the practice reps between Mauigoa and Bain. We also have Akeem Mesidor and then Markel Bell, who we expect to go at some point today. What was it like watching those guys on the practice field? And for Bell specifically, how does he benefit from going against those two elite rushers and then also playing opposite an NFL first-round pick?
Well, it's like the old school days at Miami. It was always about your toughest competition, your toughest game should happen throughout the course of the week. And I think at those positions, that was the reality. Every single day, they seeked each other out. You know, they sought each other out all the time. They were completely intent on perfecting their craft by going good on good at every opportunity. I'm talking about one-on-ones, 2-on-2, 5-on-4, team settings, team pass, team run, everything. And that over time, man, that just pays off. All those repetitions just added up into guys really sharpening up their skills. And iron sharpens iron became a real thing on Green Tree.
Coach, I want our listeners and our viewers to know and hear it from a head coach that has had a lot of success at the collegiate level. Why is it important to make sure that your trenches on your offensive line and your defensive line is solidified no matter what the level is of football?
Tackle football, man. This ain't 7-on-7. You know,
Yes, sir.
it's. I mean, mass kicks ass, and at the end of the day, if you can't control the line of scrimmage on both sides, you're going to be hard pressed to be able to move the football consistently. And there's no easier way to gut and demoralize a team than going right through them. And if your trenches aren't, set up in a certain manner, that's what's going to happen. And we all know that we play football deep into, the end of fall, and then as you begin winter, you've got to be able to handle things up front as it gets harder and harder to pass the ball, to make chunk plays in the passing game unless you're playing indoors. So I think all in all, you want those guys leading you off the bus. Always, don't get me wrong, I love the skill guys. I'm all about them too. But the big boys got to lead, and certainly in our organization, they do.
Coach, thanks for your time. Wish you nothing but success down there in Coral Gables for your Hurricanes. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate you guys for having me. Go Canes.
Great. Let's go. Here on day 2, we saw Zion Young and Josiah Trotter, and Cole Cubelic, ladies and gentlemen, got very excited for Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama. But as excited as Cole was, guys, you won't believe it. Ben ran back over to the board. Ben, why don't you tell us a little bit about Jeremy Bernard?
Well, I'm going to start with why Cole likes him so much. I'm just inferring here, but maybe it's the blocking willingness. Maybe it's the fact that he dents a face mask. He's going to get dirty in the running game, baby. We are Jeremy Bernard brought in here close to the line of scrimmage. They put him in Puka Nacua alignments, in Cooper Kupp alignments, because they believe that he can matter in the running game. We're going to pull multiple guards as we run here into the boundary, and we're going to ask Bernard to crack down on a linebacker out of Oklahoma. There is technique, there is willingness, and there is physicality. Look at the stopping power. He puts him into the turf. Not all the way into the turf. He gets close for a wide receiver. This is the sort of thing that's going to get you snaps in the NFL. He's joining the Steelers. DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman. You want to play those guys on the outside, so you get to play Jeremy Bernard in the slot, but your slot receivers in the NFL, they need to be able to do things like this. This is effort, this is toughness, this matters on an NFL field. Now, okay, that's me and Cole getting our rocks off, man, getting our jollies off. We love the physicality, but wide receivers need to be able to play football, they need to be able to catch some passes. This is 2024, Cole, against Georgia. This was an unbelievable game, and Alabama just scored a touchdown to go up 5. They want to take this thing up 7, so they're going to go for a 2-point conversion. They spread it out 5 wide, so that way they can get Jeremy Bernard alone against future first-round pick Malachi Starks. This play is called for him. It's going to look like stick, and then it's going to nod back to the deep part of the end zone. Watch this route from Jeremy. Watch him take him and then whip him back the other direction in a clutch moment against a rival late in the fourth quarter, and then inform him, as is always important, that he just lost that rep for you. Last but not least for you, Cole, you saw him with Ty Simpson this year in 2025 run a lot of deep in-breaking routes. I brought up Puka Nacua. I brought up Cooper Kupp. This is after whom he models his game. So we're here now. We're in motion, and we are moving to the top of the screen. There's going to be late movement here from Vanderbilt, and this corner is going to end up in a little catch man position. Bernard's got to be able to get through him. Don't let him reroute you, and then still get to the in-breaking route on time. So this is about being quarterback friendly. It's about understanding, I know what Simpson's timing is. I got to be at this spot by this moment, no matter what this guy does to me. So Bernard's going to get to his position, late movement, and then a little release move right there. Fight through the physicality, and then this is what I love about him. I was talking with him about this when we were watching film together. Watch him snap his head back to the football off of this route. Watch how quickly the helmet turns and gets to the quarterback, so you can identify the throw a little bit high, but I'll make that catch for you, Ty. I'll make you right. Jeremy Bernard is a quarterback's best friend. He's an offensive coordinator's best friend because he blocks, he runs great routes, he catches the football reliably.
Is that it? Because I saw him throw the football.
Yes, he did.
On a couple fourth down
Against
conversions this
Georgia.
year. I saw him line up at running back this year and run routes and almost be handed the football. You said when you finished showing him blocking, wide receivers also need to do what? Play football.
Absolutely.
This guy is the epitome of football player. Now, I just told you a few moments ago I grew up a Steelers fan. A lot of times people will say, who's your favorite Steeler of all time? They expect me to say Kevin Green, Greg Lloyd, Rod Woodson, Troy Polamalu. I have a scary comp for this guy.
Yeah, I know who you're going to say.
You might be a little too young, and I have 2 for you. One is Hines Ward, my favorite Steeler of all time. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best to ever do it. My other is Anquan Bolden. who I think is one of the toughest receivers of all time. You mentioned going across the middle of the field. Jeremy Bernard is not afraid of that. He is not afraid of contact. Ben showed you he's not afraid to block. He is a Swiss Army knife utility player. Do it all for your offense. But I'm going to give you a quick story time here, okay? We're meeting with Kalen DeBoer before the season. I go watch preseason camp. I want to see what Alabama's all about, what they're going to look like this year. We start talking about different players. A different player came up, and Coach DeBoer said, yeah, he's one of our captains this year. And I said, oh, okay, cool. Who else going to be captains? I said, let me guess, Parker, Brailsford, Jeremy. And he goes, no, Jordan doesn't need to be a captain. He said, I didn't do that. He said, number one, he already does all that stuff. Everything that needs to be done as a captain, he already handles that, and he doesn't need the title.
It's big.
You think about all these guys going from place to place. As EJ mentioned earlier, they want the bag, they want the different things. Kalen DeBoer sat there, eye to eye, face to face, told me, Jeremy Bernard doesn't need that title. He's going to go do all these things, captain, no captain, leader, no leader, doesn't matter what happens. You're getting that guy every single day. And I think the Steelers just hit an absolute home run.
He's such a Steelers receiver, Harry.
No
he
doubt.
does everything
No
with
doubt.
physicality. He does it so well.
It's a great pick, and it's very appropriate given the draft, as you see here over Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is day 2, and Harry Douglas just got very, very excited, as did I, if I'm being quiet, because Avieon Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson, he's going to play with his brother, Harry Douglas.
Is he a Falcon?
Well, the reason why I love
So
this,
cool.
number one, God works in mysterious ways. And A.J. Terrell, I love him as a football player. The Falcons paid him a lot of money. But for the Atlanta Falcons to draft Avieon Terrell in the second round, you're getting a first-round value at the cornerback position, a guy that can play man coverage, zone coverage, very confident in everything that he does. Forced 8 fumbles the last 2 seasons and also had 21 pass deflections the last 2 seasons. This is unbelievable. The high school that both of these guys went to, Westlake High School, has produced nothing but straight ballers. Cam Newton, Adam Pac-Man Jones. You see these 2 young men as well. Raven Johnson, who played for South Carolina women's basketball, and her teammate. Both of those women were able to go to South Carolina. Westlake High School is just on another level. Straight A.J. Moye back in the day that played basketball at Indiana University.
That's right.
Man, Westlake High School, they're producing products. But I'm so excited because I know how it is to have a brother that plays a professional sport, and we played opposite sports. But for these 2 guys
So cool.
to be able to play in the same city where they grew up, in the same position room,
I couldn't imagine,
It's
man.
everything.
I mean, because we're both from Atlanta. Could you imagine doing such a thing?
that's something I would never would have thought of happening.
No.
And I'm kind of lost for words because I know A.J. Terrell personally and how hard he works and his attention to detail and what he means to the community of the city of Atlanta and Georgia overall.
Yeah.
And to have your little brother there that you can bring along the way and show the ropes. Listen, I'm pretty sure Avieon Terrell, his role model is his brother A.J. Terrell.
So Mark Ramondi, our Falcons
Unbelievable.
writer, wrote a story about them early April about he brought him along, and they said when A.J. would go to football practice, Avieon would be crying because he wanted to go with him, and he would put on the helmet, put on the pads, too big for him, right? He would try to follow his brother out there. They have to stop him, get on the field. He's crying, he's weeping, Dad, let me out there. He has been following his brother every single step of the way, man. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It really is.
Yeah, he's one of those corners, too, that when you watch him on tape, obviously once you play against him, you respect him because he's so smooth in his movements and his back pedals and then his ability to come out and break on footballs. He does a great job of playing through the hands. And it's funny because Clemson has so many good, talented players.
Oh, yeah.
And not to necessarily go back into their season, how they didn't win certain
I know
games.
where
and all
you're
this kind
coming
of
from,
stuff.
though.
But this dude is different. He was one of those kind of guys you could basically split the field in half and just let Avieon do his thing. So, like you mentioned, the fact that now he's going to be playing and learning under his older brother, that's going to be amazing. But I tell you what, the Falcons really got a good piece here for the future in Avieon Terrell. I think that's still first-round value in the second round.
It feels like all the pieces have been there, HD, and I think that is what has made partially the last couple of seasons so frustrating, is because there is so much potential, so much raw, young talent on this roster. I mean, again, this feels great, and I think he's going to be an incredible part of this defense and an incredible part of this team. Hopefully, Kevin Stefanski can sort of help this team really get everything out of this talent.
Well, the best thing that I feel like personally that the Atlanta Falcons have done has allowed Matt Ryan to come back and be in the front office and orchestrate some things, right? And then it goes to the general manager and then to head coach Kevin Stefanski. But talent has been on this roster for years on top of years. And you see on the offensive side of the ball, when you have a Bijan Robinson, a Drake London, a Kyle Pitts, I think the quarterback position has kind of like held that up, in my opinion. That's why you go get Tua for $1.2 $1.3 million. You don't need a superstar at the quarterback position in Atlanta. You either got to play point guard and remain healthy.
Consistent,
That's all you need. Defensively, I thought they made major strides. Now, you're kind of disappointed right now with the James Pierce situation.
Sure.
But we're going to see how that plays out. But Jalen Walker, being able to get that guy, they got another one in Billy Bowman, who played their nickel last year, who got injured.
So Terrell's
He's going to be
play
coming back
the outside because Bowman's there in the nickel, and they kept the same defensive coordinator, right? This is a big deal. Kevin Stefanski got that job and kept Jeff Ulbrich as DC, right? Not something you see very often in the NFL. New head coach comes in, he wants to go get his guy. He said Ulbrich did such good work with this defense last year. He let him, retain control of that unit, and you're going to see this secondary get rounded out into form.
Xavier Watts too last year, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I think Xavier Watts was a steal of the 2025 NFL draft, in my opinion.
Got Jesse Bates back there, man. This is
So
secondary.
so let's open the conversation up NFC South. Obviously, we still got a lot of drafts to go here.
Let's talk about the next pick.
Yeah,
before
Panthers
we have
just
that
picked.
conversation.
This is Cole's guy. This is Cole's guy.
That's the team that I'm worried about in the NFC South.
100%.
Is the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
What they did in free agency, they went and got the number one off-ball linebacker. They went and got, what's the guy that
So they got Devin Lloyd and Jalen
Devin
Phillips,
Lloyd,
the edge rusher
Jalen
of the
Phillips.
Eagles. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Well, so you mentioned Lee Hunter.
Yes, who I think can be an absolute destructive force at defensive tackle. He's not as girthy, as big as Derek Brown is going to be, and Derek Brown's going to have similar quickness. But this young man, if you want him to shoot gaps, you want him to be on the move, he can be a problem very consistently, and he can strike and shed at the same time. It's not just that movement that does it. He can win with hands. He's got good technique. He's a Mobile kid, so defensive linemen from Mobile, they usually end up dominating. Think Quentin Williams and a couple other guys that have come out of there over the years. I think putting him next to Derek Brown, with a guy who's from the same state, who understands how to get things done, this is going to be an interior defensive line. Remember last year, you go get Nick Scorton, you address the edge a little bit. You go get secondary help. You go finally get a weapon on the perimeter in Tetior McMillan for Bryce Young to maybe take a step. You really have to like what the Panthers have put together the last 2 years. But now those two inside, that's going to free up a lot for the rest of that defense, in my opinion.
So one of the things that I have really enjoyed about calling, NFL games on ESPN Radio with Steve Levy is talking to these coaches, Dave Canales, and understanding where they come from their plan and their perspective and why they pick players and what do they think about them moving forward. And I had a chance to talk to owner David Tepper as well. He said, man, if we can make the playoffs in 2025, I think it'll be great for our young players. But now in 2026, it's all about building off of what you were able to sustain in 25, and those young players continue to ascend. I believe in the coaching staff in Carolina. They're doing wonderful things right now with that organization.
There is just a ton of potential. And speaking of potential, we've talked about the picks that the Jets have made. How can they continue to further capitalize, on what they've already built so far in this draft?
Well, they'll take D'Angelo Pons, the
Well,
cornerback.
that's a good one.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely. It came on the board right for me, nice and
That's a
easy.
great one.
That Pons is one of my touchscreen players. We got like 19 of my touchscreen players coming these
Look at
last
this
few
guy,
drafts.
all excited.
But Pons, man, 5'8", $180. You can't play at the FBS level. You can't play at the Big Ten. You can't play in the national championship. D'Angelo Pons don't give a hoot, man. He was a freshman All-American at JMU. He transfers up with Kirk Cignetti, and he plays with a degree of urgency, a degree of quickness, and a degree of physicality that really is quite special. For a guy to work at this size, even at the Big Ten level, let alone the NFL level, you have to have unique football intelligence, and you have to have that unreal quickness at that size. That is for certain D'Angelo Pons. Now, he goes to the Jets, who already have themselves a little bit of a nickel corner there in Jarvis Brownlee. That was a trade acquisition for them. I bet you they give a chance at D'Angelo Pons starting on the outside. You know who else was an undersized corner, came out, was successful in the NFL? His name was Aaron Glad.
Hello.
He had a real good career. Now, we're talking D'Angelo Pons plays here. You saw this one on the highlight reel. He's in this position here, and we're going to end up with him rotating. He's not in that position. He is in this position right here. He's playing corner, and we're going to end up rolling to too high. So this safety is going to work down into the hole, and then we're going to end up with two deep half players. Pons gets put in a bind. He gets put in a bind because we get two vertical routes headed to him, right? We get this climber from the receiver and then the wheel from the tight end. And this feels like a good call for Miami, right? Pons is going to be gaining width to the middle of the field. Let's have Carson Beck loop this ball there to the sideline, get ourselves an explosive play. But all 180 pounds of D'Angelo Pons plays with physicality, hitting the catch point here. Big tight end as well, but watch him recognize it. Watch how easily he sees it. And we talk about splitting 1 and 2. split in these 2 vertical routes, be halfway through each one so you can play both of them. He's got the spatial awareness, the play recognition, and then the willingness to hit to create a pass breakup on what otherwise would have been a big play.
This was a pivotal play in this ball game, and what I love about D'Angelo Pons, give me a player that just the way I draw it up on the board, I don't need you to play like that. I need you to be instinctive. This is called instincts. Playing and doing something out of the ordinary of what coaches are asking you to do. This is a 2-for-1. This should be a completion. But because you have a smart football player right here in D'Angelo Pons, and he can recognize what's going on, it's the reason why he's a national champion and why he just went in the second round.
Absolutely. So D'Angelo Pons, again, a guy who is sized like a nickel, but I would not be surprised, knowing Glenn's history and knowing what they have there at the Jets, that he ends up as starting outside cornerback at all 5'8" in the NFL.
And you will never have a hard time trying to convince me that a guy that has developed over his career, like D'Angelo Pons has, is worth taking. Great pick by them.
That's a good meme.
There you go.
That's a good meme.
The Spider-Man meme. Aaron Glenn taking D'Angelo Pons. Ben, you called it. Someone else saw it just like you did. And as we see, Jake Golday just went to the Vikings as well, the linebacker.
Oh, that's a really cool pick, actually.
Out of Cincinnati. What makes it cool?
Because he's an ex-defensive end who now plays off-ball linebacker.
Yep.
He is 6'4", right? And he has true sideline-to-sideline range, one of the best jumps at the combine for all off-ball linebackers. Brian Flores, all he wants to do is get to that 3rd and long where he can put 7 dudes on the line of scrimmage and then just flip the double bird to the opposing offensive coordinator. Right? You figure this out. And so what Golday gives you, Golday was a really dynamic blitzer for the Bearcats because he has the defensive end background. He's getting more comfortable in coverage, but because Flores does such unique things, you don't really need him to be a great hook dropper at this stage. You just kind of need him to be this sort of a body who can fly around, who has a lot of length to get into passing windows. There were times watching Golday where he reminded me of Andrew Van Ginkel.
Okay.
A pass rusher who was out of Wisconsin, signed with the Dolphins, and then he went to the Vikings following Brian Flores. You see there, the pass rush moves still exist, man. So you're going to see a hybrid on-ball, off-ball player. This is not a position for which they had desperate need, but it is a really, really good scheme fit for what Flores does.
Golday and Caleb Banks for the Vikings, Cole. What do we like about that combination
I'm
there?
just going to tell you right now,
What's the vision?
I kind of bragged on Hunter a few moments ago there where he came off the board.
Yeah.
And this is a big if Caleb Banks is healthy, he could end up being the steal of this draft.
Yes, sir.
There was not a more destructive force consistently on the defensive side of the football in college football than when Caleb Banks was healthy. 88 absolutely wrecked shop, and you're talking about elite size and quickness when he's on the field. He can be a guy that dominates in the NFL. He's just got to be on the field.
Yeah.
That's it. Availability is your best ability, and he was not available enough for Florida, but I do think the ceiling was worth the selection.
Now, EJ, for the Vikings, obviously, they brought in Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
It feels like a good situation for him to come into. I mean, what are your sort of thoughts at what Minnesota's got going on in their path?
They still have McCarthy on that team too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd be very curious to see what Coach O'Connell wants to do in the offseason as far as who he's going to have as a starter. And obviously, some of that is predicated based off how much they paid Kyler Murray. But ultimately, I think this is still a team, and you guys made some good points about Golday. You know, that position, especially when you have a Brian Flores defense, it is so hard to set protections because you have no idea where the actual pressure's coming from. And then you mix in a Golday who is really 6'5" in a DN's body, but technically he's a linebacker. So now, if I got my running back, let's say I just slide everybody to the left, and my running back's going to take the edge, and it happens to be Golday. Dude's 6'5", 245, 250
big dimensional
pounds,
advantage.
coming with a full head of steam. So I think that's a great pick. But as far as the quarterback situation, I would imagine coach is going to just make the best decision, whichever guy can just help you win. And you made a good point too. Quarterback, you just got to play point guard. I understand we get enamored with the Josh Allens, and Josh is a superhero.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, they're going to try to build the Buffalo Bills in a way where he doesn't have to be that all the time. If you can be a good point guard on some of these teams that have really, really solid defenses that can get some good pass rush and also create some short fields, that's the key to success in the NFL.
So
today.
that's the thing, in my opinion, that Kyler Murray is going to have to understand going
That's
to
it.
Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you have a Justin Jefferson, you have a Jordan Addison, you have a T.J. Hawkinson, you have the skill position players, and if their offensive line is healthy, not like they were last season because they were not healthy, but if that unit is healthy, you have Aaron Jones coming back as well. All you have to do is make plays and get the ball to those weapons. And when the game asks you to be phenomenal,
That's right.
that's when you be phenomenal. Here's another thing about the Minnesota Vikings. A lot of people don't understand it. They were the third-ranked defense last year. They're adding to their defense.
Yeah.
They easily could have won the division last season if they didn't have incompetent quarterback play.
100%. And I'm very impressed that they're taking this path in this draft because they don't have a GM right now, right? It is an interim GM because of how late they fired Kwesi Adofo-Mensah. Now, usually when a coach is running the draft room, and I know there's an interim GM, but usually when a coach running the draft room, we got trade ups, we're getting sexy positions, like, let's go get ourselves a wide receiver. Like, woo, like, this is a good time. And Dad's not in the house. We're doing stuff. So to stay at the picks they're staying at.
Party time.
And they're going defensive here. You can tell how much cachet Brian Flores has in this building.
Oh, yeah.
Where saying, I need to be able to stop the run better with the interior. Caleb Banks. Oh, Jake Gold, I can use this player in a unique way. So I have admiration for Kevin O'Connell's restraint, for Rob Brzezinski, who's the interim GM there, managing the room, and then Brian Flores. I say it all the time. The number one competitive advantage in the NFL is having a rookie contract quarterback. It's the best in the world. Number two is having Brian Flores coaching your defense, right? And the league doesn't want to hire him because of everything went down in Miami and the lawsuit. The Vikings said, no problem. We'll keep laying out guys.
But Ben, I also think that's a sad situation for Brian Flores because even though he's listed as a defensive coordinator, this is a head coach
He runs
that
the
has
defense.
great insight.
He runs the defense with more autonomy than any other defensive coordinator in the league. They give him a lot of control over this roster. You see it in these picks.
I think at some point or another, everybody's going to continue to see the results that they're getting from Brian Flores and say, hey, we'll do it.
Yep.
We
You saw it.
And I think also, like, for him, it's learning about the mistakes that you made the first time around when you're in Miami, because it's not just one-sided, right? It's both sides of the spectrum in which people have to get better. But I think the second time around, Brian Flores is going to have extreme success, and he's going to be better than the first time.
Now, we talk about quarterbacks sort of playing point guard. It does feel like with certain teams, Vikings being one of them, that they sort of look at the Seahawks or the Broncos and say, oh, well, shoot, if we build this gigantic machine around the guy, we can win a Super Bowl. Like, does it sort of feel like teams are not necessarily not trying to find the Josh Allens, right, or the Patrick Mahomeses, but making sure at least, hey, like, the skeleton is good?
Yeah, listen, everybody who doesn't have a Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes wish they had one. But if you're not going to have one, then $1.3 million for Kyler Murray because the Cardinals are playing the rest of his contract,
100%.
That's his second opportunity there. And so it is an avenue to success. But I promise you, if you ask Kevin O'Connell, give him some truth serum, what would you prefer? No, he'd like the superstar. That's still the best way to do this.
Here's another situation with the Minnesota Vikings. I don't think you can have 2 years in a row. Let's just say Kyler Murray goes out there and he balls out. I don't think you can let Kyler Murray out of that building after you just let go of Sam Darnold and let him go to Seattle.
The Colts didn't let Daniel Jones out the building for 8 good weeks off an Achilles, right? The moment you think you might have a guy, you have to cling to him. Absolutely.
Yeah, Brandon Cisse just went to the Green Bay Packers. Cole, another SEC guy that I'm sure you're familiar with.
Good player. I like his game. Versatile, very high football IQ. You talked to Clayton White about this young man, his defensive coordinator at South Carolina, which is going to force you to be versatile. They're going to do a lot of different things in the secondary. He lives in the facility. I talked to Clayton White this morning, and he said Brandon Cisse texted him today, or actually Clayton White texted him asking him how he was doing, checking in on him. He said, I'm on my way to the facility, going to watch some film. Clayton White said, dude, go relax. Chill out, watch the draft, wait to see until you come off the board. Loves him in transition, said he reads concepts well, said he's good in and out of breaks as far as covering different routes. So I think he's a guy that offers some versatility in the NFL and played in a scheme. We just saw a guy that played in this scheme go win a Super Bowl as a rookie, and Nicky Mulworry.
Yeah.
He's going to be asked to do a lot of different things, and I think that's going to help his transition into the NFL.
EJ, this is the kind of player that a lot of coaches, again, this is not even just a group of 6 thing. This is I wouldn't want to say lower level P4 coaches hate the portal for, but this is another great NC State player. I feel like we've seen a bunch of these over the last few years that Dave Doran's lost to the portal. That again, he for whatever reason goes to South Carolina and continues to develop as a player. Now he's going here in the second round.
Well, it's funny you say that because you look at Fernando Mendoza and even David Bailey. Both those guys were in ACC schools, Cal and Stanford. But either way, Cisse is one of those dudes. KC Concepcion was at
he was another NC State guy.
Well. But the thing with Cisse is he's extremely aggressive, and I think that's one of the things. He will take some chances, but going back to what Cole was saying, he's a student of the game. So when you do see him take some of those risks, it's calculated. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. Now, he also has had some pretty good safety help as well. Jalen Kilgore is going to be a guy that's going to come here in the draft at some point, too. But I just feel like Cisse is one of those guys. He's a good, solid corner. He's one of those dudes you can kind of, again, cut the field in half and let him do his thing.
I thought the deficiency.
Let me say this quickly about South Carolina, and this goes for the head coach and the defensive coordinator. You think about some of these players. Now, Dylan Stewart's going to be a different conversation next year, but you got like the T.J. Sanders. You got a linebacker, Demetrius Knight, that came from Charlotte that they got. They do more with less at South Carolina with transfers, specifically on defense, than maybe any other team in college football. that would give me cachet on this pick as well, just thinking, hey, there's a good chance that we're going to have somebody that is not a likely bust at all.
I'll say also when you look at the Green Bay Packers, the deficiency of their defense was the secondary. And that desperately showed when Michael Parsons got hurt. When he wasn't there to rush the passer, that secondary started to get beat early and often every single game that they played down the stretch.
Yeah, and this is not a Jeff Hafley corner by any stretch. Jeff Hafley liked a little shorter, a little squatter, zone kind of guys, eyes and close and click and close. So he's a guy who can get up on the line of scrimmage and can run, right? They had some slower corners in Green Bay under Hafley. Now it's Jonathan Gannon, who is the ex-head coach with the Cardinals. He comes now, he's the new DC there. And there's, I think, going to be some schematic wind changing that's indicated by the fact that at corner we're pursuing a different body. You're going to see more man coverage. You're going to see more single high. Packers fans will be thrilled because they've been pissed off about this defense for years. There's going to be a little bit of a change schematically.
Without question. And, it appears the Indianapolis Colts didn't get the memo that all Georgia Bulldogs are supposed to go to the Philadelphia Eagles because they just took C.J. Allen. Cole, what do we know about C.J. Allen?
Human missile, basically.
Literally.
If you're going to allow a guy to play sort of see ball, get ball, this is the one that you want to do it. He's almost 230. I feel like he plays 250 when you're watching him on film. Physicality is not going to be a concern. He knows how to get through blocks, get around blocks. Let's be honest, guys. The system that he's playing in, if you don't know how to find the football and you don't attack it with violence, you're not going to be on the field. That's just the reality of it. And they've had guys, Raylan Wilson's going to be the next in line in this position. They're going to have another off-the-ball linebacker go off the board in this draft. You got to have production. And this young man did that, and he did it with physicality. Listen, this is a guy that a year and a half ago pushed a starter to Kentucky because he didn't think he was going to be able to hold on to this position. And the starter that was in place at that time went and started for Mark Stoops at Kentucky. So big-time football player. Love the physicality that he brings to that off-the-ball linebacker position.
Also, the Colts, they lost their leading tackler, Zaire Franklin.
That's right.
He's no longer there, so C.J. Allen's going to be able to fill in that role and be very productive.
The
as a young
linebacker
player.
room in Indianapolis was one of the worst rooms, any position, any unit, any team coming into this draft, right? It was Austin Ajike, it was Akeem Davis-Gaither, and Jalen Carlise. They had nobody with experience. C.J. Allen was a freshman on the scout team, and Kirby Smart wouldn't shut up about him. He wasn't even playing, and he would be talking to reporters about him. This was C.J. Allen didn't test. And Chris Ballard is the GM of the Colts. He only drafts good testers. Look at any Colts draft pick. It's a guy who jumped, a guy who ran, a guy who had length. C.J. Allen is a little bit shorter, a little bit stubbier, and didn't run. You think that those intangibles have to be so special for Chris Ballard to go take you with no testing. This is a testament to how unique of a player he is.
This ain't fair right here.
This is against all the rules.
I'm just going to be honest with you guys right here. You want to talk about some matchup problems for a football team? This guy right here is a 5-star quarterback coming out of high school. This guy's an elite route runner who learned how to run routes after playing quarterback in Mexico State, transfers into Vanderbilt with Diego Pavia. Nobody in the league could match up with him last year. And I don't think they used him enough, to be honest with you. You had the most underrated player in the league at running back who we're going to be talking about in the draft next year. You had Diego Pavia, who's the ultimate magician wizard at quarterback in the offense that he's in. And then you had this guy who you probably could have used, 20, 30% more of the time if you really wanted to force feed him the football. Now, is he a dominant blocker? No. Will he at least get his face mask in there and attempt it somewhat? Yes, he's a former quarterback, EJ, no offense, but he ain't out there trying to block edge defenders. That's not what's going to happen. But I'm just going to tell you now, with all the other weapons and the mobility they have at quarterback, specifically from a power run perspective, Saquon Barkley, if they do hold on to A.J. Brown, I don't know what that situation is going to look like. How are you matching up with the Philadelphia Eagles right now?
Yeah, they drafted a slot receiver at 5'11" and Mekhi Lemon in round 1, and then Eli Stowers lined up at the slot 75% of the time. He's 6'6" and jumps 40. He could jump over Mekhi Lemon. He jumped 45.5 inches at the NFL Combine. So you have two players now that Sean Mannion, the new OC there, can be very, very multiple in how he decides to line them up. Stowers is going to spend a lot of time in the slot year 1 in the NFL as he tries to bulk up a little bit more and then starts to play a little bit more in line. It's exactly what the Eagles did with Dallas Goedert coming out of South Dakota State, where they already had Zach Ertz. They brought Goddard on. You're going to spend a little bit more time outside, not attached to the tackle. You get a little bit bigger. We work on your blocking, and then year 2, year 3, you blossom.
Who's your comp for this guy?
So Mike Gesicki is the most common comp.
Okay.
He came out of Penn State, volleyball background. He also jumped out of the gym.
Stowers a little twitchier, straight line speed a little better, you think?
I think he's more athletic, too.
Yeah. So it's the jumping. And then the other thing about Gesicki and Stowers, both, they address the football extremely well away from the frame. Gesicki had the volleyball background. Stowers, as an ex-quarterback, catching these balls away from his frame, adjusting late, protecting the catch point. You don't usually see guys transition and catch the ball this naturally. And that's why the league was already excited about Stowers before the Combine. and broad jumped 11 foot 3 inches, set tight end records in multiple drills. And so Howie Roseman always loves the elite jumpers, but this makes a lot of sense from a team need perspective, and he is more skilled as a receiver than you'd expect.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going to go. It makes a lot of sense for Philly, especially if they want to attack teams with 12 personnel. And we see 12 being used, 1 running back, 2 tight ends very often. So you really almost have a hybrid receiver here in Stowers. But the fact that he did play quarterback, when I watched him, I feel like he does a good job of kind of settling in zones. And sometimes, throttle down in those little spots. And that's kind of a quarterback thing. Not to say receivers can't naturally have that because HD had it.
But like,
that matters
think like
to
a
him.
quarterback, right?
Absolutely.
You're a former quarterback.
He's going to run in a
Julian
way where he can
Edelman.
stay open, and that's going to help him a lot, certainly in his young career.
I think also
with
pay
the
attention
Eagles.
to the offensive coordinator, man. Sean Mannion, he came from Green Bay under Matt LaFleur. Their number 1 receiver last year was a tight end, Tucker Kraft, until he tore his ACL.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like now he has 2 of them.
Yep, and they liked to be a multi-tight end team, right? They also had Luke Musgrave there, who was a similar player to Stowers in terms of the linear build and some of the explosive movement. They're like this Eagles offense this year, because A.J. Brown is almost certainly not going to be with the team just by virtue of how much they've invested in
I think it's
pass catchers at this point.
99.9%.
Yeah. This is going to be a big year for exploration, experimentation. There's been a lot of ink spilled about Jalen Hurts likes these style of offenses, but he just refuses to do this, and he changes this play. He's been given now a really big diversity of weapons. You already have Devontae Smith, you had Hollywood Brown, Dontavian Wicks, Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers. The Eagles are pushing their chips on Hurts and saying, you've got pass catchers on pass catchers now.
Yep.
We're going to run a more mature passing game with a larger variety of routes. Sean Mannion's going to put you under center a little bit more, and they're expecting him to grow into this position. It remains to be seen what happens at 26.
Let me give you a couple other things on Eli Stowers real quick. I think a lot of people forget with his journey, he's been humbled. Like I said, this is a 5-star quarterback that was coming out of high school. Texas A&M has to go to New Mexico State. And then Tim Beck goes to him and says, how about tight end? At New Mexico State, how about tight end? Because we got this dude named Diego Pavia from junior college that we actually like a little more than you to be able to play quarterback, so he does it. Also keep in mind, Diego Pavia would tell you he was the leader who led Diego.
Yeah,
he was
they're
the guy
roommates.
that kept Diego Pavia in check. Now, Diego's the one that everybody rallies around. He's the one that when he's against you, everybody wants to punch him. When he's on your team, you take a bullet for him. Like that's just who he is. You can love it, you can hate it. He gets everybody going. That's who he is. But Eli Stowers was the one that kept Diego Pavia in line. So just a couple more things to kind of keep in mind there with what he did. You mentioned 12 personnel. It's another thing that offense did a lot of Vanderbilt the last few years.
That's right.
Also, a lot of quarterback read, a lot of quarterback movement, quarterback run. He's used to all the variables that come with that because that's exactly what Vanderbilt's been living on the last 2 years.
He's the academic Heisman. He won the William Campbell as a smart cookie.
Which is a big deal. Now, hearing you guys say all this, and again, when the pick was made, we were all like, oh my gosh. It's almost like he can't keep getting away with it, Howie Roseman. And with every pick that the Eagles have made over the last few years, it almost seems like it has been almost too obvious that it's like, hey, like this absolutely makes sense for what they're trying to do. Like you mentioned Sean Mannion and how he will fit into this. Is there a GM doing it better right now, at least as it pertains to the draft process?
No. I mean, not over the bulk of like 5 years, 10 years when you look at the larger sample, right? I mean, you have, guys who have had great stretches and great moments, but Howie has done this now with multiple quarterbacks where they had Carson Wentz, built around him, won it with Nick Foles, recycled that into Jalen Hurts, developed him out of the second round. Now they're changing their identity a little bit on offense. The Eagles went wide receiver tight end in large part because they have to get cheaper on offense because the whole defense is about to get expensive because he drafted all those suckers, Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Moro Ojomo at all 3 levels, at all 3 days of the draft.
And they just played Jordan Davis.
Right,
Yeah.
and so
Wow.
that's a good problem to have. Okay, we got to pay our whole defense. We drafted them, so now they're looking to get that youth and that cheap youth there on offense. Dallas Goedert's got 1 year left on his deal. Let's go get Eli Stowers in the second round. The position they have not addressed that surprises me is tackle. Because Lane Johnson's coming off another ankle injury. He's 34 going on 35, I want to say. Jordan Mailata is getting a little bit older. Tyler Steen's on a rookie year. We anticipate the Eagles always investing in the offensive line. That's what they've typically done under Howie. I would expect as we get further into day 2, you're going to see the Eagles go offensive line.
I want to add one more thing. It's almost like he's the Predator. Remember the Predator? He had he could turn clear and he meshed in with the forest. He just sits back there and waits. You keep saying, like you said, Harry, how does he do it? He just waits for nobody else to take these players.
Yeah.
Because all the guys, there hasn't been a bust. Yet every player that he takes seems like they're going to be successful, but you have to almost blame the other teams for not removing these guys from the board for him to be able to go take.
And he's going to keep getting away with it. And the Patriots just traded up for Gabe Akis
My
from
guy.
Illinois. Your guy. Well, tell us about your guy here.
Gabe Akis got
There's the details of the trade, by the way.
Yep.
Gabe Akis would smuggle brass knuckles on the field if they let him. I mean, like the way this guy punches, the physicality that he plays with. This is a high school state champion wrestler out of Florida. You can tell in the way he uses his hands. He knows the leverage points. Here's what's crazy about the wrestling. He won, he was in the 220-pound division the first time he won the state title in Florida. The next year he wrestled heavyweight. That's 285-pound division. He weighed 240. He won it states again. Giving up 40 pounds to everybody else in Florida. That's the level of pound for pound strength that we have. Brother, wrestlers in the trenches. I mean, this is what you go after. Now, Akis spent a lot of time working with actually ex-Patriots defensive line coach on his pass rush moves because he's not the burstiest. He has a good first step. He's not the bendiest, but his hands are so clean and they are so smart. You go watch. If you're a Patriots fan, go watch Illinois versus Northwestern this year. Caleb Tiernan's going to get drafted, that left tackle, and he was so good. He was so smooth, no problems. Akis took him to the woodshed. High effort, intensity rusher for 4 quarters. Delightful player.
I'll do you
player.
one better. Put on the Indiana film. And what he did to Riley Nowakowski in that game, who was one of my favorite tight ends in this draft, who is basically a brick wall running around a tight end.
Yeah.
That was all I needed to see. I said, sign me up for this young man. I'll take him right now. I had him in the bowl game. When you hear someone like Brett Bielema, who adores the trenches, talk about this young man the way that he did, you know you're getting a football player. And he is, Ben's right, he will run down the middle of you and not have a single care in the world about it. He fights through double teams. He's a really fun study, really fun player to watch. I got to study him going into the bowl, and I didn't know a ton about him then. Love studying for this process as well. We've talked about this with 3 or 4 guys now. Bernard with the Steelers. We talked about it with Zion Young to the Ravens. He feels like a Patriot edge. He really does. He plays that kind of football that we're used to seeing from Patriots edge defenders.
Yeah, can we throw back up the additions and departures that we had for the Patriots? Because, HD, I sort of want to get your opinion on, obviously, this is a team that just played for the AFC Championship and just sort of the moves that they've made. And then, obviously, with this selection as well, here you see there's the graphic there. Your additions and departures for the New England Patriots, and sort of where they stand and what you need to see out of them.
So, number one, I thought the most important thing was protecting your quarterback. I feel like Elijah Vera-Tucker and then taking Lamu yesterday solidified that for their offensive line. Now, the second thing I thought from a deficiency standpoint was the wide receiver position and guys being able to win one-on-one on the outside. You go get a Romeo Dobbs who can beat you at all 3 levels, releases off the line of scrimmage, can catch the football over the middle of the football field and take the top off. Now, what's still looming is the potential of A.J. Brown post-June 1st. You go get A.J. Brown, I think this team is going to be right back in the thick of things. Now, the difference between a season ago and this year, their schedule is galling.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
Like, it is tough as hell. Yeah. So it's not gonna be in those cupcakes that you had, in the past.
Yeah, and I'm hearing we've got breaking news on the Eagles.
Is this a John
We've got a
Bernard
trade coming up here. What are the details here?
The Vikings pass rusher Jonathan Grenard, who is a great young player.
That's
He's
one of your
28,
guys.
29, yeah, but this is a guy who is going to be a cap casualty. He's moving to the Eagles here. 3rd-round pick tonight and a future 3rd-round pick.
Howie does it
4-year,
Does it
$100 million deal.
Now, I will tell you, most of that deal is going to be bupkis, right? A lot of that's going to be team options
100%.
and void years, and we manage the cap. The Eagles don't have a lot of room. But the Eagles lost Jalen Phillips in free agency, and they were sniffing around guys to potentially replace him. They weren't able to do it. And right now that room is Nolan Smith and it's Jalix Hunt. 2 undersized, more speed-style rushers. You need a guy with a little bit more bulk who can be able to defend the run. Grenard, he had 2 sacks last season. I thought to myself, did John Grenard fall off? You go back, you watch the film, he didn't fall off. He just fell off Dak Prescott a couple times. He wasn't able to get him down. But the down-to-down consistency is still there. The length is great. The effort is excellent. I remember scouting him. Florida he went to Florida. He was at Louisville previously. And this was a guy who was a high-effort guy chasing Lamar Jackson around the field in the revenge game. He has been a consummate pro, an excellent edge, too, for the entirety of his career. Vikings are making a cap move. Eagles are making an all-in move.
So one player I did not think that the Philadelphia Eagles was going to let get by was Jalen Phillips. You went and traded for him in 2025. I thought he was going to re-sign. He ended up going to Carolina. Now, the Eagles, they went and got Arnold Ebiketie, who played in Atlanta, but that's just not going to do it, especially when you're dealing with the defensive coordinator that you have there in Philly. This is an underrated move, in my opinion, that people better pay attention to. I promise you, this player, Jonathan Grenard, he's going to have 12-plus sacks in 2026.
He can get it.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Yeah.
Now, we have, I'm doing the math here in my head, the Vikings just traded away Grenard. They drafted Golday, who we're calling a linebacker, played defensive end, reminded me a little bit of Andrew Van Ginkel. Would not be surprised if we see Golday more at outside linebacker on the line of scrimmage relative to actually playing again, because they have Blake Cashman and Eric Wilson already there at stack linebacker. So given the fact that they made the Golday pick and then 10 picks later traded Grenard away, would not be surprised if Golday, as we hear announcements from the team and as they do pressers, we hear that Golday is actually spending more time on the edge.
And so NFC East, big picture here, the Eagles, busy, right? Cowboys nailed yesterday, right? Giants, you see the vision there. Commanders, next year they are going to be better.
Yeah, no second-round pick for them. They got to hold out today, unfortunately.
But this division here, just knowing what we know in this moment right now, it's going to change. It could change in the next 2 minutes.
Any one of these teams, in my opinion, could win the NFC East. Now, when I'm looking at the entire National Football League, you have the AFC West, you have the NFC West, and you have the NFC North. I think those are the 3 best divisions. It would not surprise me if the NFC East becomes the second at some point this season. I think that's how important all these picks are to all these teams, and also free agency with all these teams were able to do. And every single game always matters, but I think it's going to be more important when you look at the NFC East between all 4 of these teams, because anybody can win it.
Yeah, there's going to be no such thing as an easy schedule.
Yeah,
especially this year for these guys.
I was on a Cowboys podcast pre-draft, and I said if they get Caleb Downs at 12, I'll pick him to win the division. They got him at 11, so I can get out of it if I want to. At the time, we did not know what George Pickens was going to do exactly. There came the report that George was frustrated. There's nowhere on the contract. Then the report the next day later, George is signing his franchise tag. Everything's fine. So you don't know what went on in the background there. They can keep George Pickens happy and get him to play on the tag. They add Caleb Downs here. They added Malachi Lawrence in the first round. Cowboys roster is really stinking good, man. And so I like a lot of what the Eagles are doing. I think the Giants are approaching the rebuild correctly. Dallas is the team where they have the offense to punch with anybody. That defense was a wet paper towel last year. If it can just be average, you've got yourself a contending-looking sort of a team. No,
without question. And again, obviously, Howie Roseman just continues to make things happen.
That's my guy.
That is your guy, and you're going to have his job one day. Not because he messes it up, but someone's got to be the successor, right? Why not Ben Solak?
I don't think anybody wants to step in Howie Roseman's shoes, man. That's a big task to fill.
Let's look. You'll be able to do it. Let's look at the best available that we've got here. Jermod McCoy still on the board. I mean, look at all these. Zach Branch, Antonio Williams. I mean, anybody stand out here for you guys?
The McCoy fall makes sense to me. McNeil Warren's still at this point. I'm surprised that he's available. So that's the one on the top 5 that raises my eyebrow a little bit.
Yeah, I would imagine Pregnon's probably going to be the next offensive lineman pick, especially if a team's trying to address the interior of their offensive line. The Antonio Williams one, I wouldn't be shocked if he's going to come off the board here soon. I like Zach Branch, but Antonio Williams reminds me a lot of my old teammate Robert Woods. He's one of those guys that's kind of a bulldog. He's not a big receiver, but he plays big. And, look, Cade Klubnik, his quarterback at Clemson, had an up and down year, so I do think that affected a little bit of what you saw from Antonio Williams. But I think he's a guy that could be in the rotation and eventually work his way into being a day 1 starter midway through his rookie year.
No, without question. We kind of talked about this yesterday, Ben, in terms of people saying that this draft perhaps isn't as sexy as the other ones.
Yeah.
To me, I look at that, and then even some more of the names that you go down the board. There's a lot of, Cole, to your point, football players in this draft still.
It almost feels like this is going to be a quantity over quality draft. And I don't mean that you don't want quality players, but you have the opportunity to maybe pick up an abundance of B-plus players, A-minus players, as opposed to 2, 3 A-plus players that are going to be a lot more rare, specifically more rare in this draft. And then, too, like we talked about with the developmental piece, like we're going to talk about this kid coming off the board right now. I love Logan Jones going to Chicago. I think he's one of the better centers in probably the deepest position in this draft. I don't know if Ben agrees with me or not. I think center is the deepest position in this draft. I think we could see 7 starters in the NFL at center from this specific draft. And Logan Jones, a guy that has a lot of power. You play offensive line at Iowa, you're going to have power. But the lateral agility, it's not to the extent of the young man Tyler Linderbaum that just went to the Raiders, but he'd give it to you. They're going to run outside zone. You're going to have to climb. You're going to have to reach a 3 technique every now and then. He can do that. He can sit in pass protection in one-on-one situations. Obviously going to be able to get out in screens. He moves efficiently. He understands angles as far as when he gets to second and third level. He doesn't waste a lot of space, doesn't try to take those kill shots. He knows how to get guys blocked. I saw him 2 years ago when he had to fill in for Linderbaum in the spring game, and I thought, he's the next one.
Yep.
And now here we are 2 years later, Logan Jones. Again, I'm not saying he's the next Linderbaum, but I do think he's going to be a long-time NFL starter. And you think about some of the other great Chicago Bears centers we've seen over time, like an Olin Kreutz. Mentally, I think he kind of fits into that mold.
I think this is a very important pick, in my opinion, for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
You lost Drew Dahlman, who decided he wanted to retire. You went and got a guy in Garrett Bradbury, but you want a young player that you can draft and groom and play in that role. This is a second year for the Chicago Bears, a team who I think surprised a lot of people. Caleb Williams really started to feel himself a little bit last season in a good way. They're trying to take that next step, so they don't have time for the center position to be holding them up.
Ben,
He's plug and play.
I have
he can go
something-
right
No. I'm saying that's I like the pick, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you go get a guy like that,
Right.
Yeah.
so the center position doesn't hold you up cold.
If I was one of your many great articles that you've written on ESPN.com, if you don't read Ben, you need to read Ben. I have a quote here that, because I at some point knew this was going to come up and wanted to discuss it. She said the Bears roster is in a state of transition, a larger state of transition, than you'd expect for a team that just lost in the NFC divisional round. Given this pick, in that statement, how would you sort of evaluate that?
Right. They just lost a lot more talent than you typically expect from a team that was almost, knocking on the door of the Super Bowl. Jaquan Brisker got out of the building. Nashon Wright got out of the building. They cut Tremaine Edmonds. You had the Drew Dahlman retirement, which was a big surprise. When they traded for Garrett Bradbury, a lot of people said, all right, cool, they got their starting center. And for me, it was, all right, they got the Band-Aid in case they don't get their starting center. Logan Jones compares to Drew Dahlman. That's the sort of player that he is in terms of the size, in terms of, like Cole brought up, the zone mobility and the footwork. Jones, it's so funny because Linderbaum comes out of Iowa, one of the best center prospects we've ever seen, and then Iowa didn't have a center come out in the draft for a while. Why? Because Jones is a 4-year starter.
Yeah.
Because he took the job as a freshman and never gave it up and just sat there with the Hawkeyes and got better and better and better. So if you are the Bears and you're thinking offensively we need to go right now, Caleb Williams, rookie contract, you don't really want to waste time on younger center, developmental center. Is he ready? Are we going to change Caleb's snapper for the 4th year in a row here? No. Get a guy who's going to be able to play in week 1, and Jones has that long-term experience. So I like it for the Bears. They have not taken a defensive tackle or a pass rusher. They went safety in round 1, and rightfully so. It was a fall for Dylan Thieneman. That was a great pick.
Yep.
They take Jones in round 2. I totally get it. You need to solve the center spot. Bears fans at home are expecting edge and defensive tackle as the first 2 picks, and they have passed on those spots. Ryan Pace, better have a idea in place for this pass rush, because that was the issue with the Bears in the playoffs last season. They got to solve it.
Now, the Browns, we talked about them earlier in the draft that they've had. Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. They just picked up Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety out of Toledo. Feels like that's another good pick for them.
A versatile player,
Local
a
boy.
human missile, a guy who's predominantly, I would say, play in the box, though, but I'm looking at the history of second-round safeties who've been drafted. Last year, Nick Emmanwori for the Seattle Seahawks, Jesse Bates III, Antoine Whitfield, Buda Baker, Eric Weddle, Brian Branch. This young man can step into those shoes as well and be the next great safety that has fallen. A lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round and also be picked early in the second round. The Browns and Andrew Berry have done it again.
Yeah, this is a player who, again, was expected to go round 1. Now, he's small school. He's a little bit high cut. You worry about him a little bit in the box just because of the build. But Mike Rutenberg is the new defensive coordinator there. He came from Atlanta. We talked about that secondary a little bit earlier. They had Jesse Bates in the deep middle. And they had a field general who was playing sideline to sideline from the post. That's the sort of range that you have on a McNeil-Warren. We talked a little bit earlier in the show as well about loyalty. McNeil-Warren goes there to Toledo. Jason Candle's program, been developing guys, and he got transfer offer after transfer offer for multiple years. But this was the staff that believed in him. He elected to stay and dominate at that level. Browns reward that sort of a loyalty here with this pick.
I think the bigger question it brings up here, maybe not for this show, is what took people so long on Jason Candle? Because we've been calling Toledo guys in the draft for what, the last 4 or 5 years?
They're going to have
Good
2
point.
more corners get drafted on day 3. They have dudes on dudes.
Yeah, I mean, having called one of his games and spoken to his players, and Cole, you kind of know how this is, and EJ in doing college games. When you talk to players in the lead up to a broadcast, and everything that they're saying is the exact same as the head coach, those are always the best teams. Those are always the best players. And those are also the guys that usually translate to this show right here and get picked in the NFL draft.
UConn got a good one. It was a good get, and you just wonder why it took so long for somebody to come in there and snag him out of the MAC.
I just want to throw out a question, though, to you, Ben. So McNeil-Warren, with the size, the skill set, the tape that he has, And this is kind of maybe an overarching question around when players are loyal, especially if they stay at a school like Toledo. If he was at, let's say, I don't know, in Auburn, if he was at a Michigan, if he was at one of those big Power 4 schools with the size and the same type of tape, does he go earlier than this pick here in the second round?
So potentially, because when there were warts to pick on with McNeil Warren, it was a little bit how filled out the frame is. You'd like for him to be wearing another 10 pounds, so you wonder how you get to one of those SEC programs with that weight room. Yeah. Now, 45-pound play is a 45-pound play. It's the same thing, you know, Toledo to Alabama. And so you ask about, okay, what's the weight room ethic like? And all the reports are really, really good. But if you're just going to be a little bit more of a linear guy, then we have to be a little bit more worried about you in the box. I will say, that was the same concern with Grant Delpit. It was a safety at LSU, went in the second round, had some round one hype. He went to the Cleveland Browns, and he has just been a hellion in the box for the last 6 years. And so sometimes frame is not destiny when you have the disposition, D'Angelo Pond's theorem. And so McNeil Warren is going to get the opportunity there to fight for that deep middle job. Ronnie Hickman's on a contract year. I would not be surprised if he's the long-term starter in 2027.
I do think there is, to EJ, a little bit something, though, for these guys that do stay where they're at. And I don't know that it's necessarily a loyalty thing. I do think for some guys, because obviously we see a ton of transfer success, the last 3 or 4 number 1 overall picks have been transfers. But for some of the guys that do stick around, I think in some cases you have seen guys that are just a little bit more willing to take coaching, are willing to sit behind the guy who is the guy at a lot of places right now.
Let's be real. A lot of guys are leaving because they're being coached hard.
And they're not
You're getting a bag with it, but the ability to coach a player hard has changed.
Oh, yeah.
That is not real anymore.
And I think the other thing, too, though, is so many of these guys, even just at the college level, are so used to being the man. They're the best player that their town or their city that they're from has ever seen. And then when you get on a roster with 99 other guys, they're the same as you in that regard. And so it is harder sometimes to be in that position now, and everybody's the man. And then it's easier than ever now to say, well, I'm going to go try to be the man somewhere else. This other coach just told me I'm going to go be the man.
Or you flip it around and you take a guy like Mendoza, who maybe didn't feel like he got his shot, and then he goes and makes the most of it. D'Angelo Pons, who we just mentioned, gets to step up, and he goes and makes the most of it. Eli Stowers gets knocked off his pedestal, ends up at Vanderbilt, and then all of a sudden, look where he is. Some of these guys had to go grind to get to an SEC school, a Big Ten school, an ACC school. They had to go do it somewhere else to even make it to there. So now they've learned maybe how to go be coachable, to go be flexible, to go take hard coaching, and then that's gotten them to where they're going to be in this NFL draft.
So really quick, what you just mentioned, I talked to a general manager 2 weeks ago, and he says he's sitting at the combine, he's asking the kid, hey, why have you transferred twice? He was like, well, coach yelling at me too much, I had this. He immediately said, this is a guy that I do not want to draft.
Of course.
Because he can't adapt to hard coaching. And if you're going to make it consistently at that next level, if you want to win a championship, hard coaching and tough coaching and tough love is going to be a part of that process.
No doubt.
So you can't always run from it.
Well, we know every situation is different, but that's why I asked you that question, though, because you make a great point. Fernando Mendoza leaves Cal, he goes to Indiana. Now, here, Indiana's kind of an outlier because Indiana was never good, truly. Like,
Bad
they went
for
125
years.
Yeah, they had a crazy year. But the other kid, David Bailey, he was at Stanford. He wasn't much different at Texas Tech as he was at Stanford. He was a really good player at Stanford. Stanford just sucked. Or, excuse me, they stunk. You know what I mean? Sorry. So I think ultimately sometimes, it's a case-by-case basis, but that's why when I see a kid like that, and if I'm a quarterback and I see a safety that can play rangy like that, can also play in the box at 6'4", I'm thinking a little bit different when I'm hitting the seam or when I'm working some of these middle routes or throwing a ball high across the middle, it gets tipped up, and then he ends up getting an interception.
That's the reason we thought he'd be round 1, man. But there he is in round 2. Browns are having a good day.
They are. And I do hope at home that you all realize that there is not a one-size-fits-all to this thing. Everybody's situation is different. We see it all across the country in college football. Player movement is good. You're always going to get a thumbs up from me. Players getting paid.
No doubt.
Before we get to Anthony Hill, I just want to note Marlon Klein went to the Houston Texans, but Anthony Hill, that is a football player.
Friggin' ball player, man. I thought going into last year, you could make the argument he's the best player in the SEC. If you were talking about let's line up the amount of things that this young man does well. I didn't think there was another player that could stack up the attributes of just different things that he was really good at. You could have put him on the edge of line of scrimmage, and he could have been one of the best pass rushers in the SEC last year. If you want him to go sideline to sideline against an Ohio State who he played against, he can run with them every step of the way. You want him to go downhill and thump against a guard? He can absolutely live that life. You want to line him up in the A-gap, B-gap, and be a blitzer and find his way into the quarterback, find his way into the pocket and disrupt that way? He can do that. And then when you talk to Sark about the intangibles, every bit of leadership, every bit of glue guy, it's all there with Anthony Hill Jr. I think this is a fantastic get this late for the Tennessee Titans.
Cole, I completely agree. And we had him on our radio show last year, and I asked him about his high school, just kind of a little bit of his background. Did you know he was an all-state running back, too? Like, this dude was really, really good on the offensive side. And when you watch him play as a linebacker, he almost kind of plays like a linebacker, or excuse me, a running back in the sense of he knows where the ball's going based off the offensive line, their movement, guys pulling, guys going down on certain edges and all that kind of stuff. And then, boom, he's able to react and meet the ball carrier in the gap. I love this pick personally. And Ben, maybe you can chime in on this. I'm surprised he's going this late in the second round to me. I thought he was a guy that could be a late first, certainly early second with what he's done at Texas.
When you talk to the league about him, everybody said, man, the 10 best plays of Anthony Hill, the linebacker one in this class. There were consistency frustrations that the league had with him, the snap-to-snap basis. Now, Robert Saleh makes the pick here, the new head coach of the Titans. Robert Saleh was the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers.
Talk about that 3x1.
When Fred Warner was taken, right?
Yep.
And this was a taller, longer Ranger linebacker who had some special coverage ability. If Harry brings up the 3x1, you need to have a player in Saleh's defense who plays linebacker but can go run with speed down the field. He's going to ask his linebackers to pursue and to be able to carry that seam ball against some of those 3 receiver sets. That Anthony Hill has that speed. He has that size. He has that playmaking ability. He was a 2-year green dot wearer at Texas. Like, it is there in him.
Smart guy.
I remember when DeMarvion Overshown came out, and it was, man, like, we're just on the cusp of you figuring it all out of Texas. He hit in Dallas immediately. So the Titans are banking on that as well. Anthony Hill is the sort of guy you fall for, and then you get in trouble sometimes when you draft these like this. But Hill's a very exciting watch.
Go back 2 years ago, they thought he had those 2 big D tackles, and everybody thought, okay, well, he's just running behind these 2 giant defensive tackles, and it's sweating these guys that are making this be able to happen. And then when they left, I think he proved to everybody, I don't just need that to go out and be a successful football player.
I just love the versatility, like we seen in the first clip. And you mentioned, Cole, he can line up on the line of scrimmage to be a rusher. He can play at linebacker depth. He can drop in coverage. He can run sideline to sideline. You have flexibility with a guy that can do every single thing possible on the defensive side of the football. That's why I like Anthony Hill and a former team of mine, the Tennessee Titans. Shout out to Robert Saleh. Go ahead, boy.
I'll tell you this, Anthony Hill, every year I feel like there's maybe 3 or 4 guys in college football, defensively specifically, that I know that is an NFL player, and it's by one metric, how many times you hear the guy's name during broadcast. And that was one of those guys. Another guy, Max Clare, tight end out of Ohio State, is an L.A. Ram.
God, they take
so if anybody thinks that there was any animosity about the Ty Simpson pick, because we didn't get another weapon for Matthew Stafford, here's one right here.
Yeah, this is really, really cool. We joke about how much the Rams played tight ends. They were the highest 13 personnel team in the league last year. That's 3 tight ends on the field. Now, Tyler Higbee got banged up. Colby Parkinson's approaching a contract year, so we thought maybe they would continue to invest in the position. Right now, you're watching Clare at Purdue. Man, 2024, Max Clare at Purdue. With that Illinois film, he's streaking down the field. He's knocking linebackers off him, run away from safeties. This is a dynamic mover. Now, he transfers to Ohio State. We've been talking about bags. Ohio State had a few of them. And that offense had a few more mouths to feed than maybe the Boilermaker offense did. And so you didn't see the same caliber of receiving production, but he is a more than willing blocker at his size. He has the seam stretching ability. He can catch away from his frame. He does not fear the rib shot from those Emmanuel McNear-Warrens, those big hitters at the post. He reminds me a lot of Jake Ferguson, the tight end for the Dallas Cowboys. Is he a top 5 tight end, George Kittle? Probably not. Every down, though, 3 downs, you can rely on this guy. I am very surprised that Clare went later than Marlon Klein out of Michigan, who went to the Texans, and Nate, I can never say his name, Borkerker out of Texas A&M. Thank you very much. I never get his name right. Those guys are a little bit more developmental, maybe a little bit more on the blocking side. Claire is the guy you get excited about in the receiving game.
Yeah, I was going to say, the guys you mentioned before, and maybe a little more need for the physicality, because you're not getting a G or a Ruckert here at tight end like you've seen from Ohio State before. He's not that type of a grinder out there with his hand in the dirt, but really smooth in transition, in and out of routes. I remember going back and watching his Purdue film, seeing, all right, what's this young man going to add to Ohio State? And like Ben said, you had to be excited about what he was going to give you in the passing game.
100%. And as far as, guys, we talked about this yesterday when we were reacting to round 1, and the question was, hey, all right, were there any glaring needs for this Rams team? Not necessarily. One of the things we talked about, though, a weapon for this offense, just perhaps depth at the receiver room. Is tight end the way to go here as opposed to getting another receiver?
I still think they can get another receiver, but this is from a personnel standpoint. This is to the advantage of Sean McVay and calling plays.
Yeah.
We've seen this show up. Remember that Thursday night football game versus the Seattle Seahawks?
Yes.
That's when that 13 personnel shows up. 1 back, 3 tight ends, 1 wide receiver. When, hey, you have to match personnel because you don't know if the team is going to run the football. And they do a great job with Kyron Williams running the football. So now if they say, hey, we're going to flex these guys or we're going to go to the pass game, you got guys on the football field that can't guard these very athletic tight ends. And now the deficiency, of your defense shows up because of the personnel of the Rams.
Yeah, listen, it's very important to never assume Sean McVay is going to do something based off of offseason moves, right? They gave Tutu Atwell a $10 million deal last year and then just never played him. Sean a little bit figures it out as the season's going on, right? What are defenses matching us in? What can we do? They didn't think they were going to be a team that fielded Davis Allen for 30 snaps a game.
But you know why? Remember, the receiver got hurt.
Yeah. Well,
Devontae Adams got hurt. He got banged up, couldn't play, so they had
were
to
going
adjust.
13 personnel, week 7, week 8, right? Sean's is a very inventive guy. And so say Max Clare, another tight end, they're going to be this. Yeah, that's probably the plan right now. Sean's going to get to August. He's going to see something on film and go, whoa, what do we do this? So never with the Rams assume you know what tree they're barking up, given their April moves relative to their September football.
Yeah. Sure. So, but we see the direction here. If you were the GM, if you're Les Snead, where do we need to continue to go in this draft in order to, again, because a lot of people felt like this is the second best team in football last year.
Yeah, 100%.
How did they get over the hump?
So
I would say linebacker.
Yeah.
Linebacker or offensive line.
Yeah, so they gave Nate Lamb in the extension. Omar Spates is linebacker too. You can improve there. Tackle's the spot that I was expecting. Warren McClendon, don't get me wrong, can step in and be the right tackle. Rob Havenstein just retired. But McClendon was your great swing tackle. Now if he's the starter, who's the great swing tackle? Who's the guy who steps in when Alaric Jackson misses 4 games? And so I would have hoped and expected an investment in tackle, but Claire gives them insurance to, again, Higbee got banged up last year, and like I said, Parkinson's on a contract year. And so they are ensuring an important spot for this team because they play so many tight ends. Tackle still might be coming down the mountain a little bit later.
There are a couple of nice reach tackles left in this draft with very high ceilings. We'll talk about the issues with them when they come off the board, but I was trying to look and see where the Rams are again, Ben, when they come off the board again. It's going to be, what,
around
4th?
Too much. I can't remember any of these picks. Everybody's trading everything.
I don't think they have a pick in the 3rd.
Yeah. You like Markel Bell, Miami?
I don't like the bend. I don't like the flexibility, but I think in Isaiah World, with how his feet move and how he moves laterally, I mean, that's a guy you look like you're watching a basketball player when you watch him play football.
No doubt.
I think Austin Barber is not going to give you the power
That's my guy.
from Florida, but I do think if you're looking for, think about what they lost at left tackle the year after they won the Super Bowl. I think you're talking about a very similar comp right there with an Austin Barber who is not going to overpower you, is not going to wow you with his physique and how he looks, no offense, but a guy that could go in there and maybe just be a super solid starter, not over physical or not running the 40 in a nice time that you look at and all wow at, but just be maybe a plug and play guy that could be a solidified starter for a long time. And there are a couple nice reach tackles that are left. I'm sure we'll get to a couple of them tonight.
Without question. And an interesting pick here by the Buffalo Bills, who, by the way, traded up in this spot for Davison Igbinosun.
Yeah.
Corner out of Ohio State. Certainly a need. Yeah?
Yeah, it's a need, but I'm still kind of shocked that Jamar McCoy's still here, personally.
Oh, my goodness,
I just feel like that, and I was thinking, I didn't know if we were going to get to this, but obviously Igbinosun gets picked, and he is the corner. I figured the Bills would go corner here defensively, and Igbinosun's a really, really good player. The guy takes chances. He's been right on most of those. You see him driving on footballs, getting his hand in there, playing through the hands of the receiver. But the thought around Jamar McCoy, fellas, and maybe this is a different conversation, is, I mean, at this point, really, really good value. Somebody's about to get a complete steal potentially in the 3rd round if he doesn't get picked here in the next couple of picks, because he still has the talent. I understand the health, but look, everybody gets hurt playing football. You know what I mean? Like,
those dang doctors, they always.
It does make me wonder, though, just how bad.
How bad was it?
And is it a heat?
Well, there are reports about a bone plug, and a lot of times when you have an ACL, you have to have a bone graft put in. My ACL that I actually had, they blow out the back wall. So when they drill through that tibial tunnel and it goes too far, you blow out the back wall. You have to have a bone plug put in there. There have been some rumors about something along these lines. I don't know what the actual extent is that we know about this situation, but it's starting to think that some of the things that we've heard might almost have to be real.
We got to get Cole a white coat and a stethoscope. Talking about bone wall, right? Now it's electric.
I've spent way too many days at Andrews Sports Medicine in Birmingham, Alabama, being operated on and calling on those guys. So yeah, Dugas and Walter, those guys.
That was electric. On Igbinosun, he's the guy who ends up going.
Yep.
This is interesting now for the Bills. Again, big defensive coaching scheme change. Sean McDermott is out. Jim Leonard is in. They had Maxwell Hairston last year. long, rangy, great speed, corner out of Kentucky. Davison Igbinosun, he's 6'2", he's 190, he's long, he can play press man, and he can run. You are going to see a Bills team that is much more willing to put their corners on the line of scrimmage and slow receivers down than when it was Sean McDermott and it was, your Tre'Davious White, Christian Benford, that I could play a lot more off. Now, this is a crowded room, right? Benford and Hairston were clearly the two outside starters. Igbinosun's not a nickel. So they've added a third body there to potentially start on the outside. You wonder if they feel like maybe Hairston's not necessarily the fit that they want in this Leonard defense. And so this is a very much a changing defense in Buffalo, and they need a result there in the playoffs.
I think from a nickel perspective, remember they in free agency, they went and got a C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, and they lost Dejon Johnson.
He's a guy that's going to probably play inside.
Igbinosun, the 7th Ohio State player to go in this draft. But if you are Ryan Day, I don't care if you're going into someone's home, if you're shooting the text for the transfer guy, I'm just sending the draft board, man.
And a lot of people are figuring out how they didn't win the national championship last year. Guess what, y'all? They won it the previous year.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have a championship on their resume. It's not like they didn't win it at all.
I'm not going to blame people for scratching their head looking at those 7 guys that just went off the board being like, man, how'd that happen?
Now, here's another starting center off the board.
This is
to the
interesting.
Chargers.
There you go.
I love Jake Slaughter's game. Now, physically, compared to a Logan Jones and maybe a Parker Brailsford that we're going to talk about, he is a little bit more limited, but he does have good lateral movement. They run a lot of outside zone in that Florida scheme that he played in before. Now, I do think that John Summerall is going to keep some of that, and they're still going to run it. He's great when he's singled up. He ping-pongs extremely well. He knows when to get off a double team and go help another guard. He can get back and forth. He has great wherewithal and understanding of what the play is. And when I say that, he anticipates things extremely well. When a linebacker is going to come over the top and he needs to leave a double team, when they're going to play backdoor and he needs to stay latched onto a nose guard or a 3 technique. There are a lot of guys in today's offensive line play that do not have those attributes. They do not understand what the play is requiring from them when things go to hell in a handbasket. Jake Slaughter's played enough football in multiple systems that he does. Strong hands, good enough power, I think, to be an NFL starter. He's not going to wow you with his athleticism, but he is super solid across the board.
So he was announced on the broadcast as a guard, and that's pretty critical because the Chargers have Tyler Biadasz, guy in free agency from the Commanders, a long-time career center. Slaughter only ever played center at Florida, but it sounds like they want him to make the transition from center to guard. Rare to see somebody move from the inside out. Usually it's an outside in. When you watch Slaughter, are you thinking to yourself, this is how he transitioned to guard and how it would work? Because that's a big surprise to me. They want to move him.
I think he can make that move because he moves laterally extremely well.
Right.
And when he has been singled up on some of the best defensive linemen in college football, he can manage it himself. He's good enough laterally in his pass protection. When he gets his hands on you, he can anchor and he can set, and he's not going to get bullied and pushed around. He doesn't get tossed left and right when he gets in those situations. So because of that, I do think I do think that Billy cross-trained him. I know the offensive line coach, Rob Sell, that was there with him before him. Rob cross-trains all his guys.
Yep.
Okay.
So he wants the guards to play a little bit of center. The centers will play a little bit of guard. You'll practice at both tackles. So I think he's probably repped it maybe more than we know. So I think, and I love what the Chargers are doing there. I mean, listen, Joe Alt is an all-time pick. I mean, he's an all-timer. You mentioned Biadasz there at center. You bring in another solidified starter from a big conference that's played an elite number of defensive linemen in his career. I like the direction of the Chargers offense.
And they just paid Rashawn Slater, too.
Right, but also the value, too, with this guy. Because, like you said, he spent time at Florida. He became great getting drafted here second round with the tape, playing center. But he comes in the league and plays guard. Well, if the center gets hurt, you kick him inside.
Yep.
So I think a lot of these guys.
Save a roster spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then you go into a game usually with maybe 7 offensive linemen, obviously your 5 starters, and then 2 other guys. So he's going to add a ton of value in that aspect.
Talking to Billy Napier about him, the other thing that they rave about is his leadership. He wants all the calls on him. He wants all the responsibility on him. And let's be real, they had some quarterback issues. Over the, I mean, they had a lot of talent there, but it didn't always go according to plan. Jake Slaughter was somebody who said, I'll handle all of it. I'll set the fronts. I'll set the mic. If I need to help with coverage, I'll do that. If I need to get different guards and centers aligned, I can do that as well. So that's the kind of individual from a football IQ and a leadership standpoint that the Chargers are getting in-house as well.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Rob Sale. Any offensive lineman that Rob Sale has had his hands on going back to Louisiana, which, by the way, they put I think 4 guys in the NFL while they were with the Raging Cajuns.
Was the guy that they brought with him to Florida.
Correct, to Florida as well. Talking about cross-trained, I will take any offensive lineman that has been worked on by that guy. And, bro, his name is Slaughter. Like, what are we talking about?
Very classic.
I will
John
take a
Harbaugh
guy with that name on my offensive line any day of the week. I'm going to send y'all to go talk to our next guest, Mike Elko. It's going to be fantastic. Before we get there, though, just really quickly, Ben,
sir.
while these guys get over there. Akeem Mesidor, Jake Slaughter, just very briefly, Chargers, give me a grade here.
They definitely don't mind older prospects, right? Slaughter is 23, Mesidor is 25. It's basically geriatric by NFL draft standards. This to me is, you know, it's a B right now. I was extremely oriented on the Chargers adding to the guard room. They have messed around so much with Justin Herbert's pass protection over his career. Pre-draft, their guards were Trevor Penning and Cole Strange. These are one-year contract, you know, kind of veteran backup guys. And so Slaughter is the first half of the solution. The second half comes with their next pick and another pick on the offensive line. Then I'll start buying this draft.
B grade, we're going to go to Coach E with HD and Cole Cubelic. Guys, take it away.
We got Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko, one of the most innovative defensive minds in all of college football. And coach, I want to start with Cassius Howell, one of your edge defenders that we saw come off the board just a little bit ago. What does your style of defense do to get someone like him more prepared to be a great player in the NFL?
Yeah, I think it's a combination, Cole. I think there's a lot that his style of play does for us to help us get into a really good position too. I think we try to give him the opportunity to get after the quarterback. We know how important that is in the NFL, and I think we put him in some really good positions. But he's certainly an extremely talented player. Took full advantage of everything we did with him.
Coach, one of my favorite players in this draft from a receiver perspective, Casey Concepcion. A guy that I'm watching the film, right, and all I can see is DBs and cornerbacks falling down, whether he's getting the football or not. His route running ability, but as soon as he catches the football, that's when that return ability comes in, and he's like a returner, hard to bring down. What are your thoughts about him going in the first round to the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, I think he's a phenomenal talent. I think what you said is 100% accurate. Sometimes he was more impressive on tape, just running routes and turning DBs into circles than even on the great plays that he did make. He can create some unbelievable separation. I think he's a dangerous guy in the punt return game. You're seeing that here. Made some big plays for us in the return game this year. And I just think he plays so much bigger than he really is. And he's going to be a great pro.
Coach Elko, we mentioned Cassius Howell. You had the Shamars come off the board last year. You just had Chase Bisantis, a guard, come off the board. Burkircher comes off the board at tight end. Like, what's middle drill like at your practice? Like, is your equipment manager having to get new helmets after inside drill every day? I mean, it's got to be a freaking war for you guys.
Yeah, no, you're going to need it. I think, we're proud of the fact that since 2018, we've had more defensive linemen drafted than any team in the country. But now we're starting to do that at O-line and tight end. And, we're hopeful that we have 4 offensive linemen called tonight or this weekend. We're hopeful, obviously, getting Nate drafted. That's where it's won in the SEC. And for us to become the program we want to become, that's what we're going to have to keep doing.
Coach, last one before we let you go. How has your culture and your style of coaching prepared these players for the National Football League?
Yeah, I think you see development. I think the biggest thing that we talk about a lot in our program is making sure that kids are developing. They talk about wanting to go to the NFL and that being a dream of theirs, but there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so, we're trying to create an environment and a culture that they can go out and develop. And I think you see that. I think when you see guys like Cassius and Nate and what they were when they came to us and what they ultimately became, I think we're developing kids at a really, really high level. And obviously to do that, you got to have kids with a phenomenal work ethic that are willing to go in and put the time in.
Coach Elko, I'm going to steal one more from you before we let you run. A player that hasn't come off the board yet that I know you're going to love to talk about, and that's Torrin York at linebacker. You raved about this young man, and he's a great linebacker, but you raved about the other stuff with this young man, his journey, the leadership, the things that he provides, your defense, that facility, that locker room. Give a GM your sales pitch on Torrin York and what they're going to get from this young man.
Yeah, watch the tape. Watch the tape and spend some time talking to him. The kid eats, sleeps, and breathes football. He loves the game. He's passionate about it. He made a ton of plays in the SEC as a 3-year starter. He's a multi-year captain. He's a communicator. He's a leader. I know people get caught so much up in these measurables, but sometimes just put the tape on and let the tape do the talking. And I think, Torian's going to get his name called at some point, and he's going to make some organization really, really proud.
Coach, we've been harping on it. Football player. Draft the football players. It ain't hard. Just get the football
Draft the football players. Put the tape on, watch them play. They play in the SEC. They're playing against NFL talent. It's not a lot of predictions you got to make.
Coach, thank you for the time. We love watching your teams play and appreciate you hopping on with us tonight.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Coach. And speaking of football players, Bud Clark, safety out of TCU, was the last player selected here in the second round as we move on to the third. Before we move on to the third, Ben, thoughts on Bud Clark going to the defending champs?
Yeah, one of the Seahawks' losses in free agency was Kobe Bryant, the safety. He goes and joins the Chicago Bears on a big deal. You need to backfill that position, and they do with Clark. Clark tracking the ball in the air is exciting to watch. It's really quite something. He's got, receiver-like movement skills. He's got natural hands away from his frame. This is a sixth-year senior, 4-year starter at TCU. He has seen a lot of football. He's seen a lot of route combinations. He will at times get caught guessing, but a lot more often he's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. Mike McDonald, defensive backs. You got to be willing to tackle. You got to be willing to rotate, play in the box. He does all the dirty work stuff as well. So he's going to be a turnover producer for the Seahawks at a spot where they lost that one key player there on that Super Bowl defense.
Yeah, and you know what, Ben? As a defensive coordinator, I wouldn't mind if my safety took some chances. I like guys when they're aggressive because, again, that forces us quarterbacks to be more on point. And, look, sometimes we just miss the throw, and then the guy, actually gets awarded by being in the position because he took that opportunity. I think Bud Clark's going to be a really good fit there in Seattle. And if you really think back, Seattle – like in the last 20 years, I almost feel like they've always had really good defensive backs. Obviously, they get the last picks here because they won the Super Bowl. But you would imagine they're going to find some diamonds in the rough, even if it's later in some of these rounds.
That was such sleeper cell behavior right there. Here he did a little quarterback.
That's
like,
right.
Safeties, take chances.
You pump fake that and then go up.
Do not listen to his name.
Carson Beck
off
off the board to the Arizona Cardinals to kick off the third round here. EJ, tell us all about Carson Beck and what he's bringing to the Cardinals.
Yeah, well, you got a guy who's played a lot of college football, multiple systems, obviously in the SEC, where he had a lot of success, specifically in the 2024 season, which made a lot of us think he could be the guy in the 2025 draft. Has the injury late in the year, doesn't work out. He transfers to Miami, gets with Shannon Dawson. I felt he really cleaned up, one, the decision-making, also just his processing down the field. Now, Shannon Dawson did a great job the year before. The guy was a #1 overall pick in Cam Ward. But what you saw with Carson Beck, he just got better weekly, week in, week out. And I remember that game against Louisville. Everyone started harping on this game. He had multiple interceptions. Miami loses that game, but what happened after that? Carson Beck started playing better and better throughout the rest of the regular season, which led then into them getting to the CFP. I said this earlier in the show, guys. He was my third quarterback on my top 10 as far as QBs. Again, he's a big guy. I do think he can be a starter in the future. And again, Arizona team right now, we talked about it earlier, Jacoby Brissett wants that big money. Well, Jacoby might rescind on that because Carson Beck could maybe be a day one starter. I'm not saying he could take you to the Super Bowl, but he certainly is a guy that's played enough college football that he could do well early in his career as
and
an
we're
NFL player.
seeing here that the social reaction is not necessarily all that friendly. Cole, I will come to you here because you have seen a lot of Carson Beck both at Georgia and at Miami. What are your thoughts here with the fit with Arizona?
I'll counter some of the other names that the folks are throwing out and just give you arm talent, plain and simple. I mean, you watch this guy push the ball down the field. There's a reason that EJ mentioned he might have been the first quarterback off the board 2 years ago. He has that kind of ability in that right arm. The one thing that I will say that I do not think has been mentioned about Carson Beck that I would like that happened last year, I thought he grew up a ton.
Yeah.
I thought he matured. I thought he understood how to play better football through his system. Now, we all hate game manager, right? So I'll use this. Operate the offense.
There you go.
Not take as many chances. Not feel like you have to make the big throw every time. Sometimes turn around and hand it off to your absolute hammer of a tailback 30 times in a game. And guess what? You sneak out of College Station with a win. Those are the intangibles leading into the NFL that EJ, I don't think he had 2 years ago, that I think he brings now.
Well, I said that earlier, too. We were talking about Josh Allen having to be Superman. I'm willing to bet you if you got Josh in the spot where he was willing to actually be honest with that situation, but man, I'd love to have some help. I'd love to be a point guard out there. The NFL's too hard. There's too many good defensive coordinators, too many good defensive players. I think, again, Carson Beck's still going to have to develop. I'm not saying he's a guy that comes right in and completely changes your franchise, but I do think he has some intangibles within his game to where he can have a long career. I'll put it that way. I'm not saying he's going to be a long-time starter, but he's somebody that can certainly be a starter at some point and then also a really good backup.
But I want to ask this, because we asked Ben this question earlier. The path that we were on, have we veered off? If you're a Cardinals fan, do you still feel confident that we're between the lines here?
Right. Well, I think if you're Monty Ossenfort, you're running this team, you say, okay, we do have a quarterback need. We know where we have them ranked, and we will see who falls where, right? And if, Beck had gone before, that wasn't our range for him. We'll move on to Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Aller. But they clearly had Beck graded at a position. The scuttlebutt this morning was they might be taking him at 34, right? They might be taking him early in round 2. So I think they let the quarterback board come to them. Now it's Beck it's Gardner Minshew, it's Jacoby Brissett. You would bet on a rookie year, adjusting to the NFL. You're not sure how quickly that's going to go. So it's going to be a weekly check-in process for the Arizona Cardinals beat. So who's starting this week? What do we think about this?
Yep.
Mike LaFleur's offense, and then Cole, you brought up the arm strength. When you talk to NFL scouts and decision makers, after the UCL injury, they were worried about Beck's ability to kind of push the ball down the field. They thought the deep ball lost a lot of its consistency after he hurt the elbow. Well, in the Mike LaFleur offense, inspired by the Rams and the 49ers, we really operate 0 to 20 yards down the field. Certainly when the Rams have Stafford, they push it. But in general, the Jared Goff version of that offense, the Brock Purdy version, it doesn't need the big vertical ball that you drop into that bucket, which is where I think scouts felt Beck started to lose some of that talent. So this is going to be a better offense for some of that operate the offense point guard style of play.
By the way, who was their first pick? It was Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
So either way, they're going to run the football, whether it's Carson Beck, whether it's
Carson Beck practice this,
whatever quarterback is, hand that thing off. And you still got some good backs behind Jeremiah Love,
100%.
too. James Conner's on that team. Trey Benson's on that team that just got Tyler Algier as well.
Yeah.
So I would imagine Arizona's going to be the team that's going to run the rock. But, again, I think that's a good development piece with getting Carson Beck early in the third round.
And I do think if you are a Cardinals fan and you see this pick and you're not totally happy with it right now, I would just say this, and you guys know this about Mario Cristobal. He does not say anything that he does not mean.
No.
And he said that young man did a lot of growing, a lot of maturing in his guy that he would take on his football team any day. And Mario does not say that about just anybody necessarily.
Well, Cole made a good point that he has grown up. Now, I didn't know Carson from the SEC. I was at the ACC network at that time. But obviously, when he came over to Miami, I was watching him because we covered a lot of the games and wraps during the week. And then getting a chance to talk to him during the summer, I did see a lot of maturity. And it's funny we kind of mentioned that because beyond him as a player, I almost feel like people just didn't like him. You know what I mean? Like, it was almost like whether it was off the field stuff, his ex-girlfriend, all that kind of mess, which, again, that becomes a distraction.
Sure.
But that's just in the world we live in now with social media and everything just being out there. I'll say this, again, as the football player, and again, think about this too. You go to Miami, all right? The year that Cam Ward had, that's huge.
Yeah.
Not big, huge shoes to fill as their next quarterback. And he really parlayed it beyond what Cam Ward was able to do.
Right.
I know they snuck into the playoff, but once they got in the dance, they
made
kept
noise.
boogieing. You know what I mean? Like, they got almost and won a championship. Then everybody would say, well, he threw a pick at the end of the game, this and that. Ultimately, I like Carson Beck a lot, and I think he'll be a really good pro.
I think it'll be interesting. I mean, the Cardinals, hey, what else are you going to do, right? It's worth trying. You didn't
Unless you
him.
wait for next year. I mean,
Unless you wait for next year,
And that's the main
too.
thing about Beck in round 3 is that no round 3 quarterback prevents you from investing in the second overall
That's
pick,
right.
the first overall pick next year. So, okay, right now it's Jacoby, it's Gardner, they're both on one-year deals, and it's Beck. We will reevaluate in 2027. We have a lot of growing to do as a team and other roster spots otherwise. So this doesn't impede them at all from being that 2027 quarterback.
It certainly does not. We have had 2 picks happen since the Beck pick.
Okay.
Tyler Onyedum, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, goes to the Broncos. Feels like a
Their
Richard
first pick,
situation.
by the way.
That is correct.
About
Their first
time.
pick.
Start doing something.
And Kieron Crawford from Alabama. Excuse
Easy.
me. Whoa. Did you see the shiver go down my spine? I can't make that mistake with an Auburn man at the table.
Don't make
my
that
bad
mistake.
call. I immediately take that one
Not
back.
that one.
In fact, I will take a timeout for myself.
It's okay. He's an
But so-
interesting prospect, though. Kieron Crawford
Yeah.
transferred in from Arkansas State. Very wiry. I'll put him in the Gumby category also, where he can get that face mask really close to the ground when he rushes the passer. The interesting thing was, and we've now seen DJ Durkin do this with a couple of guys in his defense the last few years, the amount of time he'll ask you to spend off the football. And if I would have watched him early in his career at Auburn on the ball, playing the edge rush and the passer, I wouldn't have thought he could have survived out there at all. But proved that he can live in space and operate in space and not be a liability in space, but he's going to give you a big wingspan, uses his hands extremely well. I don't think he has the get up and go of some of the other edge defenders just straight north and south off the ball, but he has a good feel for rushing the passer, good feel for setting up secondary moves also. He was a really pleasant get for Auburn a couple of years ago that didn't make a lot of noise in the portal. He wasn't a 5-star coming out of high school, but a very productive player at Auburn, not just from a sack perspective, but from a pressure perspective and forcing quarterbacks to move and redirecting runs as well.
Yeah, and I like this a lot for the Raiders. I really do. He is a wonderful athlete. He's very twitchy, body beautiful. I mean, the guy's sculpted out of marble, and everybody says it's just another year of hand refinement. It's another year of working on the pass rush plan. Like Cole brought up, he would drop sometimes and play off ball, and so he can play a more traditional pass rusher role in the NFL. Well, you have Malcolm Kuntz on a one-year deal, so you might need a starter there, and you really don't know how much longer Max Crosby is going to be a Raider. And so getting the developmental pass rusher with the high ceiling, say, all right, Crawford, you're going to live in Max Crosby's shadow for a year, and then if Max leaves the building, we have high expectations for you underneath that technician there that's Crosby. And so this is the right sort of 2027 vision for the Raiders.
Now, I don't want to skip over Tyler Onyedum here.
Fun player.
Coming out of A&M, going to a Broncos team that's already really talented. Again, it feels like a sort of the rich get richer type of situation. Your thoughts on him?
I felt like both the interior defensive linemen at A&M were underrated this year because the edges got so much love, and it's kind of been this way for the last couple of years. But a little bit more of a space eater, not the twitchy guy that's going to kind of get you left and right and beat you in the A gaps or B gaps constantly. But you need somebody who can sit on a couple of blocks, take on a double team, fight through a double team, dent the pocket, and get a good push. I think this young man can do that, Ben. He can provide that for this Denver defense.
Yeah, and Denver lost John Franklin Myers in free agency. It was one of their only big losses there. And so you start looking for more tweener-type bodies who, okay, you can be outside of the tackle for me and win with size there when I'm in my base bulky defenses. And then when I go rush package, NASCAR, baby, I can step you inside and you can win an interior gap. Watching Tyler Onyeta, it is impossible to not write down, oh, looks a little bit like John Franklin Myers. And there you go, the Denver Broncos saying, we're just going to replace the role one for one. We're going to come back the same way we've always come back into this postseason with a really good defense, a really effective and efficient offense there under Bo Nix. And this time, hopefully, no ankles get snapped in the AFC divisional round. We can actually make a run of this thing.
It's kind of that cool thing we were talking about with Coach Elko a few moments ago. Like, you're going to line up everywhere in that defense.
Yep.
And you're a D tackle, you're an edge. I mean, you're going to be off the ball, on the ball, inside, outside. And that's part of that versatility that he creates for guys going to the next level.
I'm so with you on Onyeta being underrated and then Tyler Regis as well.
He got no run last year. No one talking about him.
Guys, I want to toss it over to Harry Lyles because he is with head coach of the Clemson Tigers, Dabo Swinney.
That's right, Coach Swinney. Not many coaches in college football have had a better first 2 rounds, and his guys had a better first 2 rounds than your guys with Clemson. I know you had 2 first-rounders, but I want to start with Avieon Terrell going to the Atlanta Falcons, getting to play with his brother, AJ. How cool is that to see that come to fruition for him?
Can't hear.
Coach Swinney can't hear me. It was a great question, though.
It was absolutely
I think
fantastic
he would
question.
agree with me.
Yeah, that was the first question I was going to ask him as well, because you imagine recruiting, and we'll see if we can get Coach Swinney here with the audio. If you can pitch that to some players that are coming in, especially if they have brothers, and Harry talked about, I know his brother Tony Douglas was a basketball player, an elite basketball player, one of the best at Florida State. I remember seeing TD do that when I was young. That's amazing. And that's something that Clemson can sell.
100%.
Obviously, it's something that Atlanta, the team and all that kind of stuff is going to certainly lean into. But himself, man, I mean, I know he has to be so proud to see both those guys go through that process and be on the same team now in the league.
And it feels like if this were ever going to happen to a specific coach in college football, nobody does culture better than this guy right here.
Absolutely. And that's why guys don't leave, right? Like, that's why guys stay at Clemson, because they believe in Coach Swinney, but also it's not even just believing in who he is, it's also the development piece behind that. And when I think about some of the best Clemson teams that I played against, it started on the defense, specifically the defensive line, which always caused some havoc. Why I got gray hairs now. But truly, you look at the guy like Avieon Terrell, TJ Parker, Peter Woods, and even Blake Miller, extremely consistent on the offensive line. Clemson, granted, they didn't have the season they wanted to have last year, but they're still always putting out really good products, and they're going to be better from it in the future.
And I mean, you just look at these guys. If we start at the top with Blake Miller going to Detroit, I mean, that team, right, and what Dan Campbell has built, continues to build. You look at him, feels like he's right in there. I am told that we've got Coach Swinney now. Coach, it's fantastic to have you. You didn't hear me before, and I'm going to give you the question again because it's a fantastic one. You still can't hear me, which is okay. We're just going to continue talking about you guys.
Coach, you give us a thumbs up once you can hear us.
Yeah, you give us a thumbs up when you can hear us, Coach. I'm going to go back on my tangent. Again, Blake Miller, just a fantastic fit in Detroit with what Dan Campbell is trying to build. You look at Peter Woods. I know statistically perhaps it wasn't there for some people, but fitting into Kansas City, he's going to get to play with Chris Jones and that defense. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. But again, these guys are so well coached and well trained. And also, you're getting guys who love football, right? You can't play at Clemson unless you love this thing. Coach Swinney's going to find out, he's going to weed the guys out who don't really love the game, because again, he's going to hold you accountable. You're going to have to show up. You're going to have to do everything right. Otherwise, you just can't play for that man.
100%. I am being told we're going to try one more time. Coach Swinney, can you hear me? This is Harry Lyles. You give me a thumbs up.
I got you.
Let's go, baby. Come on. Third time's the
What's
charm.
up, Coach?
All right, Coach. Avieon Terrell. I know you had 2 first-rounders. I want to talk about Avieon. He went to my Atlanta Falcons. He gets to play with his brother, AJ. How cool is that to see that come to fruition for that young man?
Oh, man, so cool. I mean, just amazing. I wish I was at the party. I couldn't get to all the parties, so I just said, you know what, I'll just sit here and watch it and get by the phone. But Man, just talk to his dad and talk to AV. And I mean, you can't even make it up. I'm so happy for the Terrell family. And when I signed AJ, I think AV was like in about the 7th grade. They got the same last name, but they got different games. But what they do have is an elite competitiveness. They're both ball hawks, and man, the two of them together and the synergy of having not only two talented guys but brothers, true brothers. Man, there's something special that's going to be coming to that secondary of the Falcons. I'm really happy for the Falcons and for the Terrell family to not have to, divide and conquer like they've been doing for years.
Yeah.
When AV was in high school and AJ was with the Falcons, and then obviously at Clemson, they can just go to one place and cheer them both on. It's a really cool story.
Coach Swinney, EJ Manuel here. I wanted to hit you on the first pick out of Clemson, which is Blake Miller. What is the Detroit Lions getting out of him? I've heard he's one of the most consistent guys and always showed up every single day as the same man.
Yeah, I mean, he's a day one, elite, ready offensive tackle. Coach Luke did an awesome job with him. This kid got better and better and better. EJ, he started every game of his entire career from the day he got here. He missed 2 practices in 4 years. Wow. He's always available. You would have no idea if we were playing for the national championship or we were playing an FCS opponent if you could just pop in and watch any random practice. This guy truly, did his best every single day to be his best. And great teammate, incredibly smart. He's obviously got stuff you can't coach. He's got an unbelievable length. He can run. He can bend. He is an elite competitor. Understands, defensive football and all those things. But, he's a guy that you don't take an offensive tackle 17th if you don't think he can come in and help you. And they've studied him for a long time, and he's the same guy every day. But he's a ready guy. Just show up and give him a jersey and a helmet. This guy's going to be ready to play.
Coach, one of my favorite picks of this draft, not just because of the player, but because of the fit, is Peter Woods going to the Kansas City Chiefs. He gets to play with Chris Jones. It just feels like a fantastic fit. And I know some people were down on him because they might have felt statistically he wasn't there, but still a damn good football player. What are the Chiefs getting out of Peter Woods?
Yeah, well, he's a first rounder, and he probably has top 10 talent, and kind of like Blake. Blake's a guy that came back and for that 4th year, and he went 17th. Peter Woods is a first round draft pick. You don't take a guy in the first round and the amount of money these people spend to evaluate these guys. Peter's one of one. I haven't really had one like him. He is incredibly unique with his skill set and his just short area quickness, his power, his heavy hands. This guy can really, really run. He can do a lot of things for you. He can play all the special teams. He's just heck, we played him on offense. He's an elite competitor. He's a very smart football player. He started from the 8th grade all the way through his senior year at as good a high school program as there is in the country. Multi-state championships, one championship here at Clemson as well. And, he's a high-value pick. What did he go 29th? That to me, they got a top 10 talent at 29. And he's a guy that's going to play a long time. And to go into an organization like the Chiefs, to be able to, partner up with Chris Jones, I just think it's a great fit. And he's going to be a great one. He had a heck of a career. He graduated in 3 years. Wow. As a true junior. He graduates in 3 years, which I think demonstrates his ability to manage his time and to achieve a goal, that you set forth. That was his goal and the commitment. You're talking 18 hours in the summer sessions and things like that. Like, this kid is committed. He's driven. And, people talk about his production this year. Heck, none of us had production this year. Peter's just one guy. This is a kid that played every snap, a punt team, field goal block, played offense. He's a selfless guy. And I texted Andy Reid last night, man. they got him a stud in this guy. He's going to play a long time.
No question. Well, Coach, NFL teams know what kind of guy they're getting when they come out of Clemson because of you. Give you a lot of credit on that. But I wanted to hit you on another player, TJ Parker, Coach. What are the Buffalo Bills getting in him? Also a huge value there in the second round.
Yeah, big time. Same thing. He 35th pick. I think he's got the talent of a probably top 10, top 15 pick. True junior. Still a guy coming into his own. Very productive throughout his career. I think he had 41 TFLs, a bunch of calls, fumbles. He is a heavy-handed guy, and I think when you look at a guy that's got 41 TFLs, that just shows you his football IQ. A really, really smart football player. You don't luck into 41 TFLs. He's a very smart football player. He's long. He's strong. He's got the size to play every down, and he's got the speed and athleticism to be an elite pass rusher. He's heavy-handed. I mean, he can put his hands on guys and move them. And so I think same thing. I think he's got some diversity to his game. That you can drop him. You can do a lot of different stuff with him. So a great kid. Another same thing. Graduate in 3 years. He's from a military family. He's got a lot of discipline. And loves to work, loves to study the game, and same thing. The Bills got a complete player that I think his best football is still to come.
Coach, I would need to get some scouting on another Clemson prospect, yourself, actually. We've got some video of you dancing. I believe you were at a wedding in early April. Coach, I want to know, before I get your scouting report on yourself, I want to know, is this natural? Like, have you always been able to do this, or was this after a certain amount of households and recruiting visits?
No, my goodness. That was actually about almost 2 years ago. That was my goddaughter's wedding.
Amazing.
In Birmingham. I guess people just bring stuff up, but that's the electric slide.
Electric slide, yes, sir,
but it was like it was like a you do it fast version of electric slide. But yeah, I mean, what are you talking about, man? I got moves.
Got the footwork.
I'm like that.
The fluidity, the footwork, the athleticism. We know you played. I mean, it's still there, Coach.
Dang straight. Dang straight.
Still there, and we're being told that you're getting another guy coming off the board here to the Washington Commanders. It's going to be Antonio Williams.
Yes, sir.
Going to be in a great situation. Obviously, excitement. What are the Commanders going to be getting out of Antonio Williams?
Yeah, well, I've been getting cut off on my screen doing this because I've had like 30 text messages popping up on my phone.
That's right.
While we've been doing this, and I can't wait when we get off here so I can call him. But I mean, Antonio is different. But he's as good as we've had here. This is a complete football player. He is a gym rat. He can play all three positions. He can play, ZX. He can play into the slot. Very, very, very high football IQ. Great short area quickness. He's way faster than people give him credit for. He's a finisher on the ball. He can make some contested balls, contested catches. Great collision balance. And just has a feel for the game. He's just one of these guys that has a feel for how to play, in space. And he's got great release technique when it comes to getting off the press. I think a guy that's going to have a great career. To get him early in the third round is an absolute steal for them, and excited for him. Looking forward to many great years with Antonio Williams.
Well, Coach, we appreciate the time. We'll let you go, Coach. You can go ahead and call Antonio, and you can get back to the electric slide, Coach. So
That's
enjoy
right.
the offseason.
Keep it fluid, Coach.
For real, Coach, I know how much this weekend means to you to see these young men come in as high school players and go off into the league, man. So congratulations to you again,
Coach.
Yeah, it's special. It's special to see these guys achieve a dream and just love, this is, to me, one of the best parts of my job, just, seeing it happen, seeing the transformation, and just knowing that you were blessed to be a part of the journey. So appreciate the opportunity, guys. Y'all be good.
You got it, Coach.
Appreciate
All right,
you,
we're going
Coach.
to toss it back to the desk over there to Harry Douglas. I want to hear from HD about Antonio Williams going to the Commanders.
Yeah, I love Antonio Williams. First, I want to thank Coach Dabo Swinney for giving us his time to come on this broadcast and talk about these players that played at Clemson now are going to start their NFL careers. Antonio Williams is a player that I actually do love It desperately showed, in my opinion, when he was not on the field for Clemson. Now, he missed about 12 games throughout his career due to injury, but does a great job working versus zone coverage, understand leverage, whether it's versus man, end zone, the voided areas, which quarterbacks actually do love. And I think this is a great pick for Jaden Daniels. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, you heard Dabo say Antonio Williams is different when he first got asked about him, and it's because these Clemson receivers tend to be skyscrapers. Your T. Higgins, your Justin Ross, they like these bigger bodies. Antonio goes and carves out the wide receiver one role at 5'11" at Clemson. That means something, right? At a program that typically wanted to have those bigger bodies. He is much better down the field than the average slot. He is good at catching the ball at the top, at the apex, through contact. My line on Antonio Williams was, if you liked Mekhi Lemon and you missed him on day one, go get you an Antonio Williams on day two. You'll be able to get a lot of similar production. Wide receiver 2 is so important right now in Washington, right? They had to try to do Debo last year. It didn't work. They've had De'Ami Brown there. It hasn't been successful. You need to have a guy, and then you need to have another guy in the NFL. That's how playoff offenses are built. Antonio Williams is now that wide receiver 2 role. Got to fill it.
Ben, I'm glad you brought up skyscrapers because a couple of the picks that have come off the board recently, I think, are going to fit that same bill. Let's start with Tacario Davis, a corner out of Arizona that's going to go to the Cincinnati Bengals. Had him in the Alamo Bowl a couple of years ago, and I did not believe him when I saw him on the field. The length is beyond next level, especially for a cornerback, but going to give you something a little bit different than a lot of other NFL corners are going to offer up.
Yeah, so he transfers into Washington for that final season, and they had really, really high hopes for him. I thought the Washington guys had some of the best production against Jeremiah Smith this year, and the opportunity to play him really challenged him with that length and the physicality of the line of scrimmage. Tacario was up and down, more than they were hoping, more than I think the league was expecting. The Bengals here are taking the gamble on the measurables, right? And the ability to say, we're going to take Dax Hill, who's our outside player, we're going to kick him more into the slot where we think he's a more natural fit, and Davis is going to be that press man up at the line of scrimmage, absorb that space, deal with those skyscrapers, right, when you play them there at the NFL level. And so Tacario, I did not think we would be seeing him early in round 3 if we saw him. I thought it'd be a little bit later round 3 again. More of these corners where McCoy is sitting there and it's a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, he's a big fella who went. There's another big fella who went to the Philadelphia Eagles. Markel Bell, offensive tackle out of Miami. That's about as big as a big fella gets now. So we said it when we were talking about Eli Stowers. They're going to invest in tackle at some point. They went and they got one of the more exciting developmental tackles in this draft from a dimensions perspective. You can't teach 86-inch wingspans, man. That's from here to here. It's a huge guy. He's tough to go around there in Miami.
But the Philadelphia Eagles, they are not foreign to having a guy that size, right?
Yeah.
Mekhi Becton from Louisville, they was able to get him. He didn't play tackle. They moved him into guard. But we've seen that offensive line be different in 2025 versus 2024 when Mekhi Becton was not there.
And how they develop Bell is going to be very interesting because Jeff Stoutland was the offensive line coach there for a decade. And he stepped down with the new offensive coordinator in place. It was a little bit messy and controversial, and he's still with the team, but as a front office, it's very unclear. But you could trust Jeff Stoutland developing an offensive lineman like you would trust the sun in the east, man. I mean, you could set your watch to it. Markel Bell needs body recomposition. He carries a lot of his mass up there above the waist. So wisdom tooth build, right?
Oh, yes.
You get him under a squat rack a little bit. He needs to improve a little bit in his hand usage. He needs to improve a little bit in his bend. And we're talking about a guy who was a JUCO player before he came to Miami. So this is a developmental arc. If they're going to try him at tackle, they have Jordan Mailata, they have Lane Johnson. They'll give him a year. But how will the Eagles develop offensive linemen if Jeff Stoutland's not the one doing it anymore? We don't know that the way we used to know that in Philadelphia.
The good news is, before we get to these next 2 picks, is usually when you have a guy who wins with size or mass, that nasty doesn't come with it. He has it. Markel Bell likes to finish. He will finish. He is a willing finisher. You don't have to worry about that aspect of his game. But as Ben brought up, the bend, the flexibility can be very problematic. He is a waist bender. He is a lunger. And when you're 6'9" and you do that, you get yourself in trouble in a hurry. That's got to go away in this league, or he's not going to be able to start at tackle. Or you mentioned Mekhi Becton. He was a much better bender coming out of college than I think Markel Bell is. And I love the nasty. When he gets latched onto you, he will finish you. And he'll take you all the way to the bench. He'll be that bench escort for you. But he is going to have to work his flexibility. I think, like Ben said, he has to redistribute some of the weight that he's carrying and the way that he's carrying it. But that wingspan, you can't deny. He can keep people away from him, and he's got great feet for a young man that size. I'm with Ben. I'll be very interested. It's an if a maybe for me, but it has a very high ceiling if they can find a way to get it going the right direction.
Last couple of picks, Oscar Delp, tight end from Georgia, goes to the Saints. That's their second Bulldog of this draft. Cool. And Malachi Fields, the wide receiver out of Notre Dame, started his career off at Virginia. That's the guy that came up. HD, I see you nodding your head. I mean, there's a solid weapon there for Jackson Dart.
Well, because you have these little jitterbugs at wide receiver for the New York Giants, right? When you look at Malik Neighbors, Darnell Mooney, who they brought over in free agency, well, Jackson Dart needs someone that is good at contested catches, the 50-50 balls that can really dominate smaller corners down the football field. You see the unbelievable catches. I don't think this young man has really hit his stride yet. I think his upside is tremendous when it comes to the National Football League. It's all about being coached properly and who you get latched onto with as well. But Jackson Dart, having a guy that he can just throw the ball up to, also be a red zone threat, I think this is going to be pivotal for the New York Giants.
Yeah, I also feel like he does a good job for a tall guy. He doesn't give away his routes.
Body control.
You know what I mean? Like he still, he kind of keeps himself low, and you can't really, tee off of what he's about to do, whether it's an out-cutting route or in-cutting route or just a vertical. But I remember him at UVA. You mentioned that, Harry, and I remember actually going there for a practice maybe 2 or 3 seasons ago. And Tony Elliott kept pointing and looking at him and smiling, 100%. Too. Now, I understand he left and went to Notre Dame, so I felt bad for TE. But I will say this, just getting off the bus, he's one of those kind of guys all right, this dude can play. Then obviously he goes to Notre Dame. They didn't necessarily have the quarterback that could really, C.J. Carr's getting a lot of hype now, but he was young last year. And then also you had 2 really good first-round running backs. But I think with Malachi Fields, you get him in an offense where you're going to really use him vertically and then also even throw him in the slot sometimes just to kind of throw off some of the tendencies by the defenses. I think he'll have a really good start to his career.
Malachi Fields, EJ, you just mentioned it because I had covered a game, I believe actually they were playing Louisville when we had him. He's one of these guys that if you are not an immediate contender in whatever conference it is that you've got, it's when we go to these coaches meetings, the coaches are like, hey, man, I don't know if we're going to be able to keep this guy because he's just that good. But Cole, I think this gives us an opportunity because you wanted to revisit the number 5 overall pick. Did you not, Arvell Reese?
I did. I just wanted to talk to Ben about it.
I feel like this is a good time to do it because, again, the Giants, we've got Arvell Reese, Francis Mauigoa, Colton Hood, Malachi Fields. I think most people look at that and they're like, boom, you nailed it.
So it is a good draft. And I will say I believe that the ceiling on Arvell Reese is really high. I feel like I haven't heard a single person counter this at all with any real concern. And there's a name that I want to bring up to you, Ben, that I want to at least just lob out there to see if you'll latch on and maybe have a real conversation with me. I'm not going to compare the 2 players, but I'm going to compare what people are saying about them coming out of college and what they believed, and that's Isaiah Simmons coming out of Clemson. Because people told me Isaiah Simmons could play safety in the NFL, and he could rush the passer in the NFL, and he could cover in the NFL, and he could play off-the-ball linebacker in the NFL. He hadn't been great at any of those in the NFL. And what I keep hearing about Arvell Reese is how he's going to be doing all these things in the NFL. And my question is, where is his home going to be in the NFL? Because he told you about a week ago, I don't even know how to rush the passer. I haven't even worked on this. This ain't a thing I know how to do yet.
But it is a scary thing, though.
It is scary that, that can come. He learns. And you can learn a little bit more. That it doesn't always work, as we said earlier on the broadcast. So I feel like it's fair to at least say, should there be some conversation of, you guys played in the NFL, I didn't. But the NFL is the best of the best. And you play in the NFL because you're the best at what you do, not because you're the best at 20 different things. That would be my main concern this high in the draft. Later, I would understand the developmental portion of it, and I do think the ceiling's high, but I wanted to at least offer that up.
Can I chime in very quickly before Ben does?
Sure, hit me.
I think his home should be linebacker. And because who he went to, the New York Giants, and who they have as pass rushers as well, you can live in that home. And you have a savvy veteran in Tremaine Edmonds who he can learn from as well. So that's my take on it. You go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so first I want to clarify for the viewers at home, I also did not play in the NFL. Cole didn't specify that, but I didn't make it to the league. I was close. Arvell Reese, when you bring up Isaiah Simmons, linebacker to safety to me is different than linebacker to edge in terms of some of the position hybrid.
And please don't understand that I was saying that everybody's saying that Arvell Reese is supposed to do the same thing. It's just the flexibility. Being able to do different things, I felt like the conversation was somewhat similar coming out.
No, absolutely. And one of the common failures that we have in the NFL draft is we get guys with elite dimensions and with elite measurables and elite speed and elite testing, and we say, oh, we'll figure it out. And so much of that is hubris as coaches, saying, we have all the tools, we have all the secrets, we can bring these guys into something. And then maybe the personality's not right, maybe there's issues on the other positions of defense, we have to miscast him, he's struggling behind a bad defensive tackle room. If you play stack linebacker right now with the Giants, who's going to be the guy out there? Dexter Lawrence isn't in the building anymore. Who's going to be the player there that's eating up all that space? I think they took Christian Miller, so they tried to prepare for that. But you might be not enjoying that Kaden McDonald, that excellent defensive front. And so it is a patient and long developmental process with Arvell Reese. But if John Harbaugh were sitting here right now, what John Harbaugh would tell you is, I've had a special linebacker in Roquan Smith in the middle of the defense, right? And I had a guy, Patrick Queen, who wasn't necessarily, developing the right way. I've worked with players like this at the stack linebacker position before, who I can get elevated play out of from where they were previously. That'd be his argument, and I'm inclined to believe him given his resume. It is absolutely the case that with Sonny Styles and with Caleb Downs, you could just set your watch to what they were going to do out of college to the NFL. With Arvell Reese, it's going to be more work. They pay coaches millions of dollars for a reason. So go make your paycheck with a man who in terms of the power and the strength and the speed, has the sort of stuff that gets you drafted top 5.
Okay, so Harry answered my question. The question still stands for you.
Yeah.
Where is his home in the NFL?
So the Giants had their post-draft presser yesterday, and they said they're going to start him at stack linebacker. I also think that's the better spot for him right away. He was a stack linebacker in 24. He also, the draft community says, he's an edge. He was also a stack linebacker last year.
Yeah.
They would play him more on the edge, but what they're doing is they've got personnel where they can be a 4 down front and a 5 down front, right? And so they would take Arvell, and they do this with Sonny too, and they would line up in 4 down. And then right when you got under center, you made your calls, they'd walk one of them down. They'd kick a defensive tackle in. And so Arvell only was an edge because it was a way to screw with your calls and screw with your checks. They always thought of him more as a stack linebacker, and the Giants clearly do as well. I think that's the better position for him long term.
So I want to dive into football talk really quick. So from a quarterback perspective, right, Arvell Reese is the type of player that we would declare as a spinner.
Absolutely.
Right? Because
a down guy.
A down guy, right? So
Yeah.
that's a down guy, like from the quarterback perspective. And the reason why you do that is because they trick a lot of teams when you have a tweener like that, because you don't know if he's going to be in the box or if you know he's going to line up. So you already include him into the count if he lines up on the line of scrimmage, so it doesn't mess up the offensive line.
Yeah, it's interesting because Cole makes a really good point. When guys are so athletic and they have all the measurables and they're just freak athletes, sometimes in the league, it's crazy. And I feel like it's almost because the coaches are so good that go against these guys. Like he just said, we find ways to not use that, not let his ability kind of go to his strength, right? And we kind of put him in some positions where you go up against some of these tackles, you ain't getting past these guys, especially if you come up there with no technique. And so, look, I would say put him off the ball, right? Now, you can have some sub packages where he can get up on the line and let him run off of some 3 techniques looping around and all that. But I do think he'll be best served as a stack linebacker. The question then is, can he cover some of these tight ends?
Well, I got one more piece of
Very quickly,
bad
just
news.
want to note, Drew Aller went to the Pittsburgh
We'll hit that in a second. Just the last piece of bad news here. All that movement, all that flexibility, the reason that those guys were able to do that, he's playing in division on another team on defense this year. You can watch him play in Dallas. His name's Caleb Downs. That's a big reason they were able to do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Interesting.
That was a damn good conversation.
I thought they were going to draft him. I really thought they were going to draft Caleb Downs at 10.
Yeah,
I was like, cool,
100%.
we'll just do what they did.
Same stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Ben, your eyes got big when you saw Drew Aller's name come up.
Yes.
What are your thoughts here on this pick?
So the Steelers' round 3 quarterback was kind of always something we thought might happen. Aaron Rodgers is probably going to come back. Aaron Rodgers is also turning 43 years old. You have to care about quarterback for the future. The league has always wanted Drew Aller to come out. They've always loved the tools. They've liked the NFL caliber size. He's got movement ability. He's got a very, very pretty arm. Now, at Penn State, it never manifested, right? They really weren't able to get the elite receiver recruits you might have hoped for. Aller and that system, they threw the ball a lot, near the line of scrimmage, so the big arm didn't flash as much as you would have hoped. But there's clearly, jaw-dropping, exciting potential developmental tools here. I am surprised that it is the Steelers who take Aller. Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board, and Nussmeier, to me, was a clear connection to Mike McCarthy because Nussmeier's father, Doug, was a quarterbacks coach under McCarthy in Dallas over the time. So if you told me Steelers quarterback round 3, I would have said every single time, probably going to be Garrett Nussmeier. Instead, they go toolsy, and they go for Drew Aller. Hometown picks, a lot of fun to get the crowd fired up there in Pittsburgh.
I love the Schefter note that was just at the bottom of the screen that said his parents are Browns season ticket holders.
That's always fun.
Just a good little note. Obviously he's not going to stop the Steelers from drafting him, but just funny little nugget there from Shefty.
I think he has better mobility than Nussmeier. I don't think his arms
got those
is live,
big looping strides.
Yeah, Nussmeier was almost, I don't even want to say hesitant. Like he would not leave the pocket at times, and that was with an offensive line that couldn't block people. So I think Drew Aller gives you a little bit more movement, the ability to elude the rush just a little bit better. I think he can change his arm angle and move while he's under pressure and still deliver an accurate football, something that Nussmeier struggled with just a little bit more. So if you're Comparing the two, the durability, obviously going to go with Aller also because Nussmeier has not only the injury issues when he played, but now some other things have popped up since.
And does this pick, and maybe I'm reading too much into this, I don't think I am, because I do think ultimately Aaron Rodgers is coming back.
Yeah.
Is this pick, like, safe enough in the sense that it's not going to upset him?
Who gives a damn?
And I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should.
No,
I'm not saying you should.
But yes.
I'm not
Listen,
saying you
dog,
should.
because-
But
They should still
HD, hold
care,
on, hear me out though.
HD.
Is it
I
not
get-
crazy enough that the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing this with a 41-year-old quarterback?
Listen,
but-
hold on, but we talking about Aaron Rodgers now. Hold on, like let's
Still.
not, I get what you're saying, but we still talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer here.
But
he's
who you
not
give
that
who you
guy
have
anymore.
patience, I get that, but it's still he's better than both these guys. He's better than Drew Aller.
But look, I know that, but look,
he's
let me-
better than Will Howard. That's on the roster
But
right now.
let me
so
ask you a question. Do you view the Pittsburgh Steelers as Super Bowl contenders with Aaron Rodgers?
I damn sure don't believe in a Super Bowl contender with Will Howard
get where
and
I'm
Drew
going.
Aller.
But here's where
right now.
Here's where I want you to go. I think one of the things that the Steelers have not recognized is that they need to rebuild things because I don't blame them because they don't know how, right? When was the last? This is the fourth coach since the 60s.
Yeah.
So they don't really know how. My thing is, instead of going with the 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, allow one of these young quarterbacks to be your starting quarterback for 2026. And if you don't have a good record, just draft the quarterback next year in a quarterback-heavy
And then
draft.
you're in the same position, though, right?
Well,
you're in the same
no,
situation
not
because you got
necessarily.
another young guy that's going to come in.
But my
who's he
thing
going
is-
to learn from at that? You know what I mean? Like,
I would rather you have a top 10 pick and choose your quarterback versus continuously going in the third round trying to get one.
that's fair. And the last top 10, I guess, pick they had was Ben Roethlisberger. He ended up being a Hall of Famer, too. So that's a valid point. I just feel like with Aaron Rodgers, and this kind of goes back to a conversation we were having last offseason, I think you're patient with him, but don't sleep on Will Howard. I'm just throwing that out there.
I agree with that.
Don't sleep on Will Howard. I think this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, they do like Drew Aller enough to take him here in the third round.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of value in him. 'Cause
EJ, I would love for them to give the job to Will Howard. Honestly, I try one of
You're
these
over
young
Aaron
guys.
Rodgers then.
I am
That's
over-
kinda like what
and
I'm
I
saying.
love A-Rod.
Yeah, I'm like-
A-Rod is my favorite quarterback that I never had a chance to play with. I love A-Rod. But, man, sometimes it's just time to kick those feet up on that desk and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to enjoy my damn family.
You're close to the edge there, Harry. You watch out.
Yeah.
It's
It's going to be a good clip if you take a spill.
Hey, you can still run, baby. Come on.
The thing that I just can't get over, though, and again, like it has felt like for years, this has always been one of the best run organizations in football. They've always been ahead of everything that was coming in front of them, and they have been trying to figure out quarterback ever since Ben Roethlisberger left. And that is the thing that, EJ, from just my perspective, again, don't care necessarily whether or not Drew Aller is going to upset Aaron Rodgers or not. He's also not at the point where, like, frankly, like, you should care. And I think
He
Will Howard
definitely doesn't care.
I thought Will Howard was a good pick too.
Right.
I just cannot believe that this franchise, of all the franchises in the NFL, are doing this and
Yeah,
just
well-
haven't been able to figure this out. That's not to say, and I know it's hard.
Well, I was
know
about to
it's
say,
difficult.
nobody's immune to that now.
No,
like, obviously
absolutely
the
not.
track record of the Pittsburgh Steelers is one of the best in the league. But, you know, you're looking at this situation. Again, I think Drew Aller is in a great position to develop, whether they bring back Aaron Rodgers or not. I would imagine that Will Howard's going to obviously have the leg up on him, being that he was with the team last year. But, again, you got a new regime now. You know, Mike T's no longer there now. Like, they got a new head coach. Maybe they're going in a different direction. But this would also tell me, fellas, that I don't think you draft the quarterback early next year if they do have a struggle in this season. And I understand it's a third-round pick, so maybe there's not a ton of value or, I guess, equity that will cause you to have issue in the following year. But then you end up being like the Browns with a bunch of young dudes in the quarterback room. Personally, I don't think that's a great recipe for all the young quarterbacks in the room.
Yeah, and remember when they took Kenny Pickett, they were there at 20. And typically, like, you know, we talk first half of the first round for quarterbacks, and then second half is already different, right? If a guy's that good, he goes top 10, top 15. So the only way for the Steelers to make that pick is to lose games. And the Steelers haven't lost games since the 90s, right? I mean, Mike Tomlin was 8-8 every single year, reliably so. And so with Rodgers at his age, or with Howard, or with Aller, or whomever it ends up being, you're hoping to either find the quarterback of the future, one of the young guys, or be bad enough you can actually go potentially find that guy in the future.
And that's my only logic,
got you.
right? Because, like, I think Steeler fans are tired of being mediocre, right?
My father's a Steelers fan. I can attest.
You're just
Sick
good
and tired of being
enough
mediocre.
to be picking between 20 and you're not picking 32, between 20 and
Harry,
28.
that doesn't matter, though. And I think the point that we're all missing here, and you know, my dad went to Hampton High School, grew up in Pittsburgh. I grew up a Steelers fan. They've missed everywhere else. How many big hits have they had the last 5-6 years?
For the draft, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, offensive line, killing it. Wide receiver, sure would have been nice if one of them worked.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
That front trench is really good. They added Mike
You drafted
Sinatra
two.
last week.
I think
and
at
an
times
older
you
defense
drafted
as well,
too
too.
big at wide receiver. You drafted too slow on defense. I'm not including a couple. Like Devin Bush could have been fast enough, but it didn't work out long term. Obviously, T.J. Watt was fantastic, but the kind of guys that you won with for a long time, I don't feel like those are the kind of guys that they've been drafting recently. The personality makeup, the ones that we always looked at and said, that's a fit.
Yes.
That's a Steeler. We said that about the Ravens tonight. We said that about we've said that about the Patriots tonight. A couple of
Philadelphia
teams. We said about the
Yep.
Eagles tonight. We haven't said that about the Steelers in 4 or 5 years. Honestly, we just haven't. I felt like they have moved more towards the shiny toys than the guys that are going to do the gritty work, the hard hat guys that are going to come in and do it the way that it's been done for 15, 20, 30 years. And to me, it doesn't matter who the head coach has been because they ultimately have never been the ones that's been responsible for these picks. And it's gone a little bit downhill, in my opinion.
So I guess with that being said, I mean, we have the Steelers selections right up here on the screen. Cole, being a Steelers fan, how do you feel about at least what you've got right here on the board?
Keep throwing your darts
Yeah.
at the quarterback position. We've talked about the equity that you're putting into it this late in the draft. What if you do hit on Drew Aller? Even go back to last year. What if Will Howard is the guy? I also agree with Harry. At some point in time, you got to draw the line in the sand and make a decision to move forward past one season. And you have to worry about your franchise and the stability of the franchise and what it's built on. What is your foundation as a franchise? And right now, I feel like that's in flux, and you're not going to win games doing that.
Yeah, well, I'll just add this again. If you do go in a different direction outside of any veteran quarterback, let alone Aaron Rodgers, whoever else it might be, the franchise itself has to be able to stomach the patience that's going to be needed for young quarterbacks. And a lot of franchises don't have the stomach to do that, whether that's fan base pressure, whether that's coaching, wanting to save his job, or a general manager wanting to save his job. I'm just saying it's a tough place. That's why I
because
think
it's the lack of patience.
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Like
but most teams
everyone
don't
is
have
impatient now.
Absolutely, and the Steelers have had it for years. That's why they were so good. Because also they had a coach that wasn't going anywhere. Now you got a new head coach in a different direction. We'll see.
And we've got another player off the board, A.J. Halsey, that made Ben jump up and scamper on over to the board. Ben, tell us all about what the Colts are getting out of A.J. Halsey.
They're getting a 6 foot, 222 pound of dynamite, man. He is built like a brick house, and he will hit you, but he's better in coverage than people realize. This is a guy who played deep middle at times for LSU. At that size, he might be a box safety in the NFL, but watch some of these coverage reps. Here we are, empty set against Texas A&M. We're going to see from the interior receiver here, number 3, that stick and that nod. We saw this on Jeremy Bernard film. It's really difficult to cover here in the red zone. But you know who knows that? You know who's seen that on film? It's A.J. Halsey. And he's just going to, he's just going to pitter-patter himself in the middle of the field, watching the quarterback, reading his eyes, and it takes him right to the ball. Look at that catch there above the face mask as well. In the red zone, we have to be emphatic in our movements. We got to go quick. You cannot hesitate in the red area. The ball is arriving on time. Halsey just lets the quarterback take him right to the football and makes the play. Now that's in the red area. What about more in the open field where our speed's going to get tested? Our explosiveness matters a little bit more. Here we are against Alabama. This one's all film study. I promise you that. Halsey, once again, is standing in the middle of the field. We're going to end up bringing this safety down. We're looking at cover 3. He's moving away from this side of the field. He's going to be gaining width in this direction, and there's going to be a vertical route working to that side of the field. That's going to pull him a little bit, but it's the backside tight end on the in-breaking route. That's what Ty Simpson wants to get to, this vacated area of the field. Halsey is a smart cookie. He understands that it's coming. So he works there to the middle of the field. He's gaining that width we talked about. Ty Simpson snaps this football, and he's thinking, all right, potentially the vertical, potentially right here. I have to care about this. Ty's taking him there with the eyes, with the body positioning. This might be going down there to the sideline. But as Simpson resets to the pocket, Halsey sees it, drives on it, and then there's that frame. There's that size, that density of contact moving there into the catch point, located with your shoulder, located with your helmet, and come emphatically into the contact point, knocking the football away. The Colts lost a safety in free agency that not a lot of people know. His name is Nick Cross. He was an 8-year starter for them, and he was just steady Eddie. He was a delightful player in the box. They needed to replace those snaps, and they just did with A.J. Halsey.
Fantastic, Ben. HD's over here doing the dirty bird because the Falcons just took Zach Branch out of Georgia.
Oh, he stays in state.
He certainly does. And he doesn't just get excited over anybody, does he?
I love it. I call him a jitterbug, guys. He can do the return game as well. You know the segment that I have on Get Up every week called That Boy Bad?
Heard of it.
You want to know the very first person that was on That Boy Bad?
Was it really?
Zachariah Branch.
That's cool.
The very first person, y'all. This is a guy that you want to find every way possible to get the football to. Screen game, speed sweeps. It doesn't matter. The guy is a human jitterbug, in my opinion. He's going to make players miss. He's excited. Whenever the University of Georgia needed a big play offensively, Zachariah Branch made it work. One of these plays in the SEC championship game, he was able to make it, against, I'm trying to remember who they played in the SEC championship game. Texas. No, not last year.
Alabama.
Alabama.
Yeah.
They threw him a screen. I thought he was going to get tackled by 2 people. Zachariah Branch said, no, not today. I'm going to get my payday. Zachariah Branch is the type of wide receiver, in my opinion, that the Atlanta Falcons need. They don't have this body type on the field, but you can get this guy to football every type of way possible.
I feel pretty good about what the Atlanta Falcons have done thus far in this draft.
Well, even better news for Branch is, I'll say this, studying his film at USC, coming to Georgia, I thought he was a one-trick pony. I thought it had to be quick. It had to not even be intermediate. It had to be at the line of scrimmage. He actually did really improve on his ball receiving skills this year. He became a more well-rounded receiver because I didn't think he was going to do much for Georgia down the field, and that's an area that he really did improve upon. So he brings that to the Falcons as well. And you think about some of the great offenses in the NFL, you have to have the one guy that commands attention down the field. And this young man brings that.
Yeah, the new offense there, Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees coming from Cleveland, are a very, very, very heavy screen team. And with Drake London, with Kyle Pitts, you love who those guys are as the primary pass catchers, but they're not really yak guys, right? It's not Pitts' game, he's a little bit too gangly. It's not London's game, he's a little bit too big. Zach Branch on a screen, man. Zach Branch, he goes into returner mode right away. That's going to give you dynamic, explosive plays for low investment, right? Think about if Tua Tagovailoa is the starter there, how important Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill were for a quick pop gun quarterback like that. You need a player in Zachariah Branch's mold. This is understanding fit at a very high level.
So I'm not going to come back to HD on this. I'm going to come into you on this because we got to take ourselves out of this. But are the Falcons, are we doing something here? Do you see the vision? Can I feel good about this going into next year?
You can feel good about it right now. The moment you watch either Michael Penix or Tua Tagovailoa start taking quarterback snaps for your teams, you might not like it as much as you did. And that's where they are right now, with a new general manager, Matt Ryan, and Ian Cunningham running the team, with a new head coach, as they're saying, all right, we're going to fill out the rest of the roster. We're going to take a look at these 2 quarterbacks, and we're going to evaluate. I don't have a ton of faith in Penix and Tua being the starting quarterback for 2027 or beyond, but they're going to give them a shot so that way they can evaluate the team right here. I know we were talking a little bit NFC South, and there's excitement for the Panthers and Lee Hunter. Saints are my team, man. Saints with David Edwards and Travis Etienne in free agency, with Jordan Tyson there at the top of the draft.
Yeah. Like Oscar Delp pick?
Oscar
Delp to join Jawan Johnson. Now you have your wide tight end with your flex tight end.
I mean, Oscar Delp, I look at, there's not a minus.
Yeah.
I mean, he is B+.
The only thing is, why didn't he produce? Why didn't they use him more? That's the only minus.
That ain't his fault.
Yep.
I mean,
no, it is not.
We've talked about a couple players in this
Well, he had the game versus Ole Miss where he had, what, was it 3 touchdowns in that game?
Yes, he did. I just think he is more than a willing blocker. I think he's a good blocker. You want to flex him out, you can do that. I think he understands the route tree. He can create separation. Is he Brock Bowers? No. But I think he's going to help the Saints. I really do. And we've seen a couple great SEC players come off the board here recently in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, one of them being A.J. Halsey. Cole, I know you're familiar with him. I mean, what do you have on him?
I almost echo everything that Ben said. I just freaking love this kid.
Yeah.
I really do. I have had, covering SEC games weekly, 2 different coordinators tell me he's the best football player they've ever had. Blake Baker told me that when he had him at LSU. And Zach Etheridge told me that when he had him at Houston, because I had Houston at Oklahoma a couple of years ago. He said, A.J. Halsey is the best football player I've ever coached. And said he's in the film room constantly. He's in meeting rooms. He is a leader. Physically, you don't have to worry about anything. He's not going to back down from a single thing. And you watch it. You see it when you watch him play football. And he epitomizes what we were talking about early in the second round of there are going to be some guys late second, mid-late third that are going to come off the board that are just great football players. And I think A.J. Halsey sort of epitomizes that, a guy that I love seeing come off the board. Now, to me, another one that I think could be a steal here is Chris McClellan to the Green Bay Packers from Missouri. Dude's a monster inside, man.
Yeah.
He had great linebackers. He had great edge players for 2 years. He transferred in from Florida. He disrupted. He is someone inside that is strong as an ox. He can push the point of attack. He can be problematic just enough east and west. A very good football player that knows how to use his hands. Green Bay.
11-inch hands.
I think they could have gotten a steal here late in this draft to help them on the inside of the defense.
34-inch arms, 11-inch hands. You feel it, dude. I mean,
we do like measurables. They're not everything, but we do like measurables.
Dude, he is so fun to watch. I said of Anthony Hill.
Yes.
Best 10 plays you can hang with anybody. Chris McClellan, best 10 plays. You put him against any defensive tackle in this class. That could be DT1. Just need to get the light bulb to turn on, play a little bit faster, but ooh, baby. When he gets those mitts on you, you feel it.
I think part of that, too, is rotation. because you had one come off the board early last year. Marquise Gratial is going to be off the board next year. He's going to be drafted 33 when you watch him on defense at Missouri. So they've had a lot of D tackles that are ready to go or have gone to the NFL. I think part of that, sometimes we talk about the rotation saving reps and saving your wind. I think at times, Ben, that can have guys sort of turn the light off because they know, okay, I got my 15 snaps, I got my 20 snaps this game, and maybe they go away for a little while. But when that light's on, Chris McCullough can flat out play.
Without question. We just had a couple more players go off the board. Jacoby Lane, the wide receiver from USC, he is a Baltimore Raven. And Albert Regis, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Any takers on either of those guys?
I don't know, HD.
Well, I'll say Jacoby Lane, like long, wiry type wide receiver. I think that's the type of body type that the Baltimore Ravens need in their wide receiver group.
This is one of the lower-ranked players that's been drafted so far. This was not a player that I expected to go on day 2. I thought it was going to be day 3 because your separation's not there on the tape.
That leads to the next thing. I did not think he was going to get drafted over Chris Brazil the second. I did not think he was going to get drafted over Chris Bell. I'll stick with those two guys at the wide receiver position. I didn't think he was going to get drafted before those two guys.
Yeah,
so knowing his skill set, though, in going to Baltimore, if you were them and reasoning picking him over those two guys, what is it about him, do you think, that made them go with him instead?
Body type, contested catches, 50-50 balls.
Okay.
Yeah. They had DeAndre Hopkins as a wide receiver 3 there, right? They wanted Hopkins in the late stage of his career to be that guy. When you have Lamar Jackson and when you have a Derrick Henry in the backfield, you expect defenses to load the box on you. You expect to see +1 in the box. That means it's going to be a single high safety. You should be able to generate one-on-ones outside the numbers and then win those down the field. It is something Baltimore has never been able to do under Lamar. It is extremely frustrating. Now, Zay Flowers is a great player. It's just not where his bread is buttered. They drafted Rashad Bateman in the first round. Great route runner and separator, but not an above the rim guy. In Jacoby Lane, you are seeing just fundamentally, if we're going to get this many players in the box because of how dangerous our running game is, should we not be able to just throw some one-on-ones onto the top shelf and ask 6'4" Jacoby Lane to go get it? So I understand the theory, just rich from my blood relative to where I thought he'd be drafted.
I want EJ Manuel to touch on this, though, from a quarterback perspective, right? When you have a lot of smaller wide receiver from a body type perspective, and now you get a guy that you can – what's the confidence level in the quarterback when you have a guy that you know can make 50-50 catches?
Well, he has to earn that first off, right? Like, especially if you're Lamar Jackson in that offense, that's his offense built in his likeness. But I think, one, when you get him in training camp, when you get him in the early portions of the off season, give him those opportunities. If he makes you right, because that's the big thing with big receivers, they're the erasers, right? That's why they have the catch radius. That's why you want those kind of guys within your offense. He has to be able to make Lamar right. Now, I will say this. I don't think he's just a vertical threat. Like, I even remember watching him 2 seasons ago. Might have been late in bowl season. He showed me some more tools in his bag. He can also get into some intermediate routes, do some end breakers as well, and use that big frame to kind of shield off the DB. I like him a lot. I actually think he's good at this spot.
He can grow up.
Yeah. So I think he's a good player. Now, obviously, Mekhi Lemon was the cream of the crop in that offense, but I felt like Jacoby Lane, whenever they were doubling Mekhi Lemon, he was still a viable resource within that offense. Also, like their quarterback, Jay Mauigoa, too. He's going to be in that conversation next year.
Next year. I'm just going to say this. The receivers the rest of the way through could be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned Brazel, he can run. He's never lived up to the hype that he had coming out early in his career. Ted Hurst, nobody knows who he is at Georgia State.
Baller, though.
Listen to his head coach talk about him and the offers. We talked about kids getting offers earlier. Everybody wanted him to leave. 2-time 1,000-yard receiver. I think he's been over 900 2 other times also. Elijah Schrock might have the strongest hands in this draft of any receiver coming out. Kevin Coleman produced at Missouri. Brendan Thompson produced at Mississippi State. Nick Saban tried to tell us about Malik Benson like 5 years ago. That he was going to be the next big thing at Alabama. Colby Young, when healthy, we talk about guys going up in 50-50 balls. When he was healthy at Georgia, he can go up and attack the football and make some plays. Could be maybe a couple steals here.
So with that said, can we get best available up on the board here? Let's reset a little bit here because we're about halfway through the 3rd round.
Deion Burks.
Cole's just remembering receivers over there.
Still on the board, Keontae Scott there. Kyle Lewis, shout out to the Sharks at Pitt.
Keontae Scott.
That is a player I would take on my
I'm surprised
football
Keontae
team.
Scott has not gone yet.
He's a scheme-specific guy. There's some teams that want their nickels to spend all the time in coverage. Scott's like a nickel who needs to be able to blitz and like step into the box and defend the run. So when you talk to elite people, some people are like, this guy's not for us. Man, if Keontae Scott's not for you, you're running the wrong defense. You know, get him in the middle.
He's a football player.
Figure it out.
Yeah, seriously, he's a football player.
So I really hope we see Keontae Scott here in round 3. It's where I thought he would go. If he doesn't go, I'll be extremely disappointed. The young man more than deserves it. Was not a full-time player at Auburn, transfers to Miami, and then carves out the leadership role in that defense. He's a delight.
I mean,
Another guy,
locking
Zach
it down.
Etheridge, who's now at Miami, just raved about. When you talked about him last season and going into the playoffs, just said he allows us, yes, Ruben is amazing. Mesidor's unbelievable, but this young man allows us to do so many different things because he can make up so much ground, cover so much area, and just so flexible with what he does on the back end.
And EJ, I know you're really familiar with Corey Heatherman out there at Miami.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
He was
take
a great
I'll
addition
take any
to
guy
the
that
U.
he's had his hands
Brazil
on.
right off the board. I wanted to
Harry?
mention, though, you guys keep this in mind. A running back has not come off the board so far here in day 2 at all.
So I have the stat for you there, EJ. Thanks for the layup.
Yeah.
The
Nice.
latest drafted running back 3 in draft history was with the 83rd overall pick. That 83rd overall
We're
pick
getting
just
close.
came off the board. So
Okay.
we are officially now going to have the latest drafted running back 3 in NFL draft history. The latest drafted running back 4 was at 91 overall. That was in 2022. So this year's running back 3 might go later than the latest running back 4 has gone in the history of the draft. The league did not like this class of running backs.
And Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas and Nick Singleton from Penn State are the 2 best available, followed third by Emmett Johnson at Nebraska.
Yeah, just something I didn't notice. I want to throw it out there. But
yeah.
the
Glad
thing-
you paid attention because I was going
Of
to try to
course,
find
man.
my
That's what we
stat
do
and I
here.
missed it.
That's
That's
what we
very
do
good.
here, man.
Well, this is your
Lobby
team
dunk
that
it.
just took Chris Brazel right here.
Yep.
Panthers.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's your
Panthers
team,
are
Ben,
the
that you
Pan-
like.
I like the Saints. I thought you were the Panthers guy here.
no, I mean,
but
I-
Brazel, Harry, this is a guy who these tall speed
Gazelle.
receivers.
Yeah, you match him with
There you
Tyrone
go.
McMillan?
Yeah,
That's,
they come out of Tennessee.
Jalen Coker.
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Yeah, and
Yes,
I've
sir.
generally not super loved some of these Josh Heupel Tennessee receiver prospects. The route tree is so limited. Everything is very, very linear. Brazel is 6'4". He can get those hips down. He can sink a little bit.
Go
Yeah.
to the game versus the University of Georgia and watch how he did their corners.
Yeah.
Like you talk about sinking your hips for a guy that's 6'3", 6'4". He does a great job of it. But watch this route right here.
Stack
Post route.
him.
Yep.
Okay, ball's on the throne a little bit. So what? I'm not going to let the DB bother my catch point. I'm going to catch it, but I'm going to stay up, not go down, not be satisfied, score a touchdown. So the Carolina Panthers, I'm telling y'all, man, they are onto something.
Yep.
And I like the mindset that they have right now from their front office to their head coach to their owner. Finally, their owner got things going in the right direction.
Yep.
But another player I want to talk about for Carolina, Xavier Legette. He's a guy 2 years ago they took in the first round. He has struggled, y'all.
Yeah, big way.
He has struggled faithfully. And they're not going to sit around and wait on Xavier Legette.
No.
What they're going to do is say, hey, we drafted Chris Brazel, and we feel like this is a guy that runs like a gazelle, and we're going to try to get him the football because he can be consistent if he shows that in practice, from OTAs to training camp, from preseason, now to the regular season. And Xavier Legette, in my opinion, is going to mess around and be the odd man out.
I hate that too because he's got an amazing story.
Yeah.
You're talking about a guy that lost his mom early in life, lost his dad right when he got to South Carolina, had a drop issue at South Carolina.
He has had one at Carolina.
I know. They tried to boo him out of Columbia. Then he comes back and leads the SEC in receptions and almost leads the SEC in receiving yards the next year. He was a big-time player with Spencer Rattler there. I want to follow up with you here, Ben. You mentioned Brazel at Tennessee in the route tree.
Yep.
The Tulane film is really good.
Yes, it is.
Really good.
Yep.
Does that erase kind of the route tree concern from what you saw at Tennessee?
100%. The Brazel is the guy I expected to go in and see a Dante Thornton, who went in the 4th round last year to the Raiders, see a Jalen Hyatt, who went in the 3rd round to the Giants, and just, man, there's a lot here missing on the film. It's an incomplete eval. Brazel clearly has more than those two guys from a route running perspective. You can lean on the Tulane film absolutely to see a more dynamic route tree. There's still going to be, he only played on the right side at Tennessee. Sure. So you're going to have to get him in camp, this is how you move your feet when you're on the left. There's just stuff that Heupel offense requires you to kind of suss out when you get him into training camp. But man, you talk about the height of Brazel at 6'4". You talk about Xavier Legette and that big body. You talk about Teteroa McMillan in that frame. Jalen Coker is a 6'3" slot receiver. Bryce Young's gonna look like the president around the Secret Service back there, man. There's walking around him. The Panthers are so oriented on big size at receiver, in large part because Dan Morgan is an ex-NFL player running that team. They tend to like size, but also because Bryce is a shorter quarterback. Right. You really want him to have receivers he can see over the middle of the field. So go get you some skyscrapers. Brazel makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
It does, and it makes me feel better about the Falcons picking Avieon Terrell.
Well, Avion's 5'10", so you're going to need to get him a step stool to get up there and push out. But he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
He
Can
really
you lock your jaws and shake like a pit bull? Come on, Aveion. Get that ball out of there.
Can I take us back? Can I take us back a few picks? I hate to do it because it's not on the board. Dominique Orange went to the Vikings.
Sure, yeah.
At 79.
That was good.
They called Dominique Orange at Iowa State. They call him Big Citrus. They call him the 304. Big Citrus.
The joke's coming out in round 3. I love it.
Orange was a high caliber recruit. He had some big offers. COVID, he was still in high school. His weight got up near to 400 pounds, right? It was a tough time for him. He loses a lot of offers. He goes to Iowa State. He got his head screwed on straight. Matt Campbell worked a lot with this young man. He played the true nose, 3 down front there at the Big 12, and he just ate space for a living, man. I mean, mean, we are talking about an immovable force. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You go watch the big. Oh, this is another great one. He is an immovable force when he gets these double teams, but he is much quicker off the line than people give him credit for at 330 pounds. I had this pairing with the Vikings. I thought he was a perfect fit for this defense. And then they drafted Caleb Banks. I said, oh, okay, they went earlier, that's fine. But what's the concern with Banks, Cole? Like you said, if you can get the health, if you can get him on the field. So the fact that the Vikings went for the big splash and then acknowledged the risk and said we're still going to go in the third round, take another defensive tackle, and insulate ourselves from Banks having more foot problems is awesome. They really needed to solve defensive tackle. Tried to do it in free agency last year, Javon Hargrave, Jonathan Allen. Didn't work. This year, in the draft with two of my favorites, Caleb Banks and big old Citrus.
And took a little bit of a different defensive tackle, too. So
Yes.
I love that. You didn't take the same guy. And maybe that's a way you lighten the load on Caleb Banks, just from a little bit.
Exactly.
You don't have to go every snap, every rep, every game.
Vikings having a great draft.
I want to ask a question for education around the defensive tackle position. When you guys are studying tape, when you're watching guys in the box, how do you decipher between a zero-nose D tackle, a one-technique shade, kind of like, again, for listeners, a center guard kind of D tackle versus a three-technique D tackle? How would you guys kind of decipher who would be good at what?
Well, I think first you're going to know where they line up because there comes Ted Hurst. We were just talking about him coming off the board right there, big-time wide receiver at Georgia State. The main thing is what type of a player are they being asked to be?
Sure.
And then what type of player do you think they can be? So we mentioned Caleb Banks a little bit earlier. He's loose. If you want Caleb Banks to go in there and just shoot gaps every time, if you want him to sit and anchor, you can do that. You have other defensive tackles that they're just pretty much going to be stationary. They can take blocks, they can eat blocks, they can eat double teams, they can strike, shed, maybe two gap for you. So I think a lot of it, first and foremost, EJ, is what is that player capable of, and then what is the system asking of them? You think about that Florida defense. I can go back a couple of years ago. There was a defensive tackle named Cam Jackson that transferred from Memphis. He didn't have a great year, but you put the Tennessee film on. They're playing 4 in a box.
Yeah.
He's eating up 2 or 3 blockers every play. They win the game basically because of that guy.
Right.
So a lot of it is what they're asked to do either one game, an entire season, and then what they're capable of doing. And that's where it comes to the fit where Ben's going to be a little bit better versed than I am. I can tell you what they did in college and what they're asked to do.
Sure.
How they're going to fit to the next level sometimes can even be more different.
Right.
Yeah, and in the NFL, it's actually the exact same answer because it's what do you want scheme-wise, right? You think about Dominic Orange here and Caleb Banks in Minnesota. Well, they want to be very multiple in their fronts. They want to be able to change pictures. And so the fact that Banks is a penetration player, he can get upfield, but is big enough that if you put him overhead up on a guard and ask him to meet some space, he can. Dominic Orange is a space gobbler. He's so wide. But on those rare reps where they were slanting Iowa State, you saw the first step, right? So a lot of it is because the Vikings want to be multiple, they went for a little bit more multiple players. You see Chris McClellan go off the board to Missouri, to the Packers. The Packers, Jonathan Gannon, they need a 3-tech. They went and they got themselves, a tried and true, that's a 3-tech body, that's a 3-tech penetration skill. And so a lot of it is just what you're looking for. But we are far past the days in the NFL where the 1-tech was the big guy and the 3-tech was the small guy. And he went this and that. We are a lot more multiple on the defensive fronts than we ever were before. So I see Albert Regis went at Texas A&M. 290-pound nose tackle at Texas A&M. Some of the most fun film I've ever watched. How's this guy hanging out there? He's built like a fire hydrant. He's like Bruno Ford. You just have
pads are never this far off the ground.
Absolutely.
You can't get under it.
Yeah.
And so there's no leverage.
We just have a much wider range of body types at defensive tackle than we've had. That's been a big change over the last 10 years in the NFL.
That being said, it feels like the Will Forks, the Gilbert Browns. Again, you're young. You don't know who some of those guys are.
I'll nod for you. Put the camera back on me.
The dark visor. Come on, baby.
We don't have. Hold on now.
That's
like top 5 guys I would have never enjoyed playing against right there. We're not putting any.
Well,
there's not a lot of guys in Halotina's neighborhood, but your true just anchors.
Right.
It feels like those guys. Those are dinosaurs now.
Well, that's why I asked though, because I disliked really tall defensive tackles. And I was the tall guy myself, but when you got a 6'6", 6'5" guy in a 1 or a 3 technique, all that joker got to do is throw his hands up. You can't
He
get
removes
to
the
it.
passing lane.
Absolutely, and that ball gets tipped, it gets intercepted by a linebacker. That's why I asked that question.
I felt like that was making a massive comeback about 4 years ago when Jeffrey Simmons, Javon Kinlaw, these guys were coming
Chris
through
Jones.
6'6" guys, and all they got to do is you talk to guys in college like Will Muschamp, he would tell you, he goes, I am convinced that the interior pass rushers are more valuable than the edge guys.
Absolutely.
With where RPOs were going,
agree.
the quick game was going, if I can get a little bit of the pocket dented and I got a longer arm than I can get up,
It's the worst,
I
man.
remove more of what the offense wants to do than my edge guy that's going to get there every now
Let
and
me
then.
tell you,
So,
as a
we don't
quarterback-
have those 6'6" guys inside anymore.
That's the thing. But as a quarterback, there's nothing worse. All right, you ride that thing, and then you get an opportunity to bang a slant to HD going in the middle, and then you just see a big arm come out of nowhere. Ball gets tipped up. You throw a great pass, and then it gets intercepted, and everybody's booing you. So that's why I say the guys at the 3 and the 1 technique, especially if you can get some tall ones that have some length, obviously with the girth too.
Yeah.
It's a difference maker. maker now.
The exchange is always, if you're going to be looking to bat the pass, it usually means you're not penetrating, right? Because the hands aren't active in the rush. You're kind of sitting on it and watching. And so the guys who Cam Hayward has always batted down like one valuable third down every single. These boys are messing around. Cam Hayward has always done it so well, right? TJ Watt is rushing. Alex Hines is rushing. I'm going to sit right here, wait for the ball to come out quick. Shelby Harris, another classic one who does it. So it's still a skill in the league, but like when you go and you sign Milton Williams to a massive contract with the Patriots, you go and draft Jalen Carter super early. It's not because you want them to pitter-patter and wait for the ball. It's because you want them to penetrate. You said there's nothing worse than that ball bat, that hand batting that ball away. I'll tell you something worse. It's getting sacked. Getting right, that quick interior penetration can be tough as well.
I'd rather get sacked and throw a pick, though. That's just me.
All right, Cole, can we, because I know we just talked about, hey, it hasn't felt like, with the Ravens, you're like, oh, this is a Ravens guy, right? Like, you haven't really said that about the Steelers. Dalen Everett, cornerback out of Georgia.
Yeah, if you want to go in with Steelers corners that have been drafted over time that have trouble in man coverage, yeah, you could say that. Sure, fits right in.
That's a real thing. What you just said is something how I view the Steelers secondary. And there were times when I'm watching Everett, like he's good in zone coverage, but he's not the best all the time in man.
He struggles to find the football, and I know we're watching the clip right now of him intercepting it, but it's one of the things where he tested well and he's got good dimensions. You got to have an instinct for the ball to play the corner position. You got to be able to see the ball through the receiver when your back is playing the quarterback. When you do turn your head, you got to be able to locate it quick. It's just something that he's like a multi-year starter at Georgia. He's a great athlete. He's in a Georgia system. Why has the ball production not really been there for him? And it's just the sort of thing that's knacky. It's a skill you got to get him right on. Now, for the Steelers, you have Jory Porter Jr. as corner one. You're going to ask him to be up on the line of scrimmage to be lengthy. With Everett, it's going to be the same thing, right? They signed Jamel Dean in free agency, and so Everett's not going to be an immediate starter for them. Yeah. They're drafting the athlete and hoping they can fix the technique.
Can I flip to a different team real quick?
Sure.
And coming off the Steelers, I think this is applicable. And I don't like saying this. The Cleveland Browns are killing it.
Yeah. They are.
They Austin Barber pick, yeah.
They are.
Austin Barber, I think, is a super solid pick. I don't know if he comes in as a day one starter, but I think if you needed him to start in an emergency this upcoming season at some point in time, he's going to be able to hold up. He gives you good length. He plays a little bit light. You see just 318, and that shows up in film sometimes. He has a very clean pass set. He's nasty in the run game. He wants to give you that finish. You see that late push right there is what I don't like. He misses with his hands often in pass protection. His lower body is just not as strong as a lot of the other tackles that we're going to talk about in this draft. Can you get away with playing him? I think you can. I think he's somebody that can develop, find a little bit more of that lower body strength, and that has just enough tenacity and nasty to be a good NFL tackle. But we didn't mention the fact that they traded a pick earlier to the Giants for 105, 145, and a 2027 fourth-round selection.
Accumulate.
I mean, the Browns are absolutely destroying this draft.
Yeah, 100%.
So Austin Barber now is the second offensive lineman they've taken. They took Spencer Fano.
Who is ready now. He is ready now.
So now you have that. They also added in free agency Zion Johnson and Elton Jenkins, and then they added via trade Titus Howard. The Browns can walk out next season and legitimately start tackle to tackle 5 new players along the offensive line, which if you ask any Browns quarterback, do you feel good about that? They would say yes, because the Browns' offensive line was a tremendous issue last season. Now, Barber is a guy who was a college tackle. I think the NFL will fail him at tackle. Some people have talked about a move into guard for him just because of some of the weight concerns a little bit. Maybe you want to protect that outside shoulder because of the technique problems. They have Elton Jenkins, who is a guard but has moved at times into center. And so you're giving yourself flexibility, right? Titus Howard's going to be right tackle for them. He's played guard before. You have the ability now to get to camp, put different groups of offensive linemen out there, snap that joker pool stick, throw it in the middle, and say, somebody win a job for me. And that's what the Cleveland Browns need, a total revolution on the offense.
100%. And the YouTube chat favors what the Browns are doing. Best day 2 so far. And again, Spencer Fano, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. We just had the graphic up there a minute ago. Emmanuel Neal, Warren, and Austin Barber. Cole.
At the end of the day, what Ben was just saying about that offensive line, no matter how you mix them and match them, you're at least 4 or 5 better than what you had last year.
So much better.
And you're upgraded bodies across the board with the skill that you've added last year and this year, and then what you've had out there on defense with young talent. Again, I'll say it. I think right now the Cleveland Browns, and if you wanted to combine it to last year as well, the last 2 drafts, I think they're probably going to be sitting at number 1 for a lot of people.
So have they been 5 for 5 on offense? Is that correct?
No,
McNeil, Warren, and safety.
McNeil, Warren,
and last
safety.
year I want to say it was 4 of their 5 first
Mason
5 picks
Graham
on offense
last
as
year.
well.
Yeah,
besides Mason Graham. And so you are completely rebuilding and retooling the offense in Cleveland, and deservedly so.
I'm going to say it one more time, with a guy who can flat out call plays.
Yeah, and
he
I
is
mean,
elite.
and just we were talking earlier about like, hey, some teams realize like, hey, we're not going to have the superstar quarterback, but dang it, we can build the rest of this thing around it, and we don't even know who's going to play quarterback for this team next year. And I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but shoot, if we're picking high next year,
Absolutely.
They're setting whoever is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, this organization, this front office, and the head coach, they're setting those guys up to have success by getting all these players, not just this year, but last year as well.
100%. It feels weird to say the Cleveland Browns are
And Browns fans have heard it. They've heard it before. They've had early picks before, and it's tough to believe. I'll be very curious to see if they can keep the level of defensive production up. Right? Jim Schwartz was the defensive coordinator for this team for all the entire time under Kevin Stefanski. That four-man rush was lethal. They played 2 coverages. They didn't care. They would just beat the brakes off you. Now, Schwartz thought he was a legitimate candidate for this head coaching job. He was not actually considered as legitimately as he believed, and he stepped down as the defensive coordinator as such. He was frustrated with the organization. They hired one of my favorite up-and-coming coaches, Mike Rutenberg. He was the pass game coordinator with your Dirty Birds there in Atlanta, and he's going to do some stuff similarly, some stuff differently. And they have great young pieces. Carson Schlesinger, we started the show last year with Carson Schlesinger. We wouldn't shut up about him. He's so freaking good.
Yeah.
So they have, you got your Myles Garrett, you got your Denzel Ward. There's a ton of stuff to be excited about. But Rudy's got to step into some pretty big shoes there in Cleveland. If he can keep the defense up at that level, then the offense continues to build, and this is the right way to go about it in Cleveland. I won't make any promises to Browns fans. I've heard them before. They don't believe them, but it's the right way to go about it in Cleveland.
And then Will Kazmarek, since Austin Barber just went, has gone tight end out of Ohio State to the Miami Dolphins, who, again, we cannot emphasize enough, need a little bit of everything. Actually, more than a little bit of everything, a lot of bit of everything. Tight end here, obviously, they went Kaden Proctor, 12th overall, Chris Johnson as well, Jacob Rodriguez, Caleb Douglas, and now Will Kazmarek. Guys, what are we getting out of Will Kazmarek here?
Well, I'll add this. Think about the type of offense they're going to try to run with their new quarterback, right? Like, it's going to be one of those deals where you're going to have some off-the-ball tight ends. You're going to have a lot of zone read opportunities. And you're going to really probably play some 12 personnel and insulate this thing and then run the football with even a guy like A. Shane there as their running back. So I think it's a good move. Now, obviously, he's not going to give you the threat of running down the field vertically. But ultimately, if you come out of Ohio State, they've had a really good track record with tight ends. I think it's actually a good pull here for their offense.
Go back to what I said earlier. They're just trying to get bigger bodies on the field.
Yeah.
They're trying to get bigger humans on their roster. This is 6'6", 261 that you now add at tight end. We know we've talked about Proctor. We've handled that situation. It just feels like, actually it doesn't feel like, I know I've talked to some folks there that have just said we need to be bigger across the board.
Yeah, and you have to remember what they're unspooling is the Mike McDaniel era. And for as great as the Mike McDaniel offense was at times, they were extremely light as a team, right? They were playing Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle at receiver. They had, Cole Strange there. They had Patrick Paul and Austin Jackson on the offensive line. They were certainly doing cool stuff, fullback out there, tight end out there, but Devon A. Shane, right? They were just built for speed and for quickness. So it's going to be multiple years worth of offensive rebuilding, not necessarily because any of these players are super bad, but because they min-maxed. They built really in McDaniel's image. And in order to return to kind of a more traditional style of NFL football, you just got to mass up. You got to, get the protein shake going, get underneath the weights, and get a little bit bigger than the football team.
And Proctor doesn't eat protein shake.
No, he does not. Especially those super gainers. Don't touch those. As far as rebuilds go over the last, let's call it 5 years, on the totem pole, where does this rank for the Miami Dolphins? Like in terms of difficulty, yes.
Quite high. It's my job to know the depth charts. I couldn't tell you like 5 defensive starters for the Dolphins. We are so thin right now in terms of players that they've got there, filling out those spots. They really haven't addressed defense as serious as I thought they would. Like, third round tight end, why guy was going to block for you. Like, that's nice. You're building some bulk. Brother, you need another starting edge, another starting corner. You need a starting safety. Like, I thought they'd be a little bit more need oriented. I admire the patience, but this is a multi-year effort. That entire defense right now is just putting guys out there who've been, early draft picks who have failed or one-year starters somewhere else and saying, listen, somebody win a job for us, solve some needs for us. This is going to take time. And they acknowledge that. They brought in Malik Willis to have some competency at quarterback. Will allow them to evaluate their linemen and their wide receivers a little bit better than if it were a Quinn Ewers or somebody who kind of was struggling to get the guys lined up. So they have competency at quarterback, and they're just going to look at things very patiently over the next couple of years. It's going to be a while until we're talking Dolphins playoff games.
I do feel confident in Jeff Hafley, from knowing him during his days at Boston College. We had their game against Miami the day after Thanksgiving 2 or 3 years ago. They were starting a linebacker at running back because they were so thin. But Jeff was so determined, like, hey, man, all right, but I know my guys. If someone's going to be able to play this position for the first time in their life, or do it well at least, it's going to be this guy. So I will be interested to see just To me, it's going to be a extreme exercise in talent evaluation and seeing how it turns out.
But I think
for them.
with owner Stephen Ross, you have to understand that it has to be a strong level of patience. You're dealing with a first-time GM and John Eric Sullivan. Luckily for him and Jeff Hafley, they both were in Green Bay together. You got Jeff Hafley coming over as the head coach. You got a guy, Malik Willis, who's coming over freely as your quarterback now, the future for the next few years. There has to be a level of patience that you have as an owner. I think you have to have it in order for things to be right.
No question.
Running back 3 off the board at, what is this, 90. Yep. Kaylon Black.
New record.
Good pick.
You want to talk about players that have developed, like Curt Cignetti and his talent evaluation. I know everybody wants to make Indiana an NIL story. I think that's perhaps for this upcoming season, not necessarily this last one. Started off at James Madison. He was one of these guys that was playing against Marshall, 13 carries for 36 yards, and then last year he runs all over Alabama in the Rose Bowl. A guy, 5'10", 211 here. I'll always take a shot on a guy that has continued to show improvement, and Kaylon Black is definitely one of those guys.
I love Kaylon Black. One, he's from my hometown, but also this dude is a bruiser. He's one of those guys, he's going to run through your face, he's going to run through your chest. And then you look at the San Francisco 49ers in the run game, obviously CMC, Christian McCaffrey, he's dealt with some injuries. So maybe you kind of sub him out and put in a guy like this. I know they got a couple other backs on the team, Jordan James, Isaac Garendo. But Kaylon Black is one of those guys that he's just not going to go down off the first contact. He can catch the football out the backfield as well. Again, he's a huge piece. As much as everybody was considering, Fernando Mendoza like the big change at Indiana, he was a piece, kind of a hidden piece that just didn't get a lot of, attention.
Yep.
And I feel like he's going to be a really good player within that offense, especially when they get into some of that 12, 13 personnel with some of those tight ends in the run game.
He's not built like a hammer, so he's not going to give you the traditional hammer build, but he runs that way, not afraid to get downhill.
That's right.
I love the versatility that the Indiana backs have had. They've lined up in pistol, they've lined up in single back behind the quarterback, offset. They've taken multiple different run schemes that they've had to be successful with, and he gets downhill with almost all of them. A little bit of a short strider, so he doesn't give you that, but I do feel like he gets to full speed fairly quickly, and a nice one-cut back as well. Just the physicality, man, is what you love.
Yeah, and honestly, him and then Roman Hemby, we might not hear his name tonight, but the other running back from Indiana, both of those guys, people forget Lee Beebe had gotten injured, I want to say like 5 carries into the year last year against Old Dominion.
Supposed to be the number 1 back.
He was supposed to be the number 1 back, and people completely forgot about it by week 3 because it didn't matter. Because these guys, I say Kaylon Black and Roman Hemby, and of course that offensive line that was just a monster.
2017, Kyle Shanahan becomes the head coach of the 49ers. They draft in the 4th round of running back Joe Williams, 21 third round Trey Sermon, 22 third round Tyrion Davis-Price, 24 4th round Isaac Garendo, 25 5th round Jordan James. Kyle Shanahan's just addicted to drafting running backs, man. He has Christian McCaffrey he can't stop. They want to get the snaps away from McCaffrey as best they can. They want to be able to spell him. They traded for Brian Robinson last year, right? And Kaylon Black is in that mold of that between the tackles thumper. My faith in Kyle's ability to find the right running back is rapidly dwindling, but Kaylon Black was a very likable prospect. They need to be able to get snaps away from McCaffrey. It's critical if they want to use him the way they've used him in the passing game for years to come.
Absolutely, and in that way, the hope, too, is you're extending Christian's career.
Yes, exactly. Like for as long as they want to be able to use him in the receiving game to dictate to defenses, he has to be able to stay on the field, and he has to retain twitch. There's a guy who had multiple Achilles injuries coming off of that 23-24 season because of how heavily he was used. So they're taking running back 2 very seriously. It's just, I smiled the moment I saw running back to the 49ers in the 3rd round because they have done this so many times, and they have been so unsuccessful. And you're just hoping Kaylon Black is finally the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Which, hey, you know what? Why not him? Because, again, we talked about it at the top of the show. Indiana football was bad for 125 years, and then Curt Cignetti came through, and they've lost 1 game the last 2 years. 2 games the last 2 years. Here are the best available. Jermod McCoy still on the board. You see Caleb Tiernan there, Kyle Lewis again. Whoever he gets drafted to, I hope you guys get used to doing the shark above the head. Deny Dennis Sutton.
Surprised by that.
Can I say this very quickly about Kyle Shanahan in the running back position? I'm surprised they didn't take a guy like Mike Washington Jr.
So Mike Washington was my guess for 3rd running back off the board. When you're 223 and you run a 4.33, you go early. That tends to be the logic in the NFL.
But he's also that guy like from a zone scheme, like
he did it all.
Foot in the crowd
he
and
did
go
it all
downhill.
under Petrino. Pistol, offset, single back, outside zone, inside zone, gap scheme. His offense runs everything. That's one of the things I was with you on that I liked about Washington. He runs everything, and he's capable of running everything.
Yeah, we got 10 picks left. My guess is that Mike Washington's going to go somewhere in these 10 picks, right?
Yeah.
We have a few more than 10. But you cannot like a running back class as much as you want. When a guy has this level of speed, this level of tackle breaking ability, emerged there at Arkansas, my hope is that he goes. When I saw the running back threes coming off the board, I would have put a lot of money, especially with the 49ers, that it was Mike Washington. So Black's a bit of a surprise there.
Because Kyle Shanahan had a guy like that in Atlanta, Tevin Coleman.
Yeah.
When they drafted Garendo out of Louisville, it was that theory, right? Garendo was, we talk about speed score, which is basically weight-adjusted 40 time. Garendo was the speed score darling that year. They take him in the third round. Oh, he was a backup at Wisconsin, 1 year Louisville. Who cares? Washington was in the same mold, right? Where he wasn't super productive. Buffalo, New Mexico State, Arkansas, they have the big blow-up. Maybe Kyle's learning from his lessons. Maybe Kyle's cursing. We'll never have a good running back ever. We're going to find out next year.
I thought Garendo was a great pick, too, because he didn't have a whole lot of wear on him.
Yeah.
You know?
Zune, I'm very interested in what Cole says about this pick. Sorry, that's your job.
Trey Zune, a lot of power, a guy who I think can give you good push. He's got some versatility. He's played guard. He's played center.
He's announced as a center there, which is why I'm very interested, yeah.
And doesn't have as many reps there, but I think he can live there. I think he gives you a bigger, bulkier center than some of the others that we talked about. Remember, I said earlier, I think we could have 7 starting centers from this draft class at some point in time.
He won't be playing center. He's going to be playing guard. They signed Tyler Linderbaum.
Right, which I think is the point there is that you might be bringing him in as a center, but he's going to take multiple draft spots. Now you're going to see him at tackle. So versatility, some of that cross-training for A&M. I don't think he can live at tackle. I don't think he has the lateral agility and quickness to be able to live there. But you're not going to have to worry about nasty. You're not going to have to worry about mean. And I think he brings enough power to play inside, guard or center. I don't like him at tackle at the next level.
You speak to the Texas A&M staff. We obviously had Elko on. But you speak to people at Texas A&M. You can't get them to shut up about Trey Zune. Like you cannot, you try to leave the conversation. They're following you around. He's the toughest guy I've ever been around. They are obsessed with Trey Zune. The 5-position versatility is legitimate. The work ethic, the locker room, it is a very clear standard that he set in that offensive line room, and he was kind of a rising tide that lifted all boats. They drafted this 3rd rounder here in Trey Zune. Last year they drafted 2 3rd-rounders on the offensive line. It was Caleb Rogers and it was Charles Grant of William & Mary. They have themselves Colton Miller and Tyler Linderbaum. Every other job is up for grabs. And you don't want to be in a position where you have multiple first-year starters with a rookie quarterback back there, but the need to improve the offensive line is so high that you're going to say, hey, just like the Browns, there's a lot of jobs open for a lot of versatile players. Somebody impress us. Somebody grab this job in August and don't let it go. The Raiders need that on the offensive line.
I got a question for Cole. How rare is it to see an offensive lineman that can play every single position?
All 5 is rare. All 5 is extremely rare. Just because in order to be a good center or a capable center, you have to do it. It's like a lot of other things that you guys do in football, whether it's throwing a certain route, whether it's catching a pass, running a certain route. It's not easy, and EJ can tell you from the quarterback's perspective, you get a different center, and then all of a sudden, I got different quarterbacks under me, and all of a sudden I was like, man, this is not going to go well. So it's the repetition that comes with that. And the technique and fundamental is very different, specifically from tackle to center. Center guard, not extremely different. Your pass sets are similar, your hand placement's similar. Some of the blocks that you're asked, the reach blocks, the block backs, they can be very similar. Tackle is a whole different world. You are by yourself, you're on an island, and think about the edge guys that we've called out in the last 2 evenings. You're going against those guys pretty much by yourself 80, 90% of the time. So that's the one, Harry. You can go from tackle to center. That's the one that you almost never see. That durability, that flexibility is extremely rare.
And
the roster spots you save if you get a guy that can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And Dejon Barham has just gone, and Ben sprints it up out of his chair. You guys caught a glimpse of it on camera there. So they have now, the Dallas Cowboys drafted Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State, Malachi Lawrence, edge out of UCF, and now Dejon Barham. Ben, when you and I were talking before the draft started, I said, hey, I know people are down sort of on what we've got going here, but I know good college football players when I see them that I think are going to be good pros, and I felt like this was one that you agreed with me on.
If you don't like Dejon Barham, you don't got red blood in your veins. Holy smokes, the urgency, the intensity, the love for the game. He's an off-ball linebacker at Maryland. He transfers to Michigan. They're playing him on the edge at 240 pounds. He's going toe-for-toe with Big Ten tackles, giving up 100 pounds, knocking them into the turf. 34-inch arms on a 6'3" frame. He is body beautiful. Now, he started the year playing off-ball linebacker for Michigan right here. They ended up moving him more to the edge as the season went on. We're going to see a concept that we get very often at the NFL level where we're going to run traffic crossers off the screen here so that we can bring the back into the flat. This is a red zone concept that kills everybody. Dejon Barham is going to see it, and then he's going to be able to run through that traffic. That's 240 pounds with 34-inch arms, making the tackle at the edge of his radius. So this is a player who is capable in coverage as a linebacker. He could see it, he could react to it, and he's able to identify what the concepts are and avoid all those bang-ups there from those crossers. So, okay, later in the season, we want to move this guy to the edge. We not necessarily know the pass rush just yet, but he's got such physicality, he's got such toughness, and you see it in the running game especially. He's here on the left side of the screen. You're going to get a motion here receiver out there. We're going to try to block him down. We're going to be down blocking here, and then we're going to bring a puller. I want you to watch Dejon Stribling meet this pulling corn-fed Nebraska guard, baby. There is no fear in the play of the 240-pound ex-lineman. Look at how low he is to the ground. My goodness. It's perfect for him. It is exactly as powerful as you want to get. Those hips, those knees dropping into the turf. He gets his arms on it, locks out, and then gets involved in the tackle as well. Stribling is not polished as a pass rusher because he hasn't played the position for very long. He is, yes, a little bit of those tweeners that we worry about. But if you watched Frankie Louvu with the Panthers, now with the Commanders, and you thought to yourself, I could use me one of these, get me a blitzer from the second level, off ball, on ball, creating disruption. Stribling is a force multiplier. He elevates the room around him because he causes chaos, he brings culture, he brings energy, and other players make plays because of him. The Dallas Cowboys are killing this thing in the NFL draft right now.
Ben, we've only got 4 more picks, man. So I
so
fear
happy he went round 3.
I fear, yeah, you're not going to be able to run to the board anymore. I don't think, unless we just go 4 for 4 here, and we might as well just wrap up the show with you over there.
If only.
I don't think
you keep
that's going to
throwing me
happen.
off the desk, brother.
When the lights are still on at ESPN headquarters and it's like 4 a.m., you'll know why. There was a
4-pick run in the second round where my Telestrator guys all went. Zion Young went, Jeremy Bernard went, Traden Stukes. It was all in the same block. So I'm very happy I got Stribling up there. Stribling is if you asked me to wager my career on a round 3 pick in this draft, it would have been Dejon Stribling without hesitating. Somebody asked me in the pre-draft process who's independent of round favorite prospect, Dejon Stribling. Electrifying film, natural fit for the position. Can play. If you miss out on Arvell Reese in round 1, you go get you a Dejon Stribling in round 3. I don't know where they're going to play him. Don't ask me that yet. Because they have a big linebacker need. They have a couple of undersized edge rushers already there. They're going to be creative with him. He's going to matter on teams. But, man, you cannot teach the love for the game and the love for physicality that Stribling has. He's a force multiplier.
It's also great for Dallas, too.
I am going to ask you what you realistically expect from Malachi Lawrence.
So, I don't love Malachi Lawrence.
I think he's way too light.
Yeah, he's a little bit high cut. He does not bend the way you'd like for a guy of that weight to bend. Now, if you're going to be successful in the league without that elite level of bend, boy, you better have a really good first step and really great hand usage. You know what Malachi Lawrence has got? A really good first step and really good hand usage. And so when we see players who are outside speed rushers successfully cheese it, despite not being the most elite, kind of drop your hips and bend around the corner, it's typically of this mold. I watched some of that Big 12 film, and I watched how the ball comes out, and I
questioned it big time.
I would have, he's the sort of guy where I understand why he's going round 1. I would have let another team make the pick and take the risk and develop him along. Don't be surprised if in 2027, 2028, Dejon Stribling has his job. Just potentially.
I like it.
He's light, and I also feel like he had a lot of help on the other side. They had 2 other edges that I feel like played pretty good football, so he drew a lot of one-on-ones. Now, energy motor, 1,000%.
Sure.
I'm good with that. He will get after it, but there are aspects of his traits and physically just not sure how that's going to hold up in the NFL.
This Dallas defense, they lost Jordan Lewis in free agency last year, and then DeMarvion Overshown got hurt. And Micah Parsons gets traded away to Green Bay. They walk out there with kind of a little bit of a mercenary defense, and they had a massive culture and energy problem. The Dallas Cowboys defense did not want to be on the field. The guys who were the heartbeat of that defense were no longer on that defense. They have a couple more trades. Quinnen Williams comes in, so on and so forth. To get Caleb Downs and Dejon Stribling in this class, and even I'll put Lawrence in there as well as a multi-year starter and a guy who very clearly was a floor raiser and was an impactful guy in the UCF defense. But Stribling and Downs especially, you can watch film and watch these guys A, make effort plays that other players aren't making, and then B, create plays for their teammates, right? One of the criticisms of Downs was they didn't have a lot of on-ball production. It's because he's taking stuff away and he's delaying the quarterback in the pocket. Stribling did not have elite sack production. Go watch Derek Moore. He went second round of the Lions. Go watch the Derek Moore highlight reel of sacks. You're watching Dejon Stribling win on the other side with our early first step. And these are guys who are going to reestablish a culture of defense in Dallas that is desperately needed. I'm
going to tell you, Caleb Downs' greatest value is what he allows other people to do. And it's tough to see when you just watch the game live. I get it. Sometimes it's hard to see when you study the game. But where he lines up, the things he's capable of doing from different places on the field, essentially the different positions that he plays for the same defense and what it allows and frees up across the board for that Ohio State defense. And when he was at Alabama, I can remember talking to Travaris Robinson, who's at Georgia now, when they recruited Caleb Downs out of high school. He said, Cole, I have not had a kid come into this facility as a high schooler that didn't want to do the stuff. He didn't want to go bowling. He didn't want to go watch a movie. He didn't want to go out with the other guys. He literally asked me and Coach Saban to study the film. He wanted to learn the defense on his official visit. That's what Caleb Downs wanted to do in Tuscaloosa. That's it.
Wow.
He said he is the single most football guy I have ever been around because that's all he cares about. He didn't care about any of those stuff. He didn't care about the fans, social media, nothing. He said he wanted to talk about football. That's all he did. Coach Saban goes, let's go do this. Let's talk academics. He goes, I want to watch more film. I want you to tell me why this guy's doing this. Why is that corner lining up right there? Why is the safety doing this on this play? It was just questions his entire visit.
Yeah, and I mean,
I love the emotion from his brother Josh Downs, who's a wide receiver for the Indianapolis Colts yesterday. He talked about, man, my brother has always been the best player on the football field. Like, think about that. Your big brother, who you grew up playing with, and your big brother, you probably look up to if you're Caleb Downs, said that you have always been the best player on the field. He played high school football with Michael Jenkins' son, and Caleb Downs did every single thing, offensively, defensively. That's why when the ball's in his hands as a punt returner, he's a dangerous guy as well. But, you know, to have a guy that instinctive, and it doesn't matter what age he is, to garner the defense and be the leader of a defense, I know he's going to be the leader of that defense in Dallas, because of his mindset and everything that Cole said and what Nick Saban says. Think about this. Nick Saban is the greatest of all time at the collegiate level coaching football. To say that player right there as a freshman was the best that he's probably coached, that's high praise.
Let's be real. Coach Saban's had about 3 of them. He had Rolando McClain, Minka Fitzpatrick, Caleb Downs. Like, those are his guys. He talks about them in different ways. So, Cowboy fans, that's what you're getting. I feel pretty good about that.
And the thing with Caleb Downs, too, and it's twofold, because one, usually if you're leaving one big school to go to another, it's because you're unhappy at the previous one. He just left because Coach Saban left.
Right. True.
So you made good both at Alabama and Ohio State, and I will say this, too, for a lot of these guys that we see come up in the draft, even ones that we knew Caleb Downs was an NFL player since forever.
For sure.
Never really heard like, man, well, he's going to have to refine this when he turns a pro. Never heard that one time. And we've been covering this guy for 4 years.
Well, I will say this, though. I mean, temper that, though, because he's going to have to improve something in the league now. I mean, he's going to get exposed, okay? He's a very good player. He has great, anticipation. He's always in the right spot.
But he's still a rookie.
He's a student, but he's still a rookie. Exactly. And a 7-8 year vet is going to find some ways
100%.
to take advantage of him. I wanted to add real fast, Chris Bale came off.
Yes.
And Cole made a good point about the Browns killing the draft. The last couple of picks, at least here in day 2, for me, Miami Dolphins doing a really good job. Like you said, getting bigger. I think when you guys mentioned the fact that they're trying to get bigger as a team. Chris Bell, 6'2.5", 6'3". Look, and I think this is a guy, had he not had this late season injury, I think he would have been probably higher drafted as a wide receiver. Big body dude. Some would say he reminds him of A.J. Brown. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. A.J. is really, really special, but this guy has the tools. And you put him in an offense where you give him some opportunities to go out wide against some of these corners who are a bit smaller than him. He also can kick inside and then get into the slot and run some routes from that spot as well. And he's a willing blocker. That's the other thing. He will finish guys in the run game. So you think about getting Malik Willis in that offense, probably going to run the football a little bit more from the quarterback position. Chris Bell's a good addition as well.
So 2 wide receivers the Miami Dolphins have drafted. Caleb Douglas, my cousin. Not really, but I'm going to say he is because his last name's Douglas.
That's right.
And then Chris Bell. So I like what the Dolphins are doing. Listen, it takes a village to raise a child. Rome wasn't built in one day.
That's right.
So it's going to take time for the Miami Dolphins. Eventually, they're going to get
need more
there.
than a day.
But they have a lot of picks, man.
It's a good pick, though. I'm telling you.
When you're in a position where it's going to take multiple years, you take the risk on the guy coming off the ACL tear. And you say, okay, we can slow play you. We don't need you to contribute in week 1, week 3, week 5.
Right.
We can bring this along. If it takes you an extra year to get fully up to that speed, guess what? We weren't going to be winning games anyway. And so when you have the long view in the room, you can take some of the flyers a little bit later in the draft on the very talented guys who would have gone earlier, if not for the injuries.
Cole, can I test you one more on a Steelers pick?
Sure.
Jennings Dunker out of Iowa.
Not a tackle.
Nope.
Number 1. He has been discussed as a tackle. He has been talked about as being drafted as a tackle. Are they listing him as a tackle off the board? Because he ain't playing tackle in the NFL.
He's going to be guard, yeah.
He does not have the lower body flexibility to play tackle, ankle, knee, hip flexibility. You see his stance just looks different, number one. But if you're talking about determination, drive, nasty, that ability to get people off the ball, move them against their will, he can do that. Hands inconsistent. Does really well when he lands his hands, does really well when his hands are inside, but he will miss with those hands at times. And to be honest with you, we haven't seen a ton of him, enough of him at guard for me to tell you that I think he can be a day one starter. He can go right in there and be great because he spent a lot of time at tackle. Now, cool story, fun individual, great guy, great personality. I just don't think if he's being listed as a tackle, that's going to be a place that he's going to be a starter in the NFL.
Best part of the Jennings Dunker story, he is the Solon hay bale toss champion, 2022 and 2023.
Wow.
He set the record, 14 feet 6 inches he threw that hay bale. I don't know if that means he'll be good in the league, but that's a really long way to throw a hay bale.
Man, I'll take a risk on a guy like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Steelers lost Isaac Seumalo in free agency, left guard for them. They've got Steven Anderson, the incumbent, and now they've got Jennings Dunker, the third-round pick, the tackle transfer. This is a job that you fight for. We're at that stage in the draft now, late third-round picks.
Yeah.
Guys who can fight for jobs, potentially develop underneath. But at Pittsburgh, man, 2 years ago, it was taking, Zach Frazier and Mason McCormick. They go and they get Troy Fontenot. They get Max Iannaccio in the first round, and now they're here with Jennings Dunker. Aaron Rodgers, Will Howard, Drew Aller, whoever you like. This team wants to be able to have 5 across who are really, really, really strong in the running game. That's always, I think, been Steelers football and Steelers identity. This young line here in Pittsburgh, I'm telling you, we talked about the Eagles line, we talked about the Lions line. The up-and-coming line in the NFL is the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line. It's going to be the line that we're talking about in the next few seasons.
Well, and we talked about mentality, guys that fit a little bit earlier. You go back to great Steeler teams, whether you had Dermontti Dawson, whether you had different guys like David DeCastro.
Pouncey.
You had Pouncey. You had, one of the greatest guards of all time that came out of LSU that's in the Hall of Fame. You had a certain mentality that was there. Jennings Dunker is going to bring that, and that's a plus, I think, for the Steelers. His feet are a little bit clumsy. That gets him in trouble at times, but at least you're bringing that mentality back to being, hey, this is the way it has been. Not steel curtain because it's not defense, but on offense, we are going to move people. We're going to run the football. We're going to set the tone, and then that'll open up everything else.
I believe we've got a social question, Cologne, on the Steelers. Let's see that. Let's see. Bold take. I think there's a better chance Jennings Dunker starts week 1 than Max Iannaccio.
Kind of depends on the health of Broderick Jones, right? Because Iannaccio is the left tackle, and Broderick Jones has a neck issue that they're not sure about, how long that'll stick around. Dunker's the one who obviously can fight for that starting left guard spot. And so they're in a good position when you have a lot of good young talent there in the offensive line. You can figure out who that best 5 are, and you can change it as the season goes on. Vikings are on the board here at 97 with Jermod McCoy available. And then with Kyle Lewis available. The NFL player to whom I compare Kyle Lewis, who's a very unique, tweener body, is Josh Metellus. He's the safety for the Vikings, who is 220 pounds, and they play him on the edge more than they play him deep, and he goes and he's a blitzer, and he spikes inside on twists and stunts, and he runs with tight ends. Like, that is exactly who Kyle Lewis is going to be in the league. But Jermod McCoy as well for what they needed outside corner. Like, this Vikings draft, if they take one of those 2 players, man, and I think that they would like both of them, it's like a 4-for-4 sort of a day. Biggest need you see there on the board is safety because they haven't addressed the Harrison Smith departure. Kyle Lewis, I know he played college linebacker. This is a 220-pound space player who's really good in man coverage.
Oh, yeah.
That is a safety in the NFL. They have an opportunity here to put the cherry on top of a delightful defense.
But also Jermod McCoy is still there.
98.
But take them both.
Take them both.
We got 2 picks.
You said something that's interesting, though, and I'm curious what you guys think. So a guy that played linebacker in college, and I get the body, and I like Kyle Lewis a lot. He's a really good player, a lot of ball production as far as getting interceptions and then obviously covering tight ends. But to transition from college linebacker to NFL safety, that's not easy to do.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So how do you guys kind of see him fitting if he does get picked, whether it's Minnesota or somewhere else,
so
if that's his fit?
It'll be a sub-package player, right? And so you're going to give him a small menu. Hey, we're in our dime. We win our nickel against 12. Like, this is the role we put you in, and we run you from there. This is also a team, the Vikings. They had an undrafted free agent linebacker named Ivan Pace, who's another comp you hear for Kyle Lewis. Ivan Pace came out of Cincinnati, all 5'10", 225 pounds, playing linebacker. UDFA, but he won a job for them there for a couple of years because he was such a good blitzer at that size, right? They had the ability to get underneath these larger offensive linemen, but then he could go through running backs. And Kyle Lewis, they didn't blitz him a lot because they needed him in coverage. You would hope that he's an impactful blitzer there at the NFL level as well. And so just from we have all wondered from a draft perspective, where do you fit Kyle Lewis into the NFL? It's going to be different than how he played at Pitt. The team I've always pointed to say this is how you use him is this team right here who takes, an offensive tackle. That's lame. I'm not as excited. If we land landed on Kyle Lewis right there, that'd be good TV. Instead, it's Caleb Tiernan. What a shame.
That would have been perfect.
That's how the sausage is made sometimes. Oh, okay, but so what do we think of Caleb Tiernan?
So Tiernan was a multi-year starter at left tackle for Northwestern. Now he's 6'8" and he's all of it.
Yeah.
So guys are able to get underneath him. He is a really polished player in terms of some of the hand usage, some of the poise, to what we call the offensive line community, lose slowly, right? Guys are going to get underneath you, they might roll you back, but you create resistance, you work your angles, you're patient, you stay nice and balanced, and accordingly you can kind of, maintain the rep for long enough that the ball comes out. He is not a dominant run blocker the way we might have expected out of some Northwestern players in the past. And I think, Cole, the leverage issues can be pretty substantial in the NFL. When you're playing at that size, you got to be a Nate Solder caliber of technician. I'm not sure we have that necessarily in Caleb Tiernan.
He's a waist bender, so that means he's going to be a lunger and he's going to get out over his feet. Also, too, you saw that in the run game on that last clip right there. Gets his feet crossed up just a little bit much. You want to keep that wide base. That keeps your power. When you don't have leverage, that becomes even more problematic because you get those feet twisted up and you're getting people underneath you. You're just going to topple over. You're going to go down to the ground. So I do agree with Ben, though, on the technique. The pass set is extremely clean.
Yep.
The hand usage is solid. And I like the adage that you used there about lose slowly. It's not one that I've used or heard often, but it can be valuable, especially in pass protection, when, hey, give that quarterback an extra second and a half, even if he's going to take a hit or a pressure, get him time to get that football off clean.
It's not as good as wisdom tooth build, but it's what I got. I got loose slowly.
And we've got Jacoby Thomas here.
Love this pick.
Safety out of Miami.
Yeah, really good player, and he's a box safety. All right, so he's very active when he gets back into the backfield. Certainly can take on running backs when they come through the gaps. But he was a big reason why Miami had the run they did in the CFP. And you're going to see a couple plays here. Now, this is him just making a play on the football during the regular season. But his ability, again, to kind of track down the ball carrier was really, really big. And then obviously he can add here in the blitz. I felt like Corey Heatherman, the defensive coordinator that came over to Miami this year, he did a really good job of putting guys in places on defense to make plays. And right here, he's just dropping in cover two, just reading the quarterback's odds right there. Obviously makes a pick and takes it back to the house. So I think this is a really good pick. I thought he would go a little bit earlier today, in fact, in day two, but nonetheless, it's a really good pick considering that Minnesota needed a safety anyways.
Yeah, so Harrison Smith was the deep player for them. That's not going to be a Kyle Lewis. That's going to be a Jacoby, right?
Absolutely.
And the other thing is, as we start to get here to the end of the third round, your special teams contributions really start to matter. Jacoby Thomas was a high-impact special teamer at Miami before he got a starting gig, and then even while he was still a starter on defense. So you can put in those reps there in the third phase. It makes you just a little bit more valuable there coming into the NFL.
Absolutely.
I feel good about this. That Miami defense was a group of trained killers this year.
No question.
They were.
And you're getting anybody on that group.
Yeah.
I mean, they were. I don't mean this in a negative way at all. They were legit headhunters. Like they did it in a legal way. It wasn't against the rules, but they tried to knock people out of the game. I mean, there's an old school fashion of how Miami played defense this year.
And that is how, when I told our friend Christine Williamson, that is a big Miami Hurricanes fan, when they hired Corey Heatherman, I said, hey, the U is back. Because he tells his guys, hey, like, we know you're not supposed to say it, play violent.
Remember the game we were at?
It is football.
Against Florida?
Right, I was going to say, it's still football,
is
baby.
football.
Go get them. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
remember the game we were at when they was playing against Florida? And it seemed like Florida could do nothing offensively, but all they kept doing was blitzing the safety from depth and just Florida couldn't get anything going offensively because of the speed and how, I would say, how physical the Miami defense was.
Overwhelming, just swarming over them. The defending champs just got a cornerback, Julian Neal, out of Arkansas. And we've got one more pick, but quick thoughts here on what the defending champs have just done.
They lose Reek Woolen in free agency, who's your big, long press corner at the line of scrimmage, can run down the field. So what do you do in the third round? You take Julian Neal. What's Julian Neal? Is a big, long press corner, can run down the field, right? They are going player for player. Jadarian Price, because Kenneth Walker got out of the building. They went Bud Clark at safety because Kobe Bryant got out of the building, and now Reek Woolen gets out of the building, and you go straight there for Julian Neal. Neal's a player who's a little bit of a late riser in the process. You know, we knew the measurables would be good. He comes in with arms over 33 inches in his pro day. He runs sub 4.5 in the 40, a vertical jump of 40. Like, okay, the measurables are more than we thought they were. And then the thing that whenever you talk to people about Julian Love is they bring up how well he elevates for the football. You just saw it there against Memphis. He takes the ball off the top shelf. You want to learn how do you turn pass breakups into interceptions? You remember that the moment that ball's in the air, it is as much yours as it is the receiver's, and you take it off the top shelf. That is something that Neal excels at. So both Bud Clark and Julian Neal now for the Seahawks are two of the best ball tracking and ball addressing defensive backs we had in this class. Mike McDonald once, takeaways, baby. Get some turnovers.
6'2", 205 pounds, big corner, long, like you mentioned, utilizes his size to his advantage. That's the main thing, right? You can be long and tall and rangy and physical, but if you don't use it to your advantage, it's not going to matter. And I think what I have in my notes that I think is very important, he's smoother than a tall and a big corner.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Yep, and that's why, like I said, riser-wise, like people are very impressed with the movement skills that are on film. It is obnoxious how well the Seattle Seahawks are drafting right now. Again, going like you want to know when a head coach and a GM are in lockstep. It's when needs are getting addressed like this with these style of players. And he's not going to be a full-time player either for him because Reek Woolen wasn't, right? They have Witherspoon play in the nickel, and then Witherspoon plays outside and base. So they don't even need their third-round pick to be on the field that much because the roster is just so deep and so talented.
It's knowing your team. Jalen Husky was the final pick of the third round out of Maryland, going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Guys, before we get out of here, final thoughts. Who moved the needle for their team the most? Or if you would rather, scratch your head at somebody. Ben, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I brought them up earlier. I think the Saints went 3 for 3. I think that when you go Jordan Tyson in the first round, you're gambling high on that elite wide receiver 1. But you pair him with Chris Olave, you have a unique duo there. They can be really dangerous against man coverage. It's hard to figure out who to press and who to track across the formation, but they're both viable against zone because they're both so tough. So you get Tyson there. Christian Miller is a defensive tackle out of Georgia. This is not a pick that we got to as we were talking to other guys. Miller is as handy as they come at the defensive tackle position, does a lot of the dirty work for you. Brandon Staley, remembers the defensive coordinator there. That's a too high defense. We're going to play with light gaps. They needed to get better run defending defensive tackles. They used that early. And then Oscar Delp, who is one of the most hidden gems, rough around the edges guys in this draft class. No, he was never super productive at Georgia, but man, the body type is that of a wide tight end. The movement skills that of a guy who can develop into a real receiver. The Saints are building it really, really well right now under Kellen Moore.
Yeah, I'll hit the Pittsburgh Steelers. I didn't get a chance to touch on the fact that Jeremy Bernard went to them early in the second round. I think that's a really good pickup. I liked him at Alabama. He was a reliable receiver, but also the two quarterbacks that went here in the third round in day 2. Yeah, Carson Beck go to Arizona. Also Drew Aller going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Very intrigued to see where the other quarterbacks kind of fall as far as day 3. But ultimately, I think a few teams really addressed some needs, and I think Pittsburgh was certainly one of them. I really like what the Dolphins did here in the last couple of picks. I understand we were talking about them earlier, like, what exactly are they doing? They're kind of in a situation where maybe they won't be that good for a year, maybe 2 years. But I'm telling you, they can turn some of these guys around, especially Chris Bell. Keep him in mind. For any listener and viewer out there, that's a special player, especially once he's healthy. I think the Dolphins did a really good job today.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with the AFC North, the Cleveland Browns. Andrew Berry and Todd Monken, I really thought they hit the draft rounds 1 through 3. Spencer Fanu, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and then Austin Barber. I think those are 5 solid draft picks for the Cleveland Browns as they're trying to rebuild a culture and establish something moving forward. Not be the Browns of old, but the Browns of new under Todd Monken.
I think there are a couple of teams that I like what they've done so far. We mentioned a lot about Arizona. Ben said it, sticking with that plan, staying between the lanes. I feel like they've shown that plan and they've stayed with it. It's not a ton of picks. It's not a ton of guys. Some teams don't need a ton. But I thought the Eagles went out and got one of the biggest mismatched players in this draft in Eli Stowers at tight end. With everything else that you have on that offense, I believe you become virtually impossible to defend if he works out, and I think that he will. Oh, and by the way, you go get Markel Bell, a mammoth tackle that I think has a chance to come in and at least push for playing time, and if not this year, potentially next year, a guy that takes up a roster spot that in an emergency situation can at least get you some bumps in the road. So the Eagles didn't need a lot. But with what they had and where they were drafting, I feel like they pretty much made the most of it.
Not without question. I think for me, the New York Giants stand out. Just everything that they've gotten, it feels like, all right, they're working towards something here. Before we get out of here, we all cover football in some similar ways, but some different ways. Ben Solak, E.J. Manuel, Harry Douglas, Cole Cubelic. These are 4 of the hardest working guys that I know. They all do it differently. They all bring something different to the table. I hope you felt that on this broadcast. Everybody here is on social media. You need to go follow everybody. I hope you feel like a smarter football fan listening to us the last few hours. It certainly didn't come from me, but it came from this fantastic cast. I'm Harry Lyles. Thank you guys for joining us this year for day 2 of the NFL Draft. Hopefully, we'll see you next year, and hopefully your football team is better than they were yesterday.